feel more healthy and feeling very good on a daily basis. I think it's the right time for us to encourage citizens of Uganda to make sure we involve ourselves a lot on daily exercise as a way of fighting these other diseases that we can fight by ourselves being physically fit and doing better on a daily basis.
Thank you.
So thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Yes. Honorable members, at the time when JB passed on, I talked to the doctor, and the doctor said he had a low blood, not blood pressure, sugar. His sugar was at about 3. Yes, Beatrice.
Right Honorable Speaker, I join you to mourn your long-serving staff of this Parliament. Indeed, as you said, Right Honorable Speaker, Koro was one of those committed clerks. I worked with him in a number of committees. He was really approachable. His work was, his report was very clear and was very helpful to members. And on record, I'm sure he doesn't have a tainted record in his time of service to this Parliament. At such a moment, we stand with the family for the demise. However, there's a remaining part of it that his family, I know, Right Honorable Speaker, you have been a mother to many. His family, which is behind, should be part of this family so that the gap of missing him should not be. We can really make them be still part of this Parliament at all levels. As members of Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, I think it is also good if we show solidarity, leave alone going to send his contribution. Some of us who have been here for a while, we really appreciate it. And this also encourages other staff to work diligently, because this family, once you become a staff, you are like already a family member. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, my brother Cole alluded to the issue of exercise, the type of life we lead, all of us. It is more demanding of members of Parliament. When you come here, like when we are starting to work in the morning, we might sit up to 2, then resume at 3, maybe up to 5 or 6, and then you are running up and down in the constituency. Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, the gym which is in this Parliament, I'm proud to say that I wrote to the Speaker then, Honorable Chiwanuka, requesting for the establishment of this gym which we have as Parliament. We started with it, but to have members make good use of it, including myself, is a big challenge. We are thinking, Right Honorable Speaker, that we make this gym more friendly. Maybe we make it routine. We even encourage members to use the facilities we have for our own health so that we benefit from it. I see most times even other people outside are the ones who benefit from the gym. Maybe this should be one of them. And I had asked also, Right Honorable Speaker, that in our new building, probably for the sake of ladies, we could have a salon also established. Why? Yes, listen, my brother, my colleagues. Because when you go in the gym, you know, you go in the gym, the ladies, I'm talking because I'm a lady, you look at us as we are because we take time for ourselves to prepare ourselves. Now, if, and one of them is myself and my hair and whatever and my nails, that is part of a woman. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, what I'm saying is that if you created such
It's
a
not, it's not part of a woman because I don't have long hair and I'm a woman. So it is the part of other women, not everybody.
So,
Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you. What I'm really saying is that if we had it, women, the ladies could come even earlier, spend more time in the gym, knowing that they will rush and clear up and then rush into the house.
Thank
you
you.
shorten the time when they're outside the parliament. I
Thank you. Honorable members. Yes, there's a procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Under Rule 82 of our Rules of Procedure, it properly describes how female members should look like. And the provisions are there given under personal privileges, not as would be provided by this House. Is it procedurally right for the honorable member to come and claim for other provisions in line of making good health beside what is not prescribed in the rules of procedure?
Honorable members, even when we are quoting rules, we must be serious in what we are doing. We are talking about our colleague who has passed on, our staff. And I think you've not worked with JB. JB was one person, when you're a new member of parliament, he would always take you through what you're supposed to do. Even when you're in a committee, would even write for you a question, what to ask to witnesses. And that's what Honorable Beatrice was raising. Beatrice was raising one, as somebody who has been with us longer, and for us to be able to motivate our staff who work with us, who are always on that table, who are everywhere. Let's see how we support the family. As Parliament will take care of all the funeral services, all the burial expenses. But as members of Parliament, these are people we have lived with. These are people we live with day to day. What is that you're giving to this family, a young family? That's what Honorable Beatrice was saying. And it's a choice. We can have a salon, we can have everything. In the new building, by the way, you'll have everything. Just be rest assured. Even when you want to rest, you'll always have a resting place. Yes, Honorable Nambeshe.
Madam Speaker, I would like to join the colleagues, but particularly yourself, in expressing my heartfelt condolences to the fallen comrade, popularly known as JB, Mr. Kagoro. Mr. Kagoro, as a clerk, had a character trait that captivated me. It is recent, we were with him out of this country, I think 2 weeks or so ago, in Angola. My memory may not serve me right on the accurate duration of time. But I remember vividly, Madam Speaker, when on a delegation to Eswatini, and the presiding office had picked on one of the colleagues to lead the delegation. But on assessment by this clerk, he realized that in a hierarchy, it could have required me as chief opposition whip to lead, although the membership of the delegation, majority of them were members of NRM. I witnessed this humble clerk lecturing the colleague into submission, not lecturing as such, but the approach with which he used and convincingly persuaded the colleague to yield for me to take. I also reluctantly took the responsibility, but the humility with which he exhibited in that plea to get the clerk to relinquish that responsibility captivated me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Kagoro is one person who was down to earth. If we were to be technical officers that we work with him, the level of excellence in humility hit the roof. And Madam Speaker, I would be in support with the earlier proposal that his family would be accorded the assistance that is due as planned or arrived at by the entire House, and with your blessing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I conclude by also standing with the family and comforting them.
Don't leave issues hanging. What is your?
My suggestion would be not far from what has already been proposed, that the House finds it fit to contribute ably to the family in terms of finances.
Yes, there's a procedure.
Right, Honorable Speaker, when my chief opposition whip was contributing, his suggestion is very good. I remember in the 10th Parliament, we used to have some issues where the Speaker will rule that you contribute this amount of money, all of us in the House, and members were complaining when deductions were made. I have been looking at the figures based on the fact that we are about 529.
I am not going to rule.
No. I'm not suggesting you should rule.
People.
Right, Honorable, if we agree that we are contributing 200,000 per person, it will come to 105,800,000. If we agree to contribute 100,000, it will be 52,900,000. So it will be better if members can agree and we sign the paper for deductions of 200,000 per person, and then it comes to 105,800,000. That motivates the staff of Parliament that we care about them for what they do for us. This is the money that we always contribute in burials and what on a daily basis. So if we can contribute for our own, it will be important. Thank you very much.
Beatrice.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for the second opportunity. I'm happy that the House is in agreement and will not take much time over this. I would suggest, honorable colleagues, that for the sake of this young family, we can really contribute 500. It's a one-off. It's a one-off. There is a one. Right, Honorable Speaker. That is my suggestion.
It is just a suggestion. Yes, Tim.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable members, let's conclude on this issue, then we move on to.
Thank you, Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the suggestions being given by fellow colleagues are all well. My only concern that this, God forbid, but this may not be the last staff who may pass away. So we need to know what precedents are we actually setting. Are we going to be able to maintain it through all the staff? And are we saying other staff are more important than others? So whereas we support this matter, I would just suggest we try and reflect on the precedents we are trying to show, whether it will be manageable in the long run. That is the only solution, but I do support it. Thank you.
Okay, let him then.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. It's indeed very unfortunate, the demise of our staff. But through you, Right Honorable Speaker, I would propose that we do not, I would propose, Right Honorable Speaker, that we don't go into the specific amounts. we generate a consensus that we should contribute to the family. The list passes, depending on the generosity of people. Some people are never give condolences, and it is in their culture and belief. Others want to give 1 million, right, Honorable? Then, but we generate a consensus and mobilize as many members in the spirit of comradeship that we support the family. And we take it upon ourselves to mobilize as many.
Honorable members, let's have, we have somebody who has been collecting money. He has been collecting money. And as the honorable said, somebody will want to give more. And just like you also said, that what about other staff who do? JB was an exceptional staff. JB. Actually, I wouldn't contribute 200 because of how JB used to be. A person like Katundu would even because he was a clerk to Honorable Katundu. He's my own clerk as we speak. He's a clerk to the deputy speaker. So even as we speak now, we've had to assign ourselves. Deputy speaker has gone to the family and see how to handle these things. But let's generously contribute for our member, our clerk. If you have a heart, please contribute. Next item.
Item 3.
There's a procedure matter here by the law.
I'm holding the fort. I'm holding the fort for my superior, who will be in any time from now. Madam Speaker, the procedure matter that I'm raising pertains to the recent pre-inspection report of our stadium, the National Stadium Mandela. Madam Speaker, up to now, the works are still ongoing in the exterior and the interior. I would love to have the attention of
the government chief whip.
Yes, because this is a very, very important issue. The inspection report has found the stadium works not compliant with the requirements. And so to speak, it has not been approved for the FIFA World Cup United 2026.
Qualifiers?
Qualifiers, that is African qualifiers, match the 3 and 4, as you are aware. Madam Speaker, this goes to the minister who had made an undertaking to ensure that by the time of inspection, the works would be ready. He has let us down, and I would love to have the minister report to us what has gone amiss. Moreover, these works, we have an opportunity. If they could be expedited, there is a second chance, because we do not have another venue to host this FIFA World Cup United 2026. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, government. Okay, on the same.
Madam Speaker, I think it's proper that when the minister is speaking, they give us a proper statement about the gaps. Is it the money which was the problem? What was the issue? So that we get to know all enough. Otherwise, for us to miss this, actually the minister or the person responsible will have to vacate their position. Yes, because this time we cannot, as Uganda, lose that what? Opportunity. Hey, you assured us, you told us things are going to be okay. We are now here and we are in charge. We are asking, what is wrong? What is wrong?
Okay. Another one.
Madam Speaker, the issue of the state of the sports facilities, and I pick on Nambole. The minister responsible promised us, you remember last year, when the Uganda Cranes could not host their home qualifying games here, And there are advantages with a home team playing at home. First of all, the confidence that the players would draw from the support that they have in the stadium motivates them to win. Most of the teams get their qualification points from their home games. Secondly, there are also other benefits that can be associated with. But thirdly, and most importantly, we then waste a lot of money to go to another country to have an agreement for that country to allow us host our home games. We have been doing that in Morocco. Even for the fans that want to travel to Morocco, you are now putting an extra cost for them to go and support their team in a foreign land. The minister promised, I think so far there are 5 deadlines that the minister had been saying by November 2023, it would be ready. It was extended, I think, to January. And we were promised that by March 26th, I think, the stadium would be ready. This lack of seriousness on the side of government and taking the house for granted and Ugandan, I think is what the Honorable Minister has to address today. That when you come here and make promises and reassure the country, and the country is on standby and excited to use their only national stadium, then we are. And I want also, Madam Speaker, to be on record, that Mandela Stadium is a pre-condition for hosting the CHAN, not even AFCON. You first host the championship, African Nations Championship, and if you satisfy, they now confirm for you to host the AFCON. And by December next year, we should have that stadium ready. Would the minister address us also in light of the bid that we have put to host both the CHAN and AFCON? Because Nambole is the only stadium that was earmarked to host the CHAN. Thank you.
The disqualification is for the current one, which is supposed to happen, not so.
Yes, the disqualification is that we have 2 games coming up, and we were supposed to host them to qualify for African Cup of Nations, but the stadium is not ready. But that also informs other international engagements that should come and be hosted.
Meaning that Uganda will have to go and play in another country.
Yes, basically we'll lose the bid to host, and then Uganda will be disqualified completely. And the minister here knows that just last week he made other promises here regarding Kibwa Stadium, regarding Buhinga Stadium, and all these form part of that. Would he address us comprehensively?
Minister, that's a very serious issue. All Ugandans have been excited for AFCON, but at the same time that there is no way we can really go and play in another country. Remember, we are supposed to play within Algeria. But then Morocco has offered us to go and play in Morocco for free. But Algeria has said, we are not going to Morocco because of their issues. So what is the way forward?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I would have loved this question to be answered by the minister in charge of sports. But I also want to inform Parliament that as we sit, there is an ongoing meeting that had been scheduled before we scheduled Parliament to sit this morning. And the meeting is being chaired by the Honorable Minister of State for Sports, Honorable Peter Ogwang. And in attendance, we have Honorable Oboth, who is representing the UPDF, who are currently the contractor on the ground, the UPDF Engineering Brigade. That is why the 2 are not here. That said, as Government Chief Whip, I am privy to information within ministries, departments, and agencies of government. And I know that Mandela National Stadium was inspected recently by a team of inspectors from the Confederation of African Football. All in all, of the major areas that had earlier on been highlighted when this stadium was not approved about 2-3 years ago, we as a country have made substantive progress. And I wish honorable colleagues to invite you at your free time, maybe in consultation with the Minister of State for Sports, to pay a visit to Nambole and see the progress so far made. The areas where the inspectors highly recommended some changes to be made.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was in Nambole when the Honorable Boa was commissioning that renovation, then as Minister of State for Sports. He invited me and he came dressed in military uniform. The clarification I am seeking from the Honorable Boa is whether now that the inspectors have said we are not ready, you are now replacing them with MPs because you are issuing an invitation to a matter that is specific that the inspector said we are not ready. You are saying, no, you MPs, you come and visit. So the clarification I am seeking from you is whether if the MPs by their own eyes, naked eyes, say the stadium is okay, we can do away with the inspectors. That's the clarification I am seeking.
Honorable Boa.
My invitation to honorable colleagues is not to turn them into inspectors, but at least to see. Honorable colleagues, Mandela National Stadium is a 1970 model stadium, which was handed over to us when it was even incomplete. When you now enter Mandela National Stadium, for instance, we did not have seats. They have been installed. When you look at the pitch, if you have been there, you have seen what is there. So, Right Honorable Speaker, what I can undertake is to...
Order. Kumbe, you're all whips.
Madam Speaker, I'm really baffled by the misleading information that the good friend of mine, the government chief whip, is furnishing this house with. When the truth of the matter is that I'm in receipt of a copy, which I would seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker, to lay to him to interact closely with what they have written. This is a pre-inspection report of Mandela National Stadium. It has done, and maybe let me take you through it verbatim, Madam Speaker, because it reads, we acknowledge receipt of the FUFA communication with the pre-inspection report of Mandela National Stadium, Kampala, conducted by FUFA for the FIFA World Cup United 2026 African qualifiers, match day 3 and 4. Most importantly is this paragraph. As you are aware, CAF, which is Confederation of Africa, conducted an independent inspection visit to the Mandela National Stadium. Based on the pre-inspection report, it is noted that the works in several areas in the exterior and the interior zones of the stadium are still in progress, not yet complete. Accordingly to the CAF Stadium and according to the CAF Stadium approval procedures, an approval is only given when the stadium is compliant with the requirements at the time of the inspection, which is not the case for the Mandela National Stadium. CAF is not therefore in a position to grant additional period for the completion of the works and subsequently conduct an inspection visit at all the match venues must be confirmed to FIFA today. Madam Speaker, the rest is equally relevant, but I wouldn't want to waste the time of this house. This is important. And I request that I lay this copy for the benefit. The
Hey.
source is authentic. You will see it from here. The
Honorable,
signatory is head of professional football, Mohammed Ev Sadat, and they are signed.
Honorable
I
Minister,
beg to lay.
can we ask the Minister of Sports to come and give us a statement tomorrow at 10?
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. We undertake to give that statement. But that said, we should also appreciate the progress we have made on site. Thank you.
Let him give us a statement, a status of Nambole, and then also give us accountability of the 97 billion that was released for that work. Because if they are saying they want more money, first tell us what the other man has done. Next item.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to remind the chair about the undertaking you made to this house while we were to close off for Easter holiday. You had undertook that we shall have opportunity to debate on the issue of the parliamentary exhibitions, wherein members read about the profligacy of the commission of this house, whereupon the allegations about the handshake to the commissioners was debated, whereabout the backbench commissioners were given money ranging from 400 million to 500. And you undertook, Right Honorable Speaker, that an opportunity would be availed to us to have this matter thoroughly debated, concluded, and put to rest. Right Honorable Speaker.
There is an order from
Right Honorable Speaker, the honorable colleague is well aware that right now Parliament is too busy with the budgets. Yes. And we need not to divert because the time that we have on the ground is so thin. Is it in order for the member not to trust the chair? We already gave you assurance that we are ready as a Parliament to proceed well. To disturb the House when we are proceeding with the budgets in a tight condition. Is it in order?
additional.
Thank you very much. I'm supplementing on your order. Yes. So that the speaker rules on the matter at once. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, even when before I joined Parliament,
Honorable Sechikubo.
It is unheard of, it's alien.
Honorable Sechikubo.
even before I joined Parliament, has it been a culture that Parliament will discuss everything that comes in papers? Now, if that is the trend, Honorable Sechikubo is my neighbor. His constituency immediately borders mine. On a daily or weekly, I have had news on our local radios talking about Honorable Sechikubo to be a land grabber, be facilitating land grabbing. I have never taken it as an issue, and yet his involvement at whatever level affects the reputation of this parliament, being that he's a member of parliament. I have never thought that what you pick on the media becomes an issue for debate and discussion. Is it therefore in order for Honorable Sech Kubo, who knows that he has been repeatedly accused for grabbing land, evicting people? There are cases of murder reported at police involving his name. Parliament has never discussed that. Is in order to think that he should keep under the carpet and then other issues should be thrown out of air? Is in order?
Honorable members, by the time I leave my house very early in the morning, I have come for serious business. Next item.
Right, Honourable
Item
Speaker.
3.
Right, Honourable Speaker. Right, Honourable Speaker.
Let's first dispose of some MPSs. Next item.
Item 3.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
I have said next item.
Speaker.
Motion for adoption of reports of the following sectoral committees on the ministerial policy statement and budget estimates for the financial year 2024-25. Item 3.1, the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
Honorable members, this morning the House proceeded with the consideration of the sectoral committees, reports on the ministerial statements, pursuant to Rule 149 of the Rules of Procedure. As I guided in my communication, I expect the presenters, I expect Honorable Sech Kubo.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Sech Kubo. Honorable Aliek. Aliek.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you have already made us to proceed with the next item. And in your wisdom, Right Honorable Speaker, you have already seen that what has been brought in front of you by Honorable Seki Kubo cannot be discussed now in this parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, you have already ruled it and you are already making us proceed with the next item. So is Honorable Seki Kubo in order to take us back when we are really discussing very, very important issues on the floor of Parliament? Right Honorable Speaker. And he's ordering you, Right Honorable Speaker, and when you are speaking, he's also speaking, and he has got stuck on the microphone, Right Honorable Speaker. Is he in order? He does not respect you.
Love. Honorable members, I am the one who said I will give time for that discussion. And I have said I will give time. I have very important issues that are statutory in nature to be handled. So if you don't respect the chair, Honorable Sech Kubo. Honorable Sech Kubo. Unless if we have more than one speaker in this house. Much as I try to be patient, don't touch the wrong side. I have actually said, I have not even allowed the issue of accommodated the issue of theft of land because it is a hearsay. Honorable Bua, your members. You first say. You first sit, first sit. No, first sit. Honorable member, I want to refer you to Rule 2024 on contempt of Parliament. Chairperson, Foreign Affairs.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Can I hear from the lob? Can I hear from the lob?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm raising a point of procedure, which I think will help to guide. I did raise this issue here on the floor regarding the public outcry on the expenditures by Parliament and the Commission. And one of the prayers I was making at the time that I did make was that Parliament comes out to explain properly and formally, because it's important that we be accountable to the people. We are a people-centered Parliament. And that's one of the asks that I did make. And I think it's following up to say, can that get to happen? And maybe you can guide, Right Honorable Speaker, when that guidance can get to happen, when the public can be explained to by the people-centered Parliament, so that it doesn't get to appear as if we don't want to be accountable or want to push things under the carpet. An explanation to the public for which we speak here in Parliament about those expenditures. So I procedurally ask that you guide when that can happen, because it will settle many things. Also get to explain to the people out there that this is what happened and this is our formal explanation, so that it is also not rumors, because what's been happening is some people come out to speak on behalf of Parliament, maybe with inadequate information, and so it throws a lot more confusion out there. So would it not be procedurally right that Parliament formally comes out to explain all these issues so that the public is settled and they get to know, okay, so this is what happened. Maybe if there's a supplementary question from the public, they get explained too. Thank you.
Joel, I told you, I wrote you that we'll have a meeting end of June, and we'll do that. And on the issue of land grabbing or whichever, you'll come with a personal statement that should be given out. You speak whatever nonsense you want to speak.
Yeah, I have sense, I can assure you.
You speak.
No, I have sense. There's no doubt about that. Chair, when
and where is the person you're speaking to?
When a member rises to tarnish the only asset I have in life, my reputation on the floor of this house, and you are presiding over, and you don't call a member to substantiate.
You first
we're aware that
Honorable Sechku, first wait. The person who raised the issue, where is the person? Because I want him to be here when you're responding. Where is Honorable Kimotion?
Because
Honorable Sechkubo, you're better off responding to that when Honorable who? Kimosho is inside.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the matter is unanswered, and it was meant to stifle my contribution about a very serious matter of the commission and the handshake. And you allowed the member to blatantly come and destroy the only asset I have in life, my reputation. If he so wishes that he was on the right, is this Parliament and kill people's reputation. And they run away. They claim they are not in the house. Right, Honorable Speaker? On top of expunging it from the Hansard, it is the right and proper case to be referred to the disciplinary committee so that he can go there. I don't want to gag him if he has this very important information. Let him go to the disciplinary committee and appear, because he has used the platform of this very house to slur and try to kill the image of a member of parliament. But number two, it was meant to scuttle me from continuing with demanding for accountability. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will not rest until accountability is given to this house. I needed the commissioners, they are here seated. Tell us where they got the money, the 400 million. It is a ploy by the likes of the MP Kazo. Kazo had produced very brilliant MPs. I've never seen someone being used as a hatchet man. But now we have the commissioners here with us. I don't want to be diverted from my initial point. Can Right Honorable Speaker give us the time and date here and now for the commissioners to explain this house where they got the 400 million, where they put it, who voted it? We are on the question of accountability, and they want to scatter the debate over that. Yes, there are important issues we have to deal with, but the moment we don't plug the loopholes, the moment we allow the public funds to be wasted and shared in broad daylight and blatantly, Right Honorable Speaker, there is a big problem. I'll take the information.
There's a procedural matter from.
No, I have given the information.
I mean, whip. Procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament is a house of record, and Parliament is guided by its own rules of procedure. Is it procedurally correct for this house to be turned into a house of debating news in the social media? Is it procedurally correct under our rules of procedure? That I accuse Odur, Honorable Odur, he counter-accuses me, and the house is turned into discussing our accusations from Lango sub-region as my neighbor, because he's my neighbor also in the constituency. Are we proceeding right?
Jonah. Honorable members, I made a ruling last time that we will not entertain matters on social media, on rumors. And if we are going to continue doing that, then you'll be debating everything. You'll be debating everything in this house. Yes. Honorable members, John, are you first? I want to beg your indulgence. I have already explained myself of what we have ahead of us. We have a statutory deadline. The deadline of all this is tomorrow. We have over 18 MPSs before us here. We have to live here and go and handle this. Jonah, please allow me to have only one, then you come. One report. Foreign affairs. Jonah, me and Jonah, we always agree. Jonah, you said. No, you leave Jonah. I know how we agree with Jonah.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
But what is wrong? Honorable, we have agreed the member should be here. He is calling. Who is going to expunge it? Okay. No. Let the member himself expunge, not you. No. Ijana. Jonah. Honorable members, you know what amuses me? When they talk about other people on social media, it is not painful. Now, when they talk about others, yes, Jonah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Of course, the allegations that were made by our colleague from Kazo require to be substantiated. Some of them are so serious because he mentioned that murders have taken place. And you know, there are many Ugandans who have been killed and the suspects have not yet been apprehended. There are also others who have simply gone missing, and all that has been mentioned about our colleague. In the absence of a substantiation from the honorable member who made the allegation, and by precedent that has been set in this house, that such statements cannot be allowed to hang without being explained. Madam Speaker, the only way forward would have is either one, you give the member who made the allegation to come and substantiate with evidence, or in the alternative, under Rule 229, I believe, that entire record is expunged. Yeah. Second,
honorable members, we will have to expunge, including what Honorable Sechikuba said, or we will have Honorable of Kazo come and what? So we will tell the Honorable Kazo. Honorable, switch on.
I wanted to add as well that the Honorable Sechikubo equally makes allegations, and before that can be expunged, he can also be provided with opportunity to explain. However, on my side, Madam Speaker, on my side, I earlier on initiated and indicated that I have issues that I want to raise. I want to be on the record. The issues that I wanted to raise, I have not picked them from social media. And I've not yet even communicated them out.
And I've told you, I advise you to write.
But I'm waiting for opportunity to come and put that on record, because it also touches, for example, the issue of human resources in this house. I want to know how staff are recruited. I want to know how they are promoted. I also want to know how they are in, so that the public can be assured, because Parliament is not an exception to the rules.
Honorable members, we will wait for Honorable Kimosho to come and substantiate on what is said, on the allegation that he put forth, and then we'll take an action. We'll take an action on what he has said. If it is wrong, we'll take an action on that. You're still on the floor.
Yes, I was, and the rules of debate requires that when a member mentions order, I sit down. Me, I'm civil. And Honorable Ekanya is the one who had raised the point of order, so I yielded the floor for
I
him
didn't
to,
hear an order
for
from
him to raise
Honorable
the point
Kanya.
of order.
I didn't hear. I didn't. Chair, Foreign Affairs. Each committee has 15 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to present a report on the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the policy statements for vote 006, which is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs headquarters, and votes 501 to 538, representing the 38 missions of Uganda abroad for financial year 2024-2025.
Can I have some silence?
Right Honorable Speaker, before I delve into the detail, may I lay on table the
Honorable
report.
members, can I have some silence? I don't like people who come here as hired guns.
I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Secondly, I lay on table the associated minutes. I beg to lay.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I have a procedural issue regarding the presentation of policy statements. Madam Speaker, the public finance.
My whip, you protect me from Odur.
Madam Speaker, the Public Finance Management Act requires the minister responsible for finance, when laying the budget, to fulfill a number of conditions. The Minister for Finance brought here draft estimates that gives the total budget as 60.
Yes.
The draft estimates the minister presented here give the total budget as 60.4 trillion. The same minister, the Honorable Musasizi, while appearing before the budget committee, in his written statement, he said the budget is 58 trillion. The policy statement, which is the procedural issue I am raising, that are about to be presented, when you add them, they present a different total of the budget. The public finance and section 13 Section 13C in particular says a statement of budget signed by the minister and the secretary must be also presented. This is what this statement must read like. It must be attesting to the reliability and the completeness of the information provided under this section and the conformity of the information to the Charter for Fiscal Responsibility. The law here says a statement must be brought here by the minister, signed by him and the secretary to the Treasury, attesting to the reliability and completeness of the information that the minister is giving together with the budget. So the procedural issue I am raising, Madam Speaker, the policy statements, when you add the figures there, they give you a different budget. The draft estimate by the same minister give a different budget. His statement to the budget committee gives a different budget. Before we begin processing policy statements, Madam Speaker, I invite you to guide Parliament in respect of this section, whether we will be proceeding right to begin dealing with information that violates section 13C of the Public Finance Management Act.
Thank you. Honorable Alhaji, all the attendant documents that you're talking about that accompany the budget were laid on 27th March when you were in Mecca. And I want to welcome you back from Mecca. Two, on the issues of the figures of the policy, ministerial policy statements, the draft budget, these policy statements are going to be referred to the budget committee. And in the budget committee is supposed to do reconciliation, the harmonization, and then the consolidation of these figures. That's why we are looking at statement by statement, and we refer for harmonization. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wanted to augment partly the challenge the Honorable and Shadow Minister of Finance is finding, because he has a problem with the three documents received. One, the MPS, which has 60 trillion, 60 point something. Then the budget estimates with 58. And of course, the appropriation bill, which is the third document. But a few days ago, the Minister of Finance outed a corrigenda, which is cutting votes to vote 130, debt servicing. And that is disfiguring the entirety of the MPSs. And I think that's the basis for the Honorable Assembly asking that question. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, and related, is the fact that the Committee of Finance, which is handling very key issues relating to the revenue side of the budget. And I think this has always been the bit of a challenge that the Committee on Finance reports on the votes themselves and then the revenue. The revenue side of the revenue reporting side is not been as intense. And that, I think, disfigures the way members of parliament view the entire budget. I don't know how and how much time this Committee of Finance is going to have to report on the revenue side of the budget, because we seem to be concentrating on expenditure and then forget the revenue side. The Honorable Sambiju has a point when he finds the problem in reconciling. I agree that the budget committee will try to harmonize, but then these committees are left hanging as whether they did a good job or actually their job was partly done. Time the budget committee will have to make all the entire reconciliation of this voice, Right Honorable Speaker. I thought I should augment his challenge because I also found a bit of that challenge. When I have the three documents, the MPS, the budget estimates, the bill itself, and then eventually the corrigenda, Right Honorable Speaker.
And Madam Speaker, if you can allow me, if you look at the appropriation bill that has all the votes, vote 130, 131 is missing. Yet the law on public finance speaks about completeness of information, completeness, and says shall completeness. The minister actually is supposed to bring here a statement to attest to the completeness of the information he's giving Parliament. So he can't keep walking here like he's walking to milk cows. He brings one document, he throws it there. Then he goes back, he brings another, he throws it there. Then he walks back. The law requires him to bring a state on completeness of information you are having Parliament before we undertake this process of policy statement.
Finance. Let finance first answer that. You will even forget what they have said.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do appreciate the concerns Honorable Semuj is having and all other colleagues in this House who are involved with us in the budget process. However, Madam Speaker, I wish to allay the fears some of our colleagues have. The only problem is that we want to conclude from the beginning. We should work through the process, and then at the end of the day, we shall harmonize, as the speaker has said, and come up with the exact resource envelope, which will agree with the expenditure. Madam Speaker, it is true in the estimates, we presented a resource envelope of 60.4, and it is also true that what Cabinet approved was 58.3 trillion as resource envelope. And it is also true that we have corrected the errors or revised some of these figures using the Coligenda. Madam Speaker, I was talking to the Shadow Minister this morning that all this will eventually get to the Budget Committee. We shall do the harmonization, we shall do the reconciliations, and come back to supply when all the figures are all right. So I want to really ask colleagues
Madam Speaker, we sit this morning, process budget policy statements that also contain figures. This Parliament will be making decisions today. They present Foreign Affairs, we make a decision. Yet, in the three documents that you have presented, the figures are completely different. So you mean this morning we should be wasting time approving figures that are not there?
Madam Speaker and colleagues, what we are doing today,
Honorable
we are going to debate the policy statements and make recommendations, which will go to the Budget Committee. The final decision on the budget will be taken by this House at supply and appropriation. So whatever we are doing now is facilitating the process.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the explanation of the Honorable Minister. And I know the challenge the Honorable Minister might be facing. But Honorable Minister, through Madam Speaker, this Parliament wants to help you. Because when we created the National Planning Authority, we created it to support the entire process so that the planning cycle is complete. Government departments, they come up with ministerial policy statement. It contains expenditure plan. It has procurement plan and timeline. They have activity plan. And this is digested by the various committees of Parliament. If Cabinet approves a budget of 58, policy statement combines has a budget of 62, we are going to pass the finance bill, and some of this expenditure are multi-year expenditure. You are indirectly, through Madam Speaker, the minister is directly disempowering Parliament by not bringing all the documents at the same time. And this creates laziness, Madam Speaker, among the technical people. And really, yes, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I want to suggest, let's get the APSs. We make our input. You go and harmonize. Since all of you, the chairpersons of different committees, are members of the budget committee, you go and harmonize, reconcile, and then consider and come up with a figure. We will not pass a figure that has not come from you people. So for now, let's first receive the MPSs, give our comments, and see how we improve it better. And as I said, 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll go straight to the report on the Committee of Foreign Affairs on the policy statements for vote 006, which is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs headquarters, and votes 501 to 538. And that is a representation of the 38 missions abroad. Whilst considering this report, we did hold physical meetings with the Minister of State for Regional Cooperation, also held physical meetings with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, heads of department. We held Zoom meetings with the heads of missions and foreign service staff, as well as holding physical meetings with some of the head of missions, majorly from those missions within the regions. We scrutinized the alternative policy statement on foreign affairs sector from the office of the leader of opposition in parliament, as well as scrutinized the draft appropriation bill for financial year 2024-2025 for foreign affairs sector. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll move on to the half-year performance and key achievements of the ministry during the financial year 2023-2024. The committee observed that over the years, MOFA has been in the helm in promoting and protecting Uganda's image at the highest level international events, and in so doing has registered the following achievements that demonstrate it is a productive and not a consumptive government institution. Do please refer to Annex A for the detailed achievements of the foreign affairs sector.
Honorable Sechi, can you come?
The table 1 below indicates the half-year performance of the Minister of Foreign Affairs in financial year 2023-2024. Observations, release performance. By the end of Q2, financial year 23-24, 50% of the approved budget had been released to MOFA for expenditure. Absorption. The ministry absorbed 33.3% of the released funds during financial year 23-24. Under the absorption, this is attributed to the following reasons. Funds amounting to UGX 2,797,000 meant for subscription to international organizations were not spent due to pending submissions of assessed contributions by the respective international organizations. However, the funds will be paid in the subsequent quarters. Secondly, funds amounting to 0.328 billion unspent under the gratuity act, where as a result of having fewer officers whose gratuity payments were due to was due during the Q3. Funds meant for procurement of office supply services works had already been committed on electronic government procurement system. Do please note that the achievements are registered by vote 006 attached in Annex A. Equally, the challenges faced by the ministry during the budget execution are attached in Annex B. Compliance with the Public Finance Management Act. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs complied with sections 13, subsection 15 of the PFMA 2015. Number 4, our budget projection of the financial year 2024-2025 and medium term is reflected in table 2 below. Observations on table 2 above
A. For the forthcoming financial year 2024-25, the ministry's budget is projected to increase from 29.959 billion to 30.204 billion, which is an increase of 1%. Under the wage category, the ministry was allocated 5.996 billion, reducing the entire wage budget by 0.355 billion, equivalent to 17%. Under the non-wage category, the ministry received additional 0.6 billion. The ministry has also maintained the same budget allocation of 0.12 billion under the development budget. A payment of areas to the international organizations. It should be recalled, right, Honorable Speaker, that during the consideration of the budget framework paper, this Parliament agreed that funds to the tune of 41,867 billion for clearing areas, for clearing areas to the international organizations should be transferred from the budget of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the budget of Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The committee observed that in the MPS for financial year 2024-25, the minister indicated that indeed 41.867 billion was not provided for. The committee further noted with concern solution is being sought to clear the outstanding areas. And in the current financial year 24-25, 25.54 billion is required to subscribe to international organizations, but only 6.139 billion has been provided for, leaving a shortfall of 19.401 billion. This shortfall, Madam Speaker, begins a new cycle of areas of subscription remittance to international organizations. On travel abroad, the ministry requires a total of 4.55 billion, but only 1 billion was provided for. The post-summit activities of NAM and G77 plus China have no allocations at all. However, in the medium term, the ministry's total budget is projected to increase. 5, comparison of ministerial policy statement figures with the draft estimates for financial year 2024-25. On 15th March 2024, Parliament received MPS for financial year 24-25. On 28th March 2024, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development presented to this Parliament draft estimates of revenue and expenditure, and that is recurrent and development for financial year 2024-2025, which is indeed summarized in table 3 below. Observations to that table. The ministry's wage development budgets for both the MPS and draft estimates allocations for financial year 24-25 are consistent. The committee observed that the ministry's non-wage budget presented in MPS has reduced from 24.087 billion in the MPS to 22.473 billion in the draft estimates, which is a reduction by 7%. The reduction is therefore likely to affect the implementation of planned activities. Therefore, the committee recommends that Parliament maintains the figures presented in the MPS for financial year 24-25. 6, critical unfunded plan outputs. Financial year 5. The table 4 below highlights the critical unfunded and underfunded and unfunded priorities for vote 006. That is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs headquarters for financial year 24-25. Because of time, I'll just go to the total of vote 006, which is the funding gap required of 25.951 billion. General observations. Our foreign policy. A foreign policy is a means through which a country relates with another country or with other countries and international organizations. It is through a foreign policy that national governments are guided in their diplomatic interactions and relationships with other countries. A country's foreign policy reflects its values, goals, and helps to drive its political and economic aims in the global arena. In addition, our foreign policies help countries to use diplomacy and make appropriate agreements, as well as to solve international problems by keeping the problems from developing into conflict. Observation. Uganda has continued to operate a specific laid down foreign policy. Its foreign operations are only guided by objectives of the Constitution of Uganda, which provides that the foreign policy of Uganda shall be based on the principle of promotion of national interests of Uganda, respect of international law and treaty obligations, peaceful coexist, and an alignment or settlement of international disputes by peaceful means, and opposition to all forms of domination, racism, and other forms of oppression and exploitation. Observe that Uganda's aspirations beyond its borders have not optimally been fulfilled and realized because of a lack of a documented and consistent foreign policy.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
But Honorable Member, before you come with a procedure matter, I guided you very well. That bring what are the figures that you budgeted for 2024, 2025? What is the shortfall? And what are your observations and recommendations? It's as brief as that, but there is a procedure matter.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm rising up under Rule 82, sub-rule F of our Rules of Procedure, which is very clear, Right Honorable Speaker, that a member shall not, without the consent of the Speaker, bring into the House anything other than papers, books, or other documents which are directly connected with the business of the House. Right Honorable Speaker, I've just seen Mama Mavira coming in with something which looks like a cup with something drinkable. So I don't know, Right Honorable Speaker, if we are proceeding well on the basis of this rule. I don't know that is alcohol. Right Honorable Speaker, can we be guided if we are proceeding well? When we have Mama Mavira here, busy drinking.
Thank you. Honorable Member, first of all, we don't have a member of parliament called Mama Mavira. So your order is misguided because we don't have Mama Mavira in this house. Next, continue.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'll make sure I'll expedite. Areas of subscription to international organizations.
Did you get what I was saying?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Let me get straight to it. Right, Honorable Speaker, do allow me to go straight to the general recommendations of the first part, as well as present the appropriation bill very briefly. General recommendations. Foreign policy. The Minister of Foreign Affairs should present to Parliament a foreign policy within 6 months after adoption of this report. This will enable Uganda to streamline and shape Uganda's foreign relations and coordinate its interests and goals on the international scenes. Areas of subscription to international organizations, as indicated in the observations above. The committee will still recommend that areas amounting to 41,867 should be transferred from the budget of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Annual subscriptions to international organizations, a shortfall of 19,401 should be provided to the Ministry of Foreign to enable it pay the annual subscription fees to international organizations. Travel abroad, a shortfall of 3.55 billion on travel abroad should be provided. 5, non-aligned movement and G7 China. In order to avoid supplementary budgets, 1 billion should be provided to the Ministry for post-NAM activities and 2 billion for post-G77 plus China summit. Therefore, Madam Speaker and colleagues, the appropriation bill for 2024-25 for 2024 for vote 006, Ministry of Foreign Affairs headquarters, is recurrent budget estimate stands at 18,330,745,000. Equally, the development budget estimate stands at 51,816. Madam Speaker, I'll go to the second part of my presentation, which is recommendations of cross-cutting issues across the 38 missions. And that is votes 501 to 538. Missions abroad half-year budget performance of financial year 2023-2024. The half-year budget as indicated in table 5 below, observations, release performance. At the end of the quarter 2, total releases to missions abroad amounted to 196.329 billion, reflecting a performance of 72.12% of the revised approved budget. Absorption. At the end of quarter 2, total expenditure amounting to 117.733 billion, reflecting a performance of 79.97% was absorbed. However, most of the missions informed the committee that the unspent funds will be absorbed in the subsequent quarter. The achievements registered by votes 501 to 538 are attached in Annex A. Equally, the challenges are attached in Annex B. Importantly, the compliance with Section 13 of the PFMA 2015. That is already stated in that paragraph. Because of time, I will go to the missions abroad projection for financial year 24-25 and medium term, which is outlined in table 6 below. Observation on table 6. In the proposed budget for financial year 24-25, the total budget for missions abroad projected to increase from 249.128 billion to 266.468 billion, which reflects an increase of 7%. Under the wage and non-wage categories, missions received an additional 6.04 billion and 12.3 billion respectively. Missions abroad development budget has been maintained at 58.388 billion. A comparison of policy statement figures with draft estimates for financial year 24-25 for missions abroad. The table 7 below illustrates the comparison between the budget framework paper and the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial year 24-25 for missions abroad. Observations on that table 7, the missions abroad wage and development budgets for both the MPS and draft estimates allocations for financial year 24-25 are consistent. the mission's non-wage budget has increased from 169.463 billion to 169.563 billion, which indicates an increase by 0.0%. Critical unfunded plan outputs for financial year 2024-25. The table 8 highlights the critical underfunded and unfunded priorities for the missions abroad 2024-25. The matrix shows the details of the mission, which comes to the total of unfunded priorities, or to the tune of 21,091,000 observations of missions abroad. Colleagues, that is observed from 7.1 Roman 1 to 5. 7.2. 7.2 outlines the significance and milestones missions abroad have achieved in economic and commercial diplomacy. Again, colleagues, that is reflected as outlined in the document. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, just to cite one example of probably the key achievements, that is the NAM and G77 plus China summits that our missions were able to attract to our good country. Challenges faced while promoting economic and commercial diplomacy is as listed from Roman 1 to 9 of the document. And I'll go straight, Madam Speaker, to highlight the budgets for travel abroad.
Switch on.
A status of Uganda's properties abroad. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a serious matter. Could you just allow me to expound on this bit? Thank you. Ownership of properties abroad. The committee observed that several missions are seated on Uganda's land abroad, aware that the Uganda Land Commission is mandated to, where applicable, hold and manage any land acquired by government abroad, except that the commission may delegate the management of such land to Uganda missions abroad and to produce certificate of title for any land vested or acquired by the government. The committee decided to interact with Uganda Land Commission to establish the status of Uganda missions land abroad. The interaction proved beyond reasonable doubt that some of Uganda's certificates of title could not be traced with the custodian of Uganda's properties. A case in point is a certificate of title for Uganda in Pretoria. The committee therefore finds it prudent to request the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Lands and Urban Development to present to this House an updated status and proof of Uganda's properties abroad within 6 months of the date of the adoption of these reports. Physical state of properties abroad. Out of the 38 missions which Uganda has abroad, 16 missions do not have any properties. These are as listed below. Other missions either have a chancery or official residence or a commercial building generated non-tax revenue for Uganda. A list is attached in Appendix 3. Again, Right Honorable Speaker, the properties in deplorable state that is listed as highlighted in the report. Equally, the vacant, empty land abroad. classification of missions abroad. The committee learned that, and Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this is extremely important, that the last classification missions was done in 2011. There is therefore a need to reclassify missions to place them appropriately, bearing in mind the circumstances that have evolved over time. And what that does, it actually affects the wage allocation on these different missions, the foreign service allowances, as well as the education allowances of our staff in these missions. Funding gaps and unfunded priorities, wages. Locally employed staff of diplomatic missions or consulates are usually citizens or permanent residents of the host countries. It is international policy that staff agreements are entered into by local staff and missions are governed by applicable host country laws and standards. Some host countries' labor laws to increase salaries to local staff annually in accordance with the cost of living index. Many of Uganda's missions abroad have fallen short and or not implemented the same, making Uganda a candidate for litigation. To abate the above anomaly, the committee recommends that additional funding should be provided to cater for prospective salary increment. Rental and tax areas. Uganda has several commercial buildings in missions host countries. The committee, however, learned that the missions do not have a budget line for rental and property taxes. And now that is the irony. Whereas the mission brings in the money to the consolidated fund, we cannot actually avail money for a tax area. Accumulated tax areas indicated in just a few of these examples. For instance, Kinshasa, the property generates annual non-tax revenue of USD 165,000, which is collected and remitted to the consolidated fund, as I've already mentioned. The mission, however, does not have a budget to pay rental and property taxes. The total tax areas from 2019 in Kinshasa, including tax assessment of 2024, have accumulated to USD 443,582. Letters on the subject matter have been written and rewritten to the relevant stakeholders in Uganda, but there is no response yet. Uganda stands to lose this property if payment is not made on time. Ottawa. The mission in Ottawa has areas of property tax amounting to 231,424,984 on the official residence and 525,522,060 on the Chancery building. Poor infrastructure of the rental properties. That is as indicated in the report. And so is the transfer and settling of foreign service officers in missions, official representational vehicles, of which I should also highlight that this is in a very embarrassing state because some heads of mission use public means, taxis and Ubers to perform mission duties. For instance, the ambassador in Algeria has often used taxis for 8 years of his deployment in that mission. Many other missions which still have a semblance of official representational and utility vehicles have vehicles that are outdated, completely worn out, and beyond the standard emission levels as required by the host countries. In some countries like India, for example, the Ministry of External Affairs of India has occasionally cautioned the Uganda mission to dispose of the vehicles as soon as possible in compliance with the set emission regulations. This calls for urgent provision of the required funds as indicated herein. The first is the Uganda Embassy in Algeria that requires 700 million. Our mission in New Delhi 800 million. Uganda High Commission Nairobi, 180 million. Uganda Embassy Tehran, 465 million to purchase a new representational car. Revenue from missions abroad, detailed in the report. Lack of a budget for missions abroad, analyzation of labor. Again, it is an area that needs critical attention. Need for Ugandans to look for greener pastures, as well as the problem of lack of enough employment in our good country. This has therefore forced many Ugandans to seek for employment abroad. As a result, Ugandans are often forced to take unimaginable risks, accepting precarious job offers and making hazardous migration decisions. Colleagues, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Uganda's missions in destination countries are responsible for vetting, accrediting, and licensing recruitment agencies in those countries, in respective countries. The mission in Riyadh, for instance, was reported to have accredited 771 recruitment companies out of 1,900 companies in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The missions are also responsible for clearing and attesting job orders from destination countries. Uganda's embassy in Riyadh was reported to have cleared and attested to 1,109 job orders out of 2,950 applications in 2022. It is therefore important to note that it is a process to vet, accredit, and license recruiting agencies. But Uganda missions are performing these activities in destination countries without leaving a processing fee. In this regard, the Ministry of Gender of Uganda should put in place a policy which will enable the missions to levy a processing fee. Challenges arising from externalization of labor are already listed. That's the increasing number of detainees, the lack of medical care, and execution time for our citizens who are abroad, who are charged in courts of law. There are also the lack of adequate facilities, such as a simple call center that these workers can access help very fast. Capacity of foreign service officers is already mentioned there. Finally, general recommendations. One, compliance with Section 13, subsection 15 of the PFMA 2015. Upgrade the program-based budgeting system, which is the PBS. The PBS system should be upgraded to incorporate requirements of Section 13, subsection 15 of the PFMA 2015, and to allow for easier reporting by missions abroad. Secondly, economic and commercial diplomacy. Funds should be availed to all missions to enable them.
Is it Isha or earlier reporting?
Sorry?
To allow for earlier reporting, not Isha.
For earlier reporter, that's correct. Yeah, thank you for that correction. Economic and commercial diplomacy. Funds should be availed to all missions to enable them and commercial diplomacy. Increase of MTEF ceilings. The government of Uganda should increase the MTEF ceilings for all missions abroad. This will enable them to capture the reality of the cost of living index, especially medical expenses, rent costs, utilities, and salaries. Allocation of funds to the NAM and G77 plus China post summit activities, as already stated, deployment of labor attaches to all missions abroad. As part of the monetary mechanism, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Services should, as a matter of urgency, recruit labor attaches at all missions abroad. The labor attaches will be responsible for ensuring that all complaints of migrant workers and other Ugandans in the diaspora are handled to their logical conclusion. Uganda Airlines, countries which have their own airlines offer cheaper air tickets, hence reducing the chances of passengers opting for Uganda Airlines. The Ethiopian Airlines, for instance, provides cheaper flight tickets, fares from Mogadishu to Entebbe. Uganda Airlines therefore needs to adapt competitiveness in order to survive in the airline market. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, is the Appropriation Bill 2024 for votes 501 to 538. Those are our missions abroad, as I've already stated. Given time, it is already listed in the appendix. I'll only avail the total, which is a recurrent budget estimate stands at 208,681,738. And the development budget estimate stands at 61,889,068. Right Honorable and colleagues, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you. And as we said before, pursuant to Rule 1492, we will send this street policy statement to the Committee of Budget after we have approved from here for reconciliation, harmonization, and consolidation. They raise pertinent issues, and these pertinent issues must be considered and handled. Yes, the Minister. Shadow. Let's first hear from Shadow.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for an elaborate report. But as an able shadow minister, I wish to add that some of the challenges of the foreign affairs sector has been on policy. Madam Speaker, if you could recall, the Minister of Foreign Affairs was supposed to table a codified foreign policy by June last year. We have not been updated, and we perceive it as a contempt of Parliament, at least for us as opposition. We need to get a better understanding from...
Not as opposition, as the House.
As the House.
Because the contempt is to Parliament, not to opposition.
Thank you for the guidance. Only that I was submitting as a shadow minister. And I wish to represent, first of all, the alternative government. We need to learn how far. And two, Madam Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, under NDP 3, we are talking about, for example, of ECD and funding, enhancing funding for ECD. The NDP 3 provided for a diaspora investment strategy that had to be finalized in the first year. Up to now, we don't have such a strategy for the diaspora, whereas we fund missions for diaspora mobilization and engagement. We are worried. Position. The diaspora is being mobilized for what and to do what without a policy. There is no proper guidance as to how and for what the diaspora is mobilized for. But there would be guidance will be under NDP 3, which required a diaspora investment strategy that would guide in the development of a diaspora engagement policy. As of now, we don't know they are mobilizing the diaspora for what, much as there is funding allocated to some of these missions. Thirdly, Madam Right Honorable Speaker, is on protocol and consular services. Whereas we agree that there is need to fund and enhance the provision of consular services across our missions and embassies. But we are also seeing a weakness by the Foreign Ministry. Right Honorable Speaker, our passport ranking and index is so low. Our passport is lower, by index is lower than Kenya and Tanzania.
We even have countries which are visa exempt for Uganda, but we don't have that process. I mean, the reciprocal arrangement where equally Ugandan passport holders can enter those countries visa free. And this is a challenge. Much as we are proposing funding, and this is equally related to public diplomacy. Right, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to realignment of our embassies and missions, we must be alive to realities. We are recommending funding. I want to give an example of our mission in Russia. It's the same mission accredited to cover Ukraine. Now, these are countries at war. You cannot be a diplomat in Russia representing Uganda and you purport to appear in Ukraine. These are countries at war. We believe there must be a realignment as we pursue enhanced funding. Because equally when it comes to travel, the embassies are talking about travel abroad, which is right. Because many times when you raise issues of the labor externalization, they say we want money to reach these areas. But some of these might be affected by policy and the rationale of accreditation. If we don't realign our missions to actually be alive to international realities. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, is to do with bilateral labor agreements. The aspect of labor externalization has been echoed in this parliament day after day. And the answer from the Minister of Foreign Affairs has been, we don't have money for travel. And it is also true that some of our ambassadors have not presented their credentials to other countries of the world, alleging travel, lack of travel. It was, so, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we want also to learn. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is talking about bilateral agreements. We hear some of these ministers parading what they call agreements out there. But when you go to these countries, there's an allegation that these agreements are not enforceable. And the enforceability may have a bearing on the budget. It is not brought for us to in Parliament to understand the realities of how to enforce these engagements, these bilateral agreements. We want to learn from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Much as we have a state minister, the foreign minister, Right Honorable Speaker, I have not seen him, J.G. Odong, since I became a shadow minister. I don't know whether he exists, but I hear he swear somewhere, he took oath somewhere. I've not seen him. Right Honorable Speaker, we want to learn how many bilateral agreements have been enforced. We hear, for example, with UAE, we hear of a bilateral agreement, but we understand it's not enforced. How many have been signed? How many have been enforced? Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as I conclude, when it comes to international subscription, it is shaming that the Republic of Uganda by last year failed to pay subscription to the African Union. And we understood as a committee that our ambassador.
Actually, we didn't fail to pay, we delayed. There is no way we can fail to pay. We delayed.
I take your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker. But now our ambassador to the African Union, and she alleged that she was denied the entry in the meetings of African Union. Now, when we are building African nationalism and patriotism on the African continent, but we don't comply with our commitment on international obligation, especially on strategic institutions like the African Union, it is a shame. We need to understand from the Minister of Foreign Affairs going forward, what is the strategy? And equally from the Minister of Finance, because when they were presenting the budget and most of these estimates, we are discussing in terms of sectors. Many times when they are realigning to now the program approach, a number of these proposed priorities are disregarded. I don't know how best we are going to safeguard this process to ensure that what has been recommended is actually actualized. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And honorable members in the public gallery. This morning we have students from Kyambogo University, Kampala. You're most welcome. Most welcome. They are represented by the leader of opposition, Honorable Joel Senyonyi Besekesi. Besekesi and Honorable Shamim Malende. Welcome. Join me in welcoming them. Please have a seat. Thank you so much for coming. Minister Jonah. Hmm?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Procedure, Honorable Speaker. Procedure.
No, I'm just giving information. I'm giving information.
But she's not a Minister of Foreign Affairs. She has her issue, so she wants to raise. Let her speak as a member of Parliament of.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the kind guidance. Right Honorable Speaker, I appreciate the report, but Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted also to bring to your notice that 2.5 weeks ago, I was in Copenhagen. I went for a meeting, as usual, on climate issues. But while we were there, we were confronted with a situation which I thought should be brought to your attention, Right Honorable Speaker. Members travel for various meetings, and for me, I also had gone as a minister on environmental issue. But you are aware that as a country, we are the host country, we are the chair of G77 plus China. And in those meetings, whenever you go, now you are seen as coming from the country which is chairing G77 plus China. And there's always issues coming around asking you, and any comment would be taken like it is the country's position. I was lucky, Right Honorable Speaker, that I was with the Ambassador Donia, and quickly he's the chair of that committee, and he consulted others. And the statement I read now on behalf of the government of Uganda, the chair of G77 plus China. And that one made it easy. But I wanted this to be brought so that the Minister of Foreign Affairs comes here and briefs the Parliament procedures, because you can be trapped to make a comment, and yet you are making it maybe as a committee or whatever. I will do next week go also to meet the president for COP29 in Berlin. But I'm also guided that is not about environmental issue or COP29. They want to know what is the position of G77 plus China. You know, when we meet there, we have a mixture. So this
Do you sit in the same cabinet with with the Minister of Foreign Affairs?
I do, but Right Honourable Speaker, I'm speaking for the benefit of this House.
No, but I think it is a collective responsibility that something must come out from cabinet, and this is the position of the country. Yeah. I don't want you ministers to start lamenting on the floor. Sort out your issues at cabinet, agree on a government position, and that is what you give. Yes, Jonah.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I would like to agree with the report, and I adopt the text of the report entirely with the following comments. The first one, I'll begin from where the Honorable Minister stopped, raised ably by the Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs, the lack of foreign policy. It does not only put the government officials in a corner, but also applies to us members of Parliament, that when we move out of the country, we represent Uganda. And there are certain matters out in the international community that we must speak in unison as a country. So I cannot overly emphasize the need for a foreign policy. I know the Prime Minister one time told us here that there is a foreign policy in the brains, in the head of the chief diplomat of the country, the president. Now it means that we must access the president every time to know what is his position on a certain matter. And it's quite difficult for that to be done practically. So let the ministers who are here, like you have guided, follow up and let the president put that vision down in writing so that the country can be at peace. I will yield 1 minute strictly for my brother to give information.
You've become the speaker.
Honorable Drew and Right Honorable Speaker, Further, so about the issue of foreign policy, you all know what is going on in the world, and we cannot shy away from the suffering that is going on in the Gaza Strip. And we as Ugandans, and as the people of these worlds and the citizens of this world, are aware that over 39,000 people have been killed and 13,000 children have lost their lives, and over 1 million people are threatened with famine. We would like to know what is the position of our country on the suffering of the people in Palestine and the Gaza Strip. All countries are calling for a ceasefire, a cessation of hostilities.
So what is the information you're giving?
The information I would like to give to my honorable colleague is that the chief diplomat of this country must be elaborate on matters of foreign affairs and give the position of our country as regards the global issues that are happening in this world, so that we can also feel that we are fully represented in the global atmosphere. Thank you.
Thank you for that valuable information. The second point I would like to raise, Madam Speaker, which is very embarrassing, is our failure to remit taxes in foreign countries. In some countries, failure to pay your taxes is a very serious crime.
Taxes and subscription.
For subscription, it could be subject, but taxes, because taxes, after the assessment, Madam Speaker, you know, there are penalties that accompany it. It means that we are actually accumulating what we call nugatory expenditures by failing to pay our taxes in time. The two foreign missions cited here, Ottawa in Canada and Kinshasa, just require 2.587 billion shillings. I really feel that this house must support the ministry to pay that, because otherwise our image, a country that fails to pay its taxes, you can just imagine what goes in the mind of those who are abroad. The fourth one is about the face of our foreign missions. It is quite embarrassing that a guard of honor is mounted by a host country, and our ambassador comes on a tuk-tuk, and they're waiting for him, like we have cited, because they don't have means of transport. And some of those countries, the taxis they have, the taxis they have are too old. I've been to some of the countries. I don't want to
Honorable Jonathan, he goes to receive his members of parliament, his ministers in a tukutuku.
That's what the report is saying. They don't have vehicles. Some of the vehicles are condemned, meaning they are not fit and worthy to be in the road. Anytime those vehicles can cause accidents and to embarrass the country. So I support that money be provided for our chief diplomats to be, I'll give you clarification after I finish.
There's information from Fortinet.
Thank you so much, Honorable Du, and thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Adding on the information I'm giving, and it's on the issue of the vehicles to our foreign missions. Right Honorable Speaker, if I'm to be particular, for Saudi Arabia, it is a country that has 13 states. It handles all issues to do with labor externalization, but they have one vehicle that is in a very poor condition. So I want to support Honorable Odru's point that we need to fund these missions because some of them are handling labor externalization
You want
issues.
to support the committee's position.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I want to support the committee's position to increase funding for these missions, especially the ones that handle labor externalization issues, because they add both labor externalization and also the other foreign purposes that they are meant for. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
The Minister of Finance would do us a very good job to clarify on the variation in the figures in the ministerial
Who is
policy.
the Minister of Finance? Honorable Bua is there.
Honorable Bua is my neighbor, and he has a history of other things other than finance and mathematics. But the point I'm raising here, Right Honorable Speaker, is that 1.613 billion shillings that had been proposed in the ministerial policy statement does not tally with the figures in the appropriation bill. And we are going to approve. I wanted the minister to clarify to us what will happen to our approval, because we want to take a decision from an informed position. So it would be very important that the Ministry of Finance, and there are several ministers there, comes back here before the debate ends and clarifies on that particular point, the variation of 1.613 billion shillings. I thank you.
Thank you.
For Speaker.
Honorable John, as I said before, pursuant to Rule 149(2), that all these ministerial statements do not tally with the budget estimates. And then, of course, we also have the corrigenda and appropriation bill. So we are going to send them for reconciliation, harmonization, and then the consolidation. By the time they bring the, our expectation is that the budget committee will have done a good job to harmonize that. And I was also happy with a disclaimer that the minister made the other day. Honorable Minister of Finance made a very serious disclaimer that in this budget that we have, there's a vote that was missing. So I loved your sincerity. Yes. Honorable members, you've had the issues on that are in the report, and these issues are going to be harmonized.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is about the foreign mission in Pretoria. Really, I want to concur with the report. They have really done a very good report. It's very elaborate. However, foreign mission in Pretoria is handling very many neighboring countries. However, they have not been well facilitated in order to reach those neighboring countries that they're handling. We one time went there and they were telling us that when their meeting is taking place, especially in Botswana, Namibia, Pretoria, they could not be in a position to attend those meetings because they are not facilitated. Their facilitations, they are only to handle issues that are to do with South Africa. Yet there are other areas that they are supposed to handle. So in this regard, I will really concur with the report that those missions that are handling areas that are attached to them should be well facilitated so that our citizens who are staying in those countries should also be helped. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Abed.
Thank you.
Abed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, over the years, the government of the Republic of Uganda has invested millions of dollars in the infrastructure in DR Congo. And I've observed that our trade has gone up ever since that time. But I want to know from the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Finance how this investment is impacting. Because the trade can go up when there are issues that have impacted from Kinshasa, not necessarily from Eastern Congo. We invested millions of dollars in this infrastructure in the Eastern Congo. We want to know, we want a brief from the ministry is impacting on our trade, and also so that it will guide us in the future to understand where to put our money. That is very, very critical. And then from the report, I heard the chair is reporting that we need to reduce they are proposing to reduce the air ticket fare by Uganda Airlines because they are comparing with Ethiopia. There are many factors that guide this air ticket fare. That statement that you have put in our report I think is not properly substantiated. Some of the factors, they are there.
Maybe the chair didn't have a business mind in him. Because Uganda Airline is a very young airline.
Yes.
And we need it to grow.
Exactly. Right Honorable Speaker, there are many factors. I thought that we should be fair enough not to use that simple statement because there are so many. Ethiopia has a hub, the type of plane, the aircraft they are using. There are so many issues that when you are talking about airfare. So
that can only be advised by Works, which is responsible for that.
Yes.
Not by you.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Right
Some
Honorable.
of you will speak on the next MPSs.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the chair and the committee for the report. I have two brief issues, Right Honorable Speaker, to bring to the attention of the chairperson and the minister. One relates to the classification of these missions, classification of the missions. Well, as we make a mention of the challenge of classification, actually having hosted several international conferences and summits, I would have expected Foreign Affairs by now to have realigned its interests in terms of mission allocation. The Honorable Ezama earlier speaking on Pretoria, I was part of PAC in the 10th Parliament, and I led delegation to Pretoria, and it was in a mess. One of the key people at the station abandoned duty and delegated to the wife, who was not a mission staff. And he retired himself. It's in the report. And there were problems. But when you look at the duty there, that they are looking after several neighboring nations, that mission by now should have been reclassified. So the delay in classifying this mission, reclassifying the mission according to interest of our country is a problem. Secondly, assets. We needed clarity on endangered assets. Forget about those that are in very poor state. But I recollect, for example, that our assets in Addis Ababa were hanging in balance. And people who were trading them on the market were staff of Foreign Affairs. I don't know whether they are still safe by now or already sold off. We need clarity on the safety of these assets. There was property in Addis Ababa, which was due for development. We didn't have money, and the government had given timelines to either develop it or sell it off. So we need clarity on these assets so that we, as Parliament, we can know whether we are taking a positive trajectory in as far as these assets are concerned. Lastly, the fluidity of our foreign policy should not be a problem. You see, we are a mature data nation, and mature data ordinarily have fluid foreign policy. Fluid sometimes to fit the moment of the time. But what should not change are international commitments, such as human rights and other key values that we have as a nation. Otherwise, nobody will have time to download the views of the chief executive of the nation every time they travel to know his views on a particular matter on the global circuit. Otherwise, if they were downloadable, would have known what he thinks every time. That's not probable. Therefore, Foreign Affairs has a duty, Right Honorable Speaker, to guide the nation on where it stands on key international issues when they arise. Otherwise, we understand the fluidity or the flexibility of our foreign policy, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, something came up on this house and we're talking about the assets that we have outside this country, and we needed a status report. There's even one in Nakuru here. Nakuru, we went and visited and saw that property. There was one in Naivasha, something of the sort. When we in Kosase, we went and visited those areas. Honorable Minister, can we hear from you?
That was last year's
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you so much. And I would like to thank the committee for a well-elaborated report presented. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we do concur with all the issues that have been raised in the report. And I would also like to thank colleagues for emphasizing in concurrence with the report contains. I would like to highlight a few areas, Madam Speaker, that number one, on the issue of foreign policy, I think Uganda is one of the countries which have an entrenched foreign policy position in the constitution, contained objectives and direct principles of state policy, objective number 28. And thereafter, subsequently, we've made remarkable progress in trying draft 1. But as colleagues may be aware, the ministry does a function delegated by His Excellency the President, who is the chief diplomat in any case, and we did forward the foreign policy proposal to him for clearance and onward transmission to Parliament. In a recent meeting, Madam Speaker, because of the global fluidity that we have of global affairs, we've been advised that Uganda may not come out very, very fast to coin out a steadfast written foreign policy, but continues to deliver our foreign policy in the ministerial policy statements as contained thereunder. Madam Speaker, we shall continue to wait for the advice of the chief diplomat in that regard. Madam Speaker, permit me also to mention on the issues of areas to international obligations. Indeed, I want to confess to this House that I think Uganda quite often has looked ugly in respect to meeting obligations, especially assessed contributions to international organizations to which we subscribe. First of all, in respect of our foreign policy, as contained in the Constitution, we are supposed to respect international obligations such as treaties and agreements, which we are part. And therefore, part of the respect is actually meeting the assessed contributions. So quite often, we've not looked very well. I'll give you the clarification later. We haven't looked very well.
Clarification.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you, Madam Speaker. The clarification I am seeking arises from your statement that the President is the chief diplomat. We have seen the President sending his son to Rwanda when new ministers are there. His son threatening to invade and overrun Kenya, and the president was calling the president of Kenya to apologize. His son saying that he now supports Tigris who are fighting with Ethiopia, and your embassy staff are summoned by Ethiopia. Later, the minister J.J. Odongo goes there. So the clarification I am seeking is whether the family of the president also shares in this responsibility. And who do you contact? For example, when the son says, I'm going to raid Kenya, do you contact the son or the father? You people who are, because when the son caused problems with Ethiopia, they summoned the embassy staff. So clarification, who do you call when there are problems, or daughters?
I would actually be surprised if we finished before you mentioning the name of President Museveni. Can we conclude on the issue of subscription? because that takes a first call.
Madam Chair, permit me proceed from where I was.
They're waiting to answer.
I was submitting that we need to up our game in respect of payments to international organizations to which we subscribe. I have seen in the report a proposal that the volume of 41.8 billion be transferred from Ministry of Foreign Affairs to Ministry of Finance. I think doesn't cure the problem. The problem is commitment to pay arrears. Whether under Ministry of Foreign Affairs or under Ministry of Finance, it is still arrears to a country called Uganda. Madam Speaker, I know we have a commitment not to come up with supplementary budgets. Our annual requirement for assessed contributions as subscription amounts to 25.54 billion Uganda shillings. What is provided for is 6.139 billion, leaving a shortfall of 19. That automatically calls for supplementary, because these are international organizations to which you subscribe by treaties to which you have subscribed. It's therefore mandatory. It's therefore my appeal that Parliament supports that position, that we get that shortfall funded. Now, let me also go to issues of our heads of missions failing to travel and present credentials to some of the countries to which they are accredited. Yes, indeed, this has been a usual occurrence. Why? Because of the suspension of travel, of the budget for travel abroad. Madam Speaker, permit me make this clarity. I think some people, when they read the word travel abroad as contained in our proposal, they attach this travel abroad by ministry officials and us ministers. Remember, our ministerial policy statements contains vote 006, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, plus vote 501 to vote 538, missions abroad. And therefore, when we talk about travel abroad, it includes missions abroad, among others, to permit for heads of missions accredited to multilateral stations to present credentials in those other countries where they are accredited, apart from the sitting station, but also to perform consular and diplomatic functions to which they are called to play. It's therefore important that this Parliament supports restoration of a budget of Ministry of Foreign Affairs for travel abroad. Madam Speaker, it also goes to the matter raised earlier on by one honorable colleague, where it has been observed that we do not classify and reclassify these ministries, these missions abroad. This equally calls for travel abroad to do annual and sub-annual inspection. Without this travel abroad, we may not know what is obtaining in missions. And as you're aware, the world is very dynamic, the geopolitics is very dynamic. We need the inspectors to travel abroad to go and assess and therefore inform the standing of the mission at that point in time. Indeed, we do have a number of deficiencies in our structures. For example, our structure in Trafalgar Square is not very pleasant. Our structure in Ottawa, Madam Speaker, is true, some of the structures have been condemned by the host governments. To that extent, we look ugly, and therefore we need money to do rehabilitation and repairs and or do fresh construction where possible. We also have some pieces of land allocated by some host governments. And when they allocate you, they give you a period of time within which you have to develop.
Honorable Minister, can you bring for us a list of the lands, the houses, all of that documented.
Most of will do that. And on the issue of issuance of passports, Madam Speaker, it's true previously our 3 missions in London, Washington, and Pretoria had been permitted to issue passports. However, due to funding shortage, that role has been recalled. We'd also like to pray that funds be availed to support the budget for issuance of passports, because this is a right given to citizens of Uganda, both within and outside.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You talked about the structures and the missions in Canada, Ottawa, but I want to bring information to you that those structures have attracted taxes to the government of Canada. Are you aware of that? So if yes, include that in your report for your submission. I thank you.
Madam Speaker, the issue as highlighted by the Honorable is already contained in the report.
Honorable members,
that
take your time to read this report.
Yeah.
It's a very exhaustive report.
Yeah.
And clerk, I want you to upload the report. The minister will not be able to answer all the questions that have been brought here. Yes.
Madam Speaker, in respect to ECD, commercial and economic diplomacy, we take the observation made by the committee. However, we beg to differ with the recommendation of the committee to the effect that all missions be availed with the funds to enhance commercial and economic diplomacy. While interfacing with the committee, I did mention this to the committee. The ministry does assessment and we invest money in commercial and economic diplomacy where we have returns or where we expect returns. We may not recommend to provide for budget to a destination such as South Sudan, such as Burundi, for tourism, as against Geneva, Brussels, and Washington. So we do it out of scientific research where we get returns. In terms of trade, yes, we may allocate to South Sudan and not allocate to other countries, which I don't want to mention here. So it should not be that we allocate to all missions. Madam Speaker, a few observations which were made by the Shadow Minister. Yes, the other one was about the foreign policy, which I have already answered. The strategy, if you look through the National Development Plan, followed by our own ministerial policy statement, which we submitted, we do provide for strategies, policies and strategies on how to mobilize diaspora. And diaspora is provided for 3 things. 1, foreign direct investment. 2, investment of receipts from outside, earnings from the diaspora, but also for purposes of solidarity and cohesion of members abroad, of Ugandans abroad. Now, about MOUs and bilateral agreements not enforceable. Madam Speaker, this appeared to be extremely broad and sweeping, which I would like maybe if you can give me a precise report about which agreement is not enforceable from which country. Otherwise, as to us, I'm only clarifying it. I'm only responding to what you said. Madam Speaker, as far as we are concerned as the country.
Can we have the MOUs that are not recognized brought on the floor so that the minister can be able to say?
Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to give the minister information on two issues. One, on diaspora engagement, he's talking about a strategy. But as it is now, our foreign missions have no guidance on
Which
that.
MOUs are not enforceable
Honorable Speaker,
that have been
when it comes to
signed?
the MOU, the one for United Arab Emirates, that is popularly known as Dubai by the public, is not enforced. And we need to understand how far. Last time we had the Minister of Gender waving to the public another new MOU, I think, with Qatar. We don't know what is even the content. And I hear even Jordan. So we need clarity on these MOUs and what is the arrangement for their enforcement. If it requires a budget, we plan for it and budget for it.
I hope you're not mixing the MOUs for the employment of those people going abroad vis-a-vis. Can we have a clarification?
Madam Speaker, the relationship of nations are corresponded to through the normal diplomatic channels. When we enter an MOU, an agreement between nations, if there are areas of discontent or contention whatsoever, they are responded to formally. And to this extent, Uganda has not received any complaint whatsoever from government of UAE to the effect of failure to enforce any of the agreements, unless laid on table and unless it comes through us, through the normal diplomatic channels, then we shall respond.
Honorable Minister, what about an issue of where the ambassador of Russia is equally the ambassador of Ukraine?
Madam Speaker, I wanted to come to that. But let me respond to that after dealing with one of the Honorable Nsereko. The Honorable Nsereko was inquiring as to whether Uganda has made her position clear on issues of Palestine and issues as emerging issues which arise. Madam Speaker, this year, January 2024, Uganda hosted two very important conferences. One was the Conference on Non-Aligned Movement, to which Uganda assumed the chair and is going to be chair for 3 years. During that meeting, a number of deliberations were done, and a document known as the Kampala Outcome Document was produced. In that document, Madam Speaker, a very precise and clear position on the question of Palestine was professed, and that is Uganda's position. I would like members to look at the Kampala Outcome Document.
Which conferences were there now?
This is NAM. Then secondly, we had the G77 plus China. And Madam Speaker, the theme for the NAM conference,
Those are the three?
there were two.
There were two.
Yeah.
So you don't consider the one that was hosted by Parliament as a Ugandan activity?
Madam Speaker, I was responding in respect of those under foreign affairs, but we do consider the one which was hosted by Parliament very dearly. But I was only talking about the other two in context.
That is still under foreign affairs.
We applaud Parliament for hosting the Speakers' Conference in Munyonyo as well, and we take pride in it. Madam Speaker, the theme for the NAM conference was deepening cooperation of partner states for shared global affluence. And I wanted to respond to the Honorable Nsereko, who asked this question. That alone means we need to deepen our engagement with the South countries. And therefore, it means we have to involve ourselves in terms of even investing in missions in those countries, so as to further the commercial and economic diplomacy. And that's where we shall deepen global affluence or strengthen the sharing of global wealth. Now, the issue of having the ambassador of Russia, Uganda as a representative in Russia, as at the same time being a representative to Ukraine, Madam Speaker, it doesn't have any harm whatsoever because number one, Uganda is not concerned about the quarrels between the two nations in question because to even emphasize on that, we are members of non-aligned movement. Therefore, we don't poke our nose in the affairs of any of those two countries, but also provide for under the Vienna Convention of 1969 on diplomatic relations. There is no law whatsoever violated. If you have a representative of in one nation also representing in another nation where these two nations do not have diplomatic ties. It's therefore right.
Rice.
Finally, on the issue of
Can you summarize?
on the issue of representation vehicles, Madam Speaker and colleagues, we all travel abroad and we all love to be given courtesies. And many times we have gone abroad and been received in a manner that is worth what we have provided. But we have also seen in this country where we have delegations coming in and received by their missions accredited to Uganda. I think a difference is quite loud sounding. I therefore want to implore this House to enhance the budget of Ministry of Foreign Affairs to cater for those critical areas, particularly which touch the image of our country through missions abroad, including capital or development expenditure to care for our dilapidated structures. And then the last on that is about statutory obligations to host countries. Indeed, it's true, Madam Speaker, we are obliged to pay local taxes to host countries where we have property. Now, in Ottawa and Kinshasa, we are heavily indebted, and host countries have already given us notice to the effect that our buildings may be auctioned. It's therefore important that we, and I'm glad, Madam Speaker, the other day you guided, I think it was yesterday, that we do look at the other day, that we do look at amending the PFM 2015, whereupon we request that during that amendment, we should have sectors which contribute to the national treasury, but have certain obligations, be permitted to remit after deduction of certain obligations. That's what we call profit after tax and interest. Thank you very much.
The NTRs. Thank you so much, honorable members. I now put a question that the report of the Committee of Foreign Affairs on Ministerial Policy Statement and the budget estimates for financial year 2024-2025 be adopted by this House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Yes, I have it. But all the issues that have been raised on the ministerial statement, Honorable Minister, all the issues that have been raised must be handled. Let it not just be for the sake. Agriculture.
The Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries.
And this report is referred to Committee on Budget, furtherance to Rule 149(2) of the Rules of Procedure. Agriculture, I'm giving you 15 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries on the Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for financial year 2024-2025. I beg to lay. In the same vein,
please lay.
I beg to lay the minutes of the meetings while the committee was considering the ministerial policy statement. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I now beg to present the report of the Committee on Agriculture on the ministerial policy statement and budget estimates for the financial year 2024-2025. With your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker, I will just try to make the summary within the time you have allocated. Right Honorable Speaker, agriculture remains the mainstay of Uganda's economy. Actually, it is the backbone and the heart of the economy. But much as it is so, while looking at the estimates that have been given, there is limited allocation to the program on agro-industrialization. And this impacts negatively on the activities of the program. And based on the importance and the recent developments, agricultural sector requires an affirmative action to support socioeconomic transformation agenda and also support the PDM and improve on the livelihoods and incomes of our people. Right Honorable Speaker, I go straight to page 6. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on gender and equity compliance, all the votes under the program scored above the threshold of 50% as indicated in the report. Right Honorable Speaker, the overall program budget is projected to decline by 21.6% from Uganda shillings 1,813.9 billion as approved in financial year 2023-2024 to Uganda shillings 1,288.2 billion in financial year 2024-2025 as indicated in table 2 on page 7. Right Honorable Speaker, that table 2 shows a budget allocation to the program for financial year 2024-2025, and specifically for agro-industrialization program, the budget will decline as indicated, as I have already said. And Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, compared to what was passed in the National Budget Framework paper, the projected budget is projected to reduce by 1.4%, that is Uganda shillings 22.3 billion, mainly on account of 11.9% reduction in external financing component from Uganda shillings 837.3 billion, approved in budget framework paper, to 737.3 billion as projected in the budget estimate. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, compared with the overall national budget, agro-industrialization program is projected to share only 2.7% of the resources in financial year 2024-2025, down from what it was 3.6% in the approved budget for financial year 2023-2024. Additionally, the allocation to the program is 26% less than the NDP3 envisaged allocation of 2,193 billion. The continued underfunding, Right Honorable Speaker, of the program undermines government's commitment of 10% under the Malabo Declaration, to which Uganda is a signatory, and therefore deems the medium-term prospects of the program. Right Honorable Speaker, with your guidance, I now go straight to observations and recommendations. Right Honorable Speaker, on program budget performance for financial year 2023-2024, the program had an approved budget of 1.814 trillion. By December 2023, Uganda shillings 746 billion had been released, of which 526 billion was spent. The percentage of budget release stood at 41.1%, while the percentage of releases spent stood at 70.6%. The overall program external budget performance amounted to 29.82% and 56.78% in release and expenditure, respectively. Specifically, the expenditure on external financing for vote 010, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, was 26.2% and 64.7% in release, mainly due to the delay in the approval of the restructured plan on the enhancing national food security through increasing rice production in Uganda Project 1316 and the Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation Project 1786, which was programmed in the financial year 2023-2024, with an approved budget of 411.7 billion. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the committee observed that whereas recurrent expenditures were generally well absorbed, domestic development and external financing lagged behind significantly, which indicates challenges in effectively utilizing resources, potentially hindering the program objectives. The committee recommends that a thorough review of project management practices and financial oversight to ensure optimal utilization of resources and timely project delivery be done. The committee also recommends that the implementation process of the delayed projects be expedited to ensure timely utilization of allocated funds and prevent further underspending. On the underfunding of the program, the committee observed that the agro-industrialization program is allocated only 2.7% of the total national budget in this financial year 2024-2025, down from 3.6% in the approved budget for financial year 2023-2024. I had already talked about this, Right Honorable Speaker. Moreover, over 45.5% of this program budget is through external financing in form of loan projects. This form of financing is not reliable and it in many cases performs very low, way below the planned budget in releases and the expenditure due to very stringent conditions attached. Recommendations by the committee. Government should raise the budget of agro-industrialization program from the current 2.7% to a minimum of 10% as per the 2013 Malabo Declaration, to which Uganda is a signatory. The committee also recommends that the funding for the program should be strategically shifted from the unreliable external financing, as has been the case over time, to Government of Uganda financing for the stability of the program. On pest, vector, and disease control, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the committee observed that there is persistent outbreaks of pest, vector, and diseases, especially foot and mouth disease. Many members have always raised this issue as a matter of concern, but with the minimal budgets to address the problem. In the current year, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, many of the districts within and outside the cattle corridor have had an escalating outbreaks of foot and mouth disease and PPR, that is a disease of small ruminants, goats and so forth, which has affected the animal market both domestically and internationally. More so, the crop sector's production and productivity is not spared with the persistent incidences of pests and diseases in the major crops like coffee and cotton. The Ministry of Agriculture requires 769.12 for the purchase of foot and mouth disease vaccines and vaccine cold chain equipment for biannual vaccination of the 44 million animals at risk. But only 11 billion has been availed in the budget. We stand a risk of losing all the livestock population in the country. Furthermore, Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda shillings 15.1 billion is required for the purchase of pesticides, spray pumps, and other assorted equipment for control of crop pests and diseases, but only 1.5 billion has been budgeted for. The ministry also requires 10 billion for the purchase of assorted laboratory reagents, consumables, and supplies for control for animal diseases, but only 7.2 billion has been provided. Recommendations by the committee. The committee recommends the funding gap of 758.12 billion required to address the issue of foot and mouth disease be provided to restore the integrity of the animal subsector in the country. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. The committee also recommends that 13.6 billion be provided for pesticides and associated assorted equipment for control of crop pests and diseases. And also that 2.48 billion be provided for the purchase of assorted laboratory reagents, consumables, and supplies for control for animal diseases. On agricultural mechanization, Right Honorable Speaker, specifically purchase of tractors and implements, the committee is cognizant of the strategic direction that the country has purpose to take towards mechanization of agriculture to improve production and productivity and unlock the potential of the sector in its bid to catch up with its peers. Though Uganda is endowed with over 44% of arable land, less than 34.4% of this is under agricultural use. That is according to UBOS 2020, leaving 63.6% of it unutilized. The committee notes that this can be improved through mechanization, but inadequate funds have been invested by over the past years towards this cause. Thus, little as MAIF has been procuring tractors of different types over the past few years, but due to limited numbers availed over the years, the effect has remained minimal. The committee observed that in financial year 2024-2025, MAIF requires 282 billion for the procurement of 2,000 four-wheel tractors with the matching implements. And those are planters, hallers, harrows, trailers, plows, reapers, rotavators, as a step towards availing a tractor per sub-county. But only 23 billion is available in the MTEF. Furthermore, Right Honorable Speaker, MAIF requires additional 100 billion to procure and distribute 4,000 power tillers. Those are the walk behind tractors that were recently given to some regions. And this is targeting every sub-county of the country. Right Honorable Speaker, no allocation has been made on this, and the farmers continue to cry for these tractors. The committee recommends that government should deliberately invest in the mechanization agenda to unlock the full potential of the agricultural sector. And the committee recommends that 259 billion be provided for procurement and deployment of 2,000 tractors and implement units to be distributed countrywide. The committee also recommends that 100 billion be allocated towards purchase of 4,000 power tillers. Those are walk behind tractors of 14 horsepower with assorted implements. Agricultural mechanization centers. The committee observes that over time, agricultural mechanization has been staggering with the performance in line with the development projects. There is need, therefore, to establish and construct more centers, but prior to that, it is pertinent to maintain, equip, and manage the existing centers to full operational standards and capacity to be able to invest and support farmers with appropriate technology for mechanization across the value chain. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the current 7 regional mechanization centers, which are central to this investment, have inadequate infrastructure, equipment, and staff, while some centers are battling with encroachers. The committee had a visit to all these 7 regional mechanization centers. The committee observed that MAIF requires 132 billion for construction of regional mechanization centers, access, deployment, maintenance, and repair of equipment, as well as recruitment and training of staff to operate machines and run these centers. Only 70 billion is available in the MTEF. The committee recommends that priority be given to the already existing mechanization centers by recruiting enough staff, providing sufficient equipment, and when they are fully operational, the other remaining centers, which are 11, can be embarked on. The committee also recommends that the ministry formulates and presents before Parliament a national mechanization strategy and equipment management and utilization policy in the next financial year. The committee also recommends that the funding gap of 62 billion be provided for construction, equipping, staffing, and maintenance of the regional mechanization centers. Rollout of the e-extension system. Right Honorable Speaker, government projects economic growth over the medium term to an average 7%, anchored on anticipated boosts in agriculture and manufacturing production and productivity. One of the strategies under agriculture is strengthening public extension system, but this is not matched by budget provision. The ministry developed and intends to roll out the e-extension systems for real-time information sharing and monitoring of extension services delivery in districts across the country, which requires 8 billion, but only 1.5 billion is in the projected budget. The committee notes that there is more than ever before need for effective extension services, especially now as we are implementing the parish development model to guide farmers on the best practices in order to efficiently benefit from the program. The committee recommends that the shortfall of 6.5 billion required for the rollout of the e-extension systems across the country be provided. The committee further recommends that where extension workers are being deployed, a study needs to be done to assess their impact on agricultural activities in those areas so that corrective actions can be taken where necessary. On water for production, for agricultural production, Right Honorable Speaker, the country is increasingly facing a major challenge of prolonged droughts.
Honorable Kwang, as you get out, you have a report to present tomorrow. Something came up while you are away. The first thing at 10 will be your report.
Right Honorable Speaker, MAIF requires 114 billion for construction, rehabilitation of water harvesting facilities, but only 5.5 billion has been budgeted for, leaving a funding gap of 108.5 billion. The committee recommends that the funding gap of 108.5 billion be allocated towards this activity. The fisheries subsector. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the committee notes that fish is one of the high-value commodities that contribute to economic growth in Uganda, contributing 3% to the national GDP and 12% to the agricultural sector GDP, and employing between 1.5 and 2 million Ugandans along the entire value chain. The committee observed that the subsector remains underfunded despite its strategic importance. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, MAIF requires 17 billion to support fishing communities with the critical inputs, fish feed, fingerlings, and appropriate fishing gear. Those are fishing nets and boat hinges, and assorted value addition equipment, but only 1.5 is available for this activity. Furthermore, Uganda shillings 13 billion is required for the establishment of fish ponds and aquaculture parks, with the focus on youth and women and aquaculture cooperatives and groups, but only 5 billion has been provided. Additionally, 7 billion is required for inspection, surveillance, and enforcement of fishery standards facilitated, and inspectors provided with the tools and equipment for inspection. Only 4 billion has been budgeted for. The committee recommends that 15.5 billion required to support fishing communities with the critical inputs, appropriate fishing gear, and assorted value addition equipment be provided. The committee also recommends that 8 billion required for the establishment of fish ponds and aquaculture parks be provided. The committee recommends 3 billion required for inspection, surveillance, and enforcement of fishery standards and provision of tools and equipment to inspectors be provided. Right Honorable Speaker, on the performance of externally funded projects, National Oil Palm Project, the background is there, and the recommendation by the committee is that Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should avail the required funds for land acquisition to support project activities. The committee also recommends that MAIF should enhance project monitoring mechanisms and streamline administrative processes to expedite the absorption of funds and minimize delays in implementation. Another project is enhancing national food security through increased rice production project. The details are there captured in the report, and the recommendation by the committee is that Ministry of Finance avails the necessary funds to facilitate compensation of PAPs and dam construction completion. The committee also recommends that for any future projects, contracting of civil works should only be made after all the project affected persons have been fully compensated to enable smooth execution of Civil Works, National Oil Seeds Project. The narrative is there, Right Honorable Speaker. I am happy that honorable colleagues like reading, they'll read through, and the committee recommended that MAIF expedites project activities to meet the stipulated timelines and also ensure efficient utilization of allocated funds. The committee also recommends that MAIF should conduct a thorough review of project design and cost estimates to incorporate adjustments for increased material costs. On post-harvest handling and storage, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee notes that improving post-handling and storage of agricultural products is one of the major objectives of agro-industrialization, but less investment has been done in this area. The committee recommends that government prioritizes establishing regional and sub-regional storage facilities, silos, to support farmers in improving the quantity and quality of their products. We have just debated the challenges of mycotoxin, and I think it is timely that we take up this recommendation. The committee also recommends that government should adopt the NDP 3 midterm recommendation of allocating close to 170 billion towards storage, agro-processing, and value addition for improved handling and storage of agricultural products. The committee further recommends government should listen. Government should explore the possibility of establishing storage facilities at sub-county level in a phased manner to support PDM. Agricultural sector financing, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that in October 2022, we resolved to establish an agricultural bank, but little is known about the progress by government towards this resolution. The committee recommends that government should report on the progress towards the formation of this bank and commit to timelines for the finalization of this establishment. The committee also recommends Ministry of Finance to fast-track the finalization of agricultural financing policy. On vote 121, Dairy Development Authority, inspection, certification, and quality assurance for market competitiveness. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee is informed that upon Uganda securing the Algerian market, estimated at $500 million annually for dairy products, follow-up inspectors visited various dairy installations, but a lot of gaps were discovered. Dairy Development Authority requires 3.6 billion to conduct regular inspections, enforcement, and milk testing for safety and market access in a bid to fix those gaps, but only 1.914 billion has been provided. DDA also requires 1 billion to support commercial dairy farmers for production and demonstration in each milk shed. The committee recommends that in a bid to fully secure the Algerian market, DDA should endeavor to close all the gaps talked about above. 1.6 billion is required for regular enforcement and milk testing for safety and market access, and the committee recommends it be provided. The committee also recommends that DDA that sufficient milk volumes are available so that even the Algerian markets, with the Algerian markets, enough is still available for domestic consumption. The committee recommends 1 billion be provided to support commercial dairy farmers for production and demonstration in each milk shed. On Mbale Milk Factory, Phase 2, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this factory was already developed under Phase 1, but the work has stalled due to lack of funding. It is supposed to go on to Phase 2 in financial year 2024-2025. The phase requires an additional 3.44 billion. Furthermore, DDA has more milk collection centers that are dilapidated and are in a sorry state. They were inherited from dairy corporation and they require additional 12.4 billion. The committee recommends, for purposes of continuity of the Mbale milk factory for Eastern Uganda, 3.44 billion be availed in the current budget projections. The committee also recommends 12.4 billion required for rehabilitation of milk collection centers countrywide be provided, and milk producing areas where there are no facilities to manage milk collection be planned for by DDA in a bid to boost milk production. Entebbe Dairies Training School requires 5 billion to rehabilitate and expand it to a regional dairy and trading incubation college of East Africa. The committee recommends that the 5 billion be allocated to authority for this activity. Support to roll out of the school milk program. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, DDA in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and Sports and NV had already started on this program, and it worked very well in southwestern Uganda milk shed. This is intended to improve child nutrition, stabilize domestic milk prices, and widen the milk market. DDA requires 4 billion to roll out this program countrywide, prioritizing areas like Karamoja and other parts of the country where there's acute malnutrition. The committee recommends that 4 billion be provided for this activity.
Chair, try to summarize.
Vote 125, Right Honorable Speaker, most obliged. Inadequate funds for capital development for NAGRIC and DB. The committee notes that NAGRIC is sometimes even diverted from their original mandate to handle other issues. At one time, they were told to go for food security. Recently, they were diverted to handle the issues of Balalo. The committee recommends that government provides steady capital development of 100 billion for the next 5 years to enable the agency carry out its initial capital investment for a takeoff. The committee also recommends that government ensures agencies stick to their core mandates to avoid executing tasks outside their mandate. Breeding activities countrywide. Revamping of Iri Ranch in Napak district in a first manner in 3 years, and such is replicated to all unprivileged regions in the country. The committee also recommends in financial year 2024-2025 be provided to kickstart revamping Iri Ranch in Napak district. And then 15.8 billion be provided for transforming Ruangere and Sanga ranches into dairy farms, but one of the ranches should be reserved for the local breeds. The committee also recommends 25 billion for Gotapoyo Ranch, 2 billion for construction and completion of hatcheries in Bukedi, Tororo, Karamoja, Abim districts, and 54 billion be provided to establish animal feed processing plants in Aswa, Maruzi, and Nshara ranches. Community breeding services to support PDM. This is required.
Chair, I want you to give all those unfunded priorities to the budget committee under Rule 1492. You will not mention all of them. That's why you're a member of the budget committee. You're going to do the harmonization in the committee.
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we made recommendations also on vote 152, National Animal Advisory Services. And I request you, Speaker, to allow me to talk about this, because members have always raised issues of food insecurity in the country.
NADS, eh?
Yes.
The one which is being repealed tomorrow.
Yes, the one who has been giving seeds.
Okay.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends 12 billion for strategic commodities that are lined up there in that order, and 6 billion be provided for apples, 3 billion for grapes. Right, Honorable Speaker, what I want to talk about is other unfunded priorities under NADS. The committee recommends a total of 72.7 billion be provided to NADS for the implementation of the activities below. I want specifically to talk about the 40 billion for maize and bean seeds. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have always been recommending these monies, but at the tail end of the budget, it disappears. Right, Honorable Speaker, the way we have planned for these monies, we have made calculations, we support the PDM. But according to the arrangement of the PDM, there is no poor person among the 39% who will go and buy seeds and go and plant. All are buying mukene to sell to increase their monies, leaving the whole population starving. So out of the 46, Right Honorable Speaker, the calculation is that 38 billion provides 10,000 kilograms of bean seeds and 20,000 kilograms of maize seeds to every district. To every district to plant. That is for the 2 seasons. Then the 8 billion, Right Honorable Speaker, is to address the headache you have always been having, so that the leaders can have a remedial arrangement where they also take seeds to cover the gaps where the other 38 billion cannot handle. Right Honorable Speaker, the 8 billion is meant for the 2 seasons. Right Honorable Speaker, and that should start the next season. Right Honorable Speaker, I also wanted to remind you the commitment by the Ministry of Finance. While the Deputy Chair...
We still have that commitment.
Yes.
And the rains.
And they are here.
Yes.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, for this planting season, Ministry of Finance is the one to respond to those concerns. Right Honorable Speaker, for coffee, there is outstanding areas of 4.9 billion, which is required.
And the coffee farmers are the gate.
They are the gate. UCDA cannot work all the time. All the coffee nursery operators camp at UCDA. Some of the nursery operators no longer take their children to school. Others have even lost property. So we need to take this as a very serious matter, Honorable colleague.
Thank you.
In summary, and finally, Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, there is vote on cotton. The cotton that our men and women in uniform use is our cotton. When you see them sit in this house smart, that is our cotton. We don't import, but it is underfunded.
Madam Alayo, you look smart.
That is our cotton, Uganda prisons, Uganda police, UPDF, Uganda Wildlife Authority. If you visit the factory in Bugolobi, you will believe what I'm saying, but they are underfunded. That one, we shall debate it in the budget committee. And colleagues, I request you really for your support. This is a sector which feeds the community, and I'm even sure Immediately, the Right Honorable Speaker gives us a break. We are going to partake of the products of this sector, which is underfunded.
Thank you.
In conclusion, honorable colleagues, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you so much. And I want to thank the committee for processing this report. But the sector which feeds and which is the backbone of the economy is grossly underfunded. When you see the ministers of agriculture grow thin, it is because of the challenges that they are facing. So I thank you.
Thank you.
I want to present Right Honorable
Honorable members, this is a very exhaustive report. And it raises all the issues, including FMD. Uganda is an agricultural country. It's a backbone of agriculture. And how I request that because all what is being raised is pertinent, when you go to the Committee of Budget must take this as a priority. These issues of agriculture must be taken as a priority. There is no need to debate anything on this. This is a priority area. I now put a question that the report of the Committee of Agriculture, Animal Industry, Fisheries, Ministerial Statement for the budget estimate 2024-2025 be adopted by this House. Those in favor say aye, contrary. The ayes have it. And I am telling you, this is a priority in this country, and it must be considered. I want to welcome honorable members. Honorable members. Who is shouting procedure? Honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have teachers and students from Musana Vocational School, from Kigulu South constituency, and are represented by Honorable Mooma Milton, and you're most welcome. Join me in receiving them. And Honorable Sauda, you're most welcome. They're here to observe the proceedings. Also join me in welcoming the Deputy Speaker. Who has come to observe and act as a relief.
Next item.
The Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development.
Chair.
Gender, Labor and Social Development.
Yes, gone for lunch.
Is the chair ready?
Gender, Labor and Social Development.
If it's not ready, next.
The Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry.
Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the minutes of the meetings for the Committee of Tourism, Trade and Industry on consideration of the ministerial policy statement. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay a copy of the report of the Sectoral Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry on the ministerial policy statement and budget estimates for the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife, Antiquities, and the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives for the financial year 2024-2025. I beg to lay, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker,
Yeah, we have the report on the system, so you don't need to read verbatim, word for word, but we shall capture it on the answer.
I now proceed, Right Honorable Speaker, to present the report of the Committee of Trade, Tourism and Industry, Sector of Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry on the ministerial policy statement and the budget estimates for the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities and the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives for the financial year 2024-2025, according with the rules of procedure of this House, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to move straight away. Page 3 is on introduction and methodology. I move to page 5, Mr. Speaker. On page 5, the Tourism Development Program, which consists of 2 votes, Mr. Speaker, sir. Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife, Antiquities, vote 022, and subventions under them, Uganda Wildlife Authority, Uganda Hotel Tourism Training Institute, Uganda Wildlife Education Center, Uganda Wildlife Research Training Institute, Mr. Speaker, sir, are the subventions. Then, Mr. Speaker, sir, under tourism, I request members that we move ahead because of time. Page 6 is the overview of the semi-annual budget performance. Then key performance indicators on page 8. Mr. Speaker, sir, I request members that we move to page 15 on budget allocation for Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife, Antiquities, and its subventions, financial year 2024-2025, Mr. Speaker, sir. On page 15, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the overall budget allocation is presented in the table 5. I hope members will be able to read. And the overall budget allocation for the ministry and its subvention is proposed to reduce by Uganda shillings 43.825 billion from Uganda shillings 221.568 billion. That was approved, Mr. Speaker, in financial year 2023-2024 to Uganda shillings 174.743 billion. That is proposed for this financial year. The other one was for the past financial year. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 16, table 6, honorable members can look through. Table 6 talks about the non-tax revenue trend and the projections of the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife, Antiquities, the agencies, Mr. Speaker, sir. From the above, the non-tax revenue from the Tourism Development Program is on an upward trajectory, indicating a steady recovery from the pandemic period for financial year 2024-2025, Mr. Speaker, as indicated in the report that members will look through. Then there are planned activities. Mr. Speaker, sir, because of time, I request members that we go to page 24, page 20, Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center has been allocated 16,498 million, Mr. Speaker, sir. And page 21, Uganda Hotel and Tourism Training Institute is allocated 7.731 billion, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable colleagues. Then on page 22, Uganda Wildlife Research and Training Institute has been allocated 5.485 billion shillings, right, honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. Mr. Speaker, sir, on page 24, that is vote 117, Uganda Tourism Board, Mr. Speaker, sir. Table 7 on page 24, members can look through that table, UTB semi-annual budget performance, which I am not going to read. Because of time, honorable Speaker, I request members that we move to page 29 on vote of UTB proposed budget allocation. Honorable Speaker, the budget of Uganda Tourism Board is proposed to increase by Uganda shillings 0.30 billion. This is on account of the proposed increment in wage to cater for planned recruitment of 5 staffs in UTB, Right Honorable Speaker. And same page 29, Right Honorable Speaker, the planned activities for UTB for 2024 and 2025 financial year, which has been allocated 27.627 billion, Right Honorable Speaker. And Right Honorable Speaker, I now proceed to the recommendations, observations, and recommendations, which starts from page 32. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee observed that Section 83 of the Wildlife Act 2019 requires OWA to establish the Wildlife Compensation Scheme, which contains 2% levy on non-tax revenue collections made by OWA to settle human-wildlife conflicts compensation claims. The committee has since established that the 2% levy has been inadequate to cater for compensations for the increasing number of human-wildlife conflicts, including destruction of properties and lives. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities should, by a statutory instrument, amend the OWA Regulation 2022 number 65 to increase the percentage levy from 2% to at least 5% on non-tax revenues collected by OWA for purposes of strengthening the wildlife compensation scheme. This is because the circumstance of human-wildlife conflicts have increased and harmony of the same is paramount, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Uganda Wildlife Authority, the committee established that NDP 3 targets to keep human-wildlife conflict within 1,160 incidences cumulative. However, the conflict have increased by 796 incidences from 6,999 reported in financial year 2022-2023 to 7,795 incidences reported by the end of the first half of financial year 2023-2024, Right Honorable Speaker. Increased human conflict has had a negative impact on conservation, education, and awareness since it breeds unfriendly relationship between wildlife and human beings. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee was informed that OWA, Uganda Wildlife Authority, was informed by OWA of US dollars 1.34 million of budget support that OWA is to receive from the World Bank to procure an electric fence that is to be erected on an 80-kilometer long boundary distance as mechanism of reducing human-wildlife conflict around Machishon Falls National Park. The committee was further informed by OWA of an additional budget allocation of Uganda shillings 5.04 billion from government of Uganda to procure an electric fence to fence off some parts of the Machishon Falls National Park that could potentially breed human-wildlife conflict. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee observed that whereas electric fencing required colossal sums of money and other resources, this should not lead to budget duplication. The committee observed that there were variations in budget lines from allocations made by government of Uganda and the off-budget support from the World Bank, both targeting addressing human-wildlife conflict in the same area, Machishon Falls. The committee further observed that the off-budget of US dollars 1.34 million from the World Bank was not included in the ministerial policy statement by the ministry for the financial year 2024-2025, Right Honorable Speaker, as external finance for parliamentary appropriation. This poses risk of potential duplication of budgets. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed on raising the budget ceiling for OWA that over time, OWA has demonstrated capacity to collect its projected non-tax revenue. In the financial year 2022-2023, OWA collected 128.975 million and made a surplus of 34 billion. A surplus of 34 billion currently saved on its wildlife fund. In the financial year 2024-2025, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, OWA has been allocated 81.433 billion as proposed in this ministerial policy statement. Yet it has projected to collect 182.36 billion in addition to the non-tax revenue surplus saved from financial year 2022-2023. With Uganda shillings 81.43 billion, OWA will only cover wage-related expenses for its 3,200 staff. OWA spends 62.2 billion on wage.
gratuity, NSF, and medical. The outstanding balance will cover part of the fixed operation cost, Right Honorable Speaker. The committee notes that whereas OWA spends at source in line with the Uganda Wildlife Act 2019, its expenditure must be within the appropriated ceiling. We therefore recommend as a committee that Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife, Antiquities should incorporate all expected external finance in its annual budget proposal for consideration and final appropriation by Parliament. The committee further recommends that government should raise budget ceiling for Uganda Wildlife Authority to Uganda shillings 167.36 billion to allow for utilization of funds internally generated by OWA and access to funds already saved as surplus on the Wildlife Fund, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues. On page 35, redistribution of OWA non-tax revenue. The committee observed that OWA non-tax revenue realized Uganda shillings 34 billion surplus, which was saved on the Wildlife Fund. The committee is cognizant of the fact that tourism development agencies have a symbiotic relationship with OWA, and there is need to support other entities within the program that have critical and funded priorities. We therefore recommend, Right Honorable Speaker, that Uganda shillings 15 billion should be internally reallocated from OWA Wildlife Authority to cater for unfunded priorities at OWEC, Uganda Wildlife Research Training Institute, and UTB as per the reallocation table 9 and 10. Then Uganda Wildlife Education Center, the committee noted that OWEC presented a proposal to increase the population of lions in national game parks through breeding. Consequently, a budgetary proposal of 7 billion for in-situ lion breeding with a targeted output of only 16 lions to be bred in a year was presented. The committee, however, Honorable Speaker, observed that whereas the proposal is quite innovative, the proposed return on investment was low. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee further noted that both OWA and OWEC submitted budgets for environmental impact assessment that cost 280 million Uganda shillings and 500 million respectively for lion breeding. The committee, however, observed that it was OWEC alone that had the mandate of breeding lions within the vicinities managed by OWA. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we recommend that OWEC should review its feasibility study and conduct benchmarks on the return on investment on in-situ lion breedings and present it for recommendation during the next budget cycle for financial year 2025-2026. Additionally, we recommend that OWEC and OWA should harmonize their mandates regarding lion breeding in national game parks and protected areas. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 36, 4.4, Uganda Hotel Tourism Training Institute. The committee observed that UHTTI made a total collection of 2.8 billion as non-tax revenue and retained the same on its revenue account. The committee further observed that UHTTI has been spending funds at source, contrary to the Section 29 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015. During the meeting of the committee held on Thursday, 21st March, Right Honorable Speaker, the principal of UHTTI informed the committee that the institute received authorization from the permanent secretary and secretary to the treasury to spend funds at source. He tabled a letter dated 13th January 2023, authored by the permanent secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife, Antiquity, requesting the PSST for supplementary budget of 3.8 billion for emergency reallocation of UHTTI to rented premises and establishment of students' accommodation facilities. The committee, however, did not receive evidence of an instrument from the PSST authorizing the principal of UHT to spend at source. The committee observed that this institution illegally held funds on its revenue account beyond one financial year without remitting to the same and the same to the consolidated fund. The committee was privy to the information that management abused its authority by allowing insider borrowing of money that culminated in a total loan portfolio of Uganda shillings 472 million for the period July 2022 to March 2024. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee further observed that this institution was engaged in insider borrowing on page 37 without authorization from any lawful authority. It is straight law, Right Honorable Speaker, that the mandate of borrowing and lending money is a preserve of government. Article 159 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda provides that the power to borrow and lend money is for the government. Further, Section 36 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, provides for authority to raise loans. It specifically provides that on page 37, provides as elaborated in the statement of the committee, Right Honorable Speaker. The recommendation, the committee recommends that UHTTI should desist from the absurd, irregular, and illegal act of insider borrowing as it contravenes Article 159 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 3645 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee further recommends that the Directorate of Public Prosecution should investigate the actions of the Board of Directors and the principal of UHTTI for actions of insider borrowing from the revenue account of the Institute. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 38, Uganda Wildlife Research Training Institute, which is a subvention, the committee observed that the performance of this institute since its inception in terms of publication of wildlife research findings fell below average, and neither does it depict the name of the institute nor justify the annual budgetary allocation made. The committee was informed by the minister that the poor performance of this institution could be attributed to low staffing levels in the research division of the Uganda Wildlife Research Training Institute due to limited budget allocation to the institute. The committee was further informed that the institute has gone through restructuring exercise by the Ministry of Public Service, which will position it as a center of excellence in wildlife research. However, this will require additional 8 billion to run the research institute. We therefore recommend that government should provide additional 8 billion shillings to implement the newly approved structure of this institution. Right Honorable Speaker, on UTB, the committee observed that NDP3 targeted to cumulatively attract 281,760 international tourist arrivals from US, Europe, and China, but only 67,252 arrivals were registered by the end of the financial year 2023-2024. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee was informed that US, Europe, and China were key target source for leisure tourists who stay longer than business tourists. However, statistics show that in international arrivals from the aforementioned areas have continued to drop. The committee was informed that UTB requires 4 billion to engage international and national media, Right Honorable Speaker, for production of positive tourism stories to improve destination perception in light of recent controversies that shed the destination in a bad light. However, this has remained unfunded. We recommend that government should provide 4 billion to UTB to engage on international and national media houses in production and positive media stories for improved destination image. Right Honorable Speaker, page 39, proposed reallocation. The committee identified 22.404 billion from within the tourism development program and reallocated it to key priority areas within the program. The table below shows table 9, as I earlier on mentioned, on page 39, source of funds identified for reallocation. That moves to page 40. And the committee observed that the tourism development program entities are grossly unfunded. The committee was presented with several unfunded priorities. However, the following are considered very critical and should be provided for within the financial year 2024-2025. And the next table on page 41, Right Honorable Speaker, table 10, presents destination of identified resources where the committee reallocated this fund to the total tune of, Right Honorable Speaker, the total tune of 22,405 million, Right Honorable Speaker. I hope members will be able to read on page 41. Right Honorable Speaker, the next sector, trade and industry sector. Mr. Speaker, sir, this has under trade, we have vote 015, which is the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, then vote 136, Uganda Export Promotion Board, and vote 154, Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Mr. Speaker, sir, I request members that we move on to page Page 45 presents the proposed budget allocations for the financial year 2024-2025. Table 12, I hope members will be able to read through. I'll just give a summary. Financial year 2024-2025, the ministry has been allocated 2.9 billion for financing its wage and 101.21 billion for non-wage recurrent expenditures. The budget for development domestic stands at Uganda shillings 11.16 billion. The total budget has dropped by 54.725 billion from Uganda shillings 169.99 billion to Uganda shillings 115.27 billion. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the reduction is largely attributed to one-off supplementary budgets to Uganda UWRSA to the tune of 2 billion, then Ministry of Trade to the tune of 3 billion, then UDC to the tune of 50.4 billion. That was a one-off expenditure that led to that big margin of reduction in the total budget of the ministry, Right Honorable Speaker. The planned activities for the ministry is on page 46, Right Honorable Speaker, coming down to page 51. I request members that we move to page 54, which talks about Uganda Export Promotion Board. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda Export Promotion Board is another vote on its own, vote 136. And when you look through on page 54, it presents the semi-annual budget performance. Then on page 54, it presents the proposed budget for the financial year 2024-2025. The overall budget for the Export Promotion Board, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, is proposed to reduce by Uganda shillings 0.703 billion. The reduction has been affected on the wage component to clear unutilized wage during the financial year 2023-2024. However, slight increment on Uganda shillings 0.3 billion is proposed on the non-wage component. Right Honorable Speaker, the planned activities are there, 6.6 on page 54, and the planned activities runs up to page 56, where we find vote 154, Right Honorable Speaker, for Uganda National Bureau of Standards. UNBS on page 56, honorable colleagues, you see a table on UNBS semi-annual budget performance, table 16, which I am not going to read because of time, Right Honorable Speaker. And page 57, UNBS half-year physical performance, scrutinized by the committee. Then on page 58, Right Honorable Speaker, is the proposed budget allocation for financial year 2024-2025 and the variance between approved and the proposed, Right Honorable Speaker. The proposed budget for UNBS is Uganda shillings 58.142 billion, which is a reduction of Uganda shillings 1.9 billion from the approved budget of financial year 2023-2024. The wage component is expected to remain constant, while non-wage and development budget are proposed to reduce by 0.3 billion, Right Honorable Speaker, and 1.6 billion respectively. The planned activities for the UNBS, that's from page 58, members can read through. Then on page 59, Right Honorable Speaker, is the proposed reallocation for trade and industry for financial year 2024-2025. On table 19, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee identified Uganda shillings 35.725 billion from within the trade and industry and reallocated it within the sector key priority areas. The table below, table 19, presents all the details of the source of funds identified for reallocation. Then, Right Honorable Speaker, that runs up to page 60 with a total of 35.7275 billion shillings that was identified and reallocated on page 61, Right Honorable Speaker, on table 20 that members can have time and look through. The committee scrutinized the funded and unfunded priorities for entities under this jurisdiction and was able to identify sources for reallocation and reallocated it accordingly in table 20 based on some projects that were already running on to get completed and few new projects, Right Honorable Speaker. And Right Honorable Speaker, I move now to observation of trade and industry, which is on page 62. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee is concerned that the Ministry of Trade and Industry and Cooperatives was supposed to have operationalized laws such as the Accreditation Service Act 2021 and the Sugar Act 2020. However, none of the two have been operationalized. These laws require operational structures. However, no structures have been proposed in the current rationalization of government agencies, Right Honourable Speaker, an implication that they might remain on the shelves, yet they are important to the economy, Right Honourable Speaker. We therefore recommend that Ministry of Trade Industry Cooperative should have in place structures to operationalize laws in the trade sector that were passed by this Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, subvention to Uganda Cooperative Alliance, the committee observed that in the financial year 2023-2024, MTIC was allocated 3 billion to Uganda Cooperative Alliance Limited without a legal framework or a cooperation agreement and memorandum of understanding to formalize their relationship. Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable colleagues, the committee further observed that Ministry of Trade Industry Cooperative did not have in its possession an instrument legalizing its relationship with the institution UCAL, since UCAL is a limited company. Mr. Speaker, sir, we recommend that the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives and the Attorney General should draft the legal framework to regulate this cooperation. In the circumstance, the committee declines to approve Uganda shillings 3 billion allocated for the financial 2024-2025 to the UCAL through the MTIC until working relationships is properly formalized, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, still on page 63, on vote 136, Uganda Export Promotion Board, the committee observed that Uganda Export Promotion Board is mandated to develop and promote Uganda export on the international market. However, little attention has been given to this institution. It lacks a board in addition to limited funding budget resources that are not always fully released in time. For instance, in the financial 2022-23, honorable colleagues, Uganda Export Promotion Board received only 4.46 billion, which was 53% of Uganda shillings 8.42 billion, its total annual budget, and was the least funded entity of government. UEPB is mandated by Act of Parliament to facilitate the development and growth of export trade in Uganda. The NDP3 highlights export promotion and import substitution as one of country's key development strategies. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, and colleagues, the importance of UEPB in promoting exports has not attracted the requisite budget allocation. Additionally, poor release of funds has undermined its performance. Uganda Export Promotion Board has unfunded priorities worth 20.66 billion, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues. The committee therefore recommends that government should expedite the appointment of the board of directors of Uganda Export Promotion Board and allocate additional budget of 20.66 billion to Uganda Export Promotion Board to develop exports and discover new markets for Uganda in view of the worsening balance of trade position and the suspension of Uganda from AGOA. Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, vote 154, Uganda National Bureau of Standards. The committee reviewed the performance of performance statistics for UNBS on table 17 and observed that UNBS averagely rated at 72% by half of the financial 2023-24. Most of the indicators and activities geared towards quality assurance and consumers protection perform below average. These include product and certification protection perform below average. These include product and certification permits, equipment verified, equipment calibrated, while market surveillance inspection, which is at the core of consumer protection, registered the worst performance of 36% as in table 17, Mr. Speaker. We therefore recommend that government should open UNBS regional centers and laboratories to bring services closer to the population and to reduce costs of doing business, which would subsequently enhance the entity's performance. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the committee further recommends that government should allocate adequate funds for salary enhancement for scientists as per the presidential directive. This will enhance performance in this institution, Mr. Speaker, sir. Right Honourable Speaker, Uganda Development Corporation, UDC. The committee observed that UDC operates as a subvention under Ministry of Trade and Cooperatives. Under the subvention, funds are released to Ministry of Trade Industry Cooperatives, which in turn is transfers to funds to UDC for its operations and investment. The committee noted that UDC accounts for over 60% of the budget appropriated to the ministry, MTIC. Under the current arrangement, UDC is not able to monitor how much is released by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for its operations and monitor and control the fund. The committee is cognizant of the fact that in some instances, UDC has to operate under the market situation, and this may be affected by the lengthy financial release procedures and especially while operating as a subvention. Right, Honourable Speaker, the committee further observed that as Government of Uganda's investment arm, UDC was supposed to ensure that government's shareholding portfolios in business ventures generated return on investments. However, the committee noted that despite recurring investments in businesses such as Commonwealth Resort Munyonyo, Soroti Fruit Factory, Mutuma Tea Factory, Panga Tea Factory, Atiak Sugar Factory, among others, UDC has continued to post losses. The committee further notes that there was no guarantee that allocations to UDC would transform or generate returns of investments. This is evident because at the request of the committee for UDC to share any success stories, profit-making ventures, since their inception, none was provided, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues. We therefore recommend as a committee that Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should allocate a vote to UDC as a semi-autonomous government entity. This will enhance accountability, transparency, and effectiveness in management of public resources in all operation of UDC as an investment arm of government of Uganda. Mr. Speaker, sir, page 66, honorable colleagues, Management Training and Advisory Services, MTAC. The following are key outputs and activities of MTAC intends to carry out during the financial year 2024-2025. Members can read. The observation, the committee observed that in addition to spending money at source, which is contrary to Section 29 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, MTAC made substantial transactions on the revenue account, which was suspicious, irregular, and illegal. Further, the committee was alive to the second budget call circular of 2022, authored by the PSST to all accounting officers, reminding them of their obligations under the Public Finance Management Act 2015 to desist from spending at source. MTAC decided to ignore such guidance, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. Section 45 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 requires that an accounting officer shall control the regularity and proper use of money appropriated to the vote, be responsible for authorizing any commitment made by a vote, and control the resources received, held, or disposed of by or on account of a vote. Mr. Speaker, I now proceed on page 67 on general observations and recommendations. And I start with the first one, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. Expenditure at source outside parliamentary approval. The committee observed that a number of entities under Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives and Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife, and Antiquities spend their non-tax revenue at source in contravention of Public Finance Management Act 2015. These entities include MTAC, UNBS, and UHTTI. The committee noted with concern that easy accessibility to these funds have led to financial irregularities in these institutions. For instance, UNBS collected Uganda shillings 64.7 billion non-tax revenue, out of which only Uganda shillings 52.53 billion was transferred to the consolidated fund, and the balance of Uganda shillings 12.14 billion was spent at source. Right, Honourable Speaker, procurement of private consultancy services for civil works. The committee observed that the deliberate disregard of the mandate of Ministry of Works and Transport by MDAs and prefer private consultants was a dilapidating and raised concerns as to reasons MDAs choose consultants as against Ministry of Works Transport for civil works is costly, irregular, dubious, suspicious, and encumbers service delivery. Right Honorable Speaker, under the Uganda Public Service Standing Order, the procurement, utilization, and disposal of goods and services in the public sector standing orders is on works, instructs the responsible officer to consult the ministry responsible for works before engaging in any works or related activities. Further, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development issued a procurement policy book 2022, to which the Ministry of Works and Transport was listed as a component authority in executing civil works. Recommendation, the committee recommends that PSST should immediately exercise disciplinary action on all accounting officers who fail to comply with the Public Finance Management Act 2015 on management and remittance of non-tax revenue to the consolidated fund. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry recommends that Parliament adopts this report and approves budgetary allocation for financial 2024-2025 as indicated in this table, where 0.015 Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives is allocated 114,474 billion, Right Honorable Speaker. Uganda Export Promotion Board, 12,321,175,000, Right Honorable Speaker. UNBS, 64,691 million, Right Honorable Speaker. Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, 173,243 million, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Uganda Tourism Board, 28,128 million, Right Honorable Speaker. And finally, Uganda Consulate in Kenya, Mombasa, 1.5 billion, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to report.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Colleagues, I open the debate. Now, start with the members of the committee, please. Don't, Ropa, I will come to you a bit later. Yes. I'll do Honorable Amede, Honorable Kawanda is already on the microphone. He has smuggled himself to the microphone. So let us first sort this problem of Honorable Kawanda. We go to Honorable Amede, we go to Solomon, we go to the three colleagues, then I come here. In fact, colleagues, stand up. I see the ones who are there. Okay, Honorable Kawanda 1, Amede 2, Solomon 3. Ekanya, you're here first, come here. Yes. Chegegwa 4, Terego, Timugiwe. So let's make a deal. The colleagues who have stood up here are the ones who will speak. Okay? Yes. Because I have people who will come in later and they want to cause confusion. Okay?
Here you go. What is your battle?
Colleagues, and we do summary so that we take other steps.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the members of the committee for the good report. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I am still disappointed with the committee because they have given very little money to this sector. When you go to developed countries, they put most of the priorities on tourism. You go to Rwanda, Right Honorable Speaker, where they have only 25 or 26 gorillas, and compare Uganda with Rwanda. Uganda, if the minister can give me some information, I don't know the families we have of these gorillas, but more than 29, more than 30, but you compare the money we put in our tourism sector and the money that Rwanda puts in the tourism sector. When you fly Turkish airline that lands at Kigali International Airport every day at 4 a.m. Every tourist goes to Rwanda. And when this aircraft is going back to Istanbul, it lands in Kigali to pick most of the tourists that had landed to go to spend money in Rwanda. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to implore government to put more money in tourism, because if we do not widen our tax base, we shall continue squeezing our traders. We shall continue squeezing people who cannot generate enough revenue for our country. Let us put more money in this sector, because tourism alone can sustain the economy of our country. Then lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I am happy the Minister he has disappeared. The Minister for Finance, I thought was here. He's there. On Monday, I wanted to even say this when the Prime Minister is here. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to give you information. On Monday, during the cabinet meeting that was held in Entebbe, I did not attend, but the cabinet has a spokesperson who normally briefs the country, maybe unless you don't watch. His Excellency the President gave, not speculation, the President gave Tugume. Now, at first, they gave Tugume 37 billion. Now they gave Tugume 37 million US dollars.
Who is Tugume?
Tugume is an investor who has lied to the country that is going to promote our coffee.
But Honorable Kawanda, for correction purposes, I think you know the record of Parliament has to be always intact. Listen, we've never appropriated money to a person called Tugume on the record of Parliament. So
the information I want to give you right now.
If you could refer to the entity, it is always better.
The information I want to give you, Right Honorable Speaker, is because I sit on the budget committee. And Tugume, together with Mr. Audrey Ruawog, are the ones who appeared before the budget committee in Munyonyo. So I am not speculating. These are the people that we gave money, and the government is adding them more money. The point I'm driving at, Right Honorable Speaker.
Procedure, let's get the point of procedure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, our rules are categorical and clear. I am a member of the Budget Committee, and the Budget Committee and all committees of Parliament presents report here. Isn't it procedure correct that you direct Honorable Kabanda to table to this House a proceeding of the Budget Committee meeting with the said people whom he has alleged, so that the record of Parliament is put in the right position?
No, Honorable colleagues, let's make it easy.
Right, I want to make this clear.
Honorable Kawanda.
Honorable
Kawanda
was not a member of the budget committee. He had been smuggled in, but he was not a member when we were sitting in Munyonyo.
But you see, I will allow you, Honorable. You see, Honorable colleagues, Honorable colleagues, just listen. Honorable Kawanda and Honorable colleagues, let's not create unnecessary tension. I usually don't like it when colleagues go for each other. To the outside world and the media, it's exciting, okay? Because there is a drama. But then we lose the debate. We lose the debate. I remember we never appropriated any money to any person called Tugume or Audrey. Parliament appropriates to institutions. So I think that record has to be put very clear. That's number one. Number two, if cabinet discussed what they discussed and it has not yet come here, then that is anticipation. Rule 80 of our rules of procedure doesn't allow us until it comes here formally. Okay? And then Honorable Kabanda puts those hard questions to people to explain. I would request Honorable that,
Okay, Right Honorable Speaker,
Yeah.
for that, for now, I withdraw until cabinet, the people bring that to
thank
cabinet.
you.
But
Thank you, Honorable.
I want to implore our government to also make tourism, the tourism sector, a priority, because it is very important for our country to widen our tax base rather than squeezing traders. Then you hear the shops are closed. Yet we have very many avenues where the government can generate revenue without squeezing our local people. I beg to submit, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. So it was Honorable Mede next. Honorable Mwada, take your time. Don't mind. I'll give you a chance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for the
Honorable,
report.
for your comfort, please, you can come here. Use, because the way you're standing, we can't get you well. And the colors are related. So you better.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And I would like to thank the committee for the report. I would have loved the Minister of Finance to be present. I just have an issue with him. In the 1990s and 2000, government moved to do restructuring in ministries and MDS, and most were required to channel the non-tax revenue through the Uganda Revenue Authority. As you note in the report, most of the departments in the Ministry of Trade are collecting money at source. I wonder, spending money at source, meaning they are not actually hooked onto the Uganda Revenue Authority system. Why has this taken so long? In other MDAs where money is collected by Uganda Revenue Authority, there is noticeable increase of revenues and vis-a-vis accountabilities. So I would like whoever is representing finance here to take note that it has been too long that they have not collected this money via Uganda Revenue Authority. The other issue is about advertisement. As Honorable Kabanda alluded, it's not only Turkish Airlines, but all other airlines. You noticeably see advertisements of Rwanda, gorillas, zebras in the airports and in the plane. I returned on KLM recently and I was amused to see zebras advertised in the plane and also at Amsterdam at the airport, and it was quite interesting. And indeed, most people leave the airline at Kigali. So could the Minister of Tourism provide us information? Why this trend? At least I've noticed this trend since 2014. And then lastly is the issue of UDC. During COVID, we passed money here as Parliament to support local entrepreneurship and struggling businesses. But friends and business people who approached me for more clarification or guidelines, and I gave them information, they reported back to me that UDC made it so difficult for them to access the money.
UDB, for the record.
Yes, UDB made it very difficult for them to access the money. So I would like the minister to give us more information, probably even table a report on who received this money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we leave that last point to when we got finance? Because UDB is under finance, not trade. Okay. Now, honorable colleagues, on the issue which Honorable Kabanda talked about, and Honorable Amede has touched, the issue of advertisement. We don't take advantage of low-hanging fruits. I want to give an example. Recently, in the Magical Kenya Open, where one of our young people managed to shine and his videos went, viral, especially when he was doing a buddy at hole number 18, when he was supposed to make a cut, the Rugumayo. He was putting on a t-shirt promoting an airline of another country. I talked to him and he said, but I couldn't get even an air ticket from our own. It's painful. And the boy near shed tears in my office. He said, look, my name, my flag was watched globally among people who are billionaires, among people who are tourists of the golf game. But I was showcasing that I'm being supported by another country because my own country couldn't get me a ticket of $1,500. It's so, you ask yourself, who really take advantage? How come other countries have eyes for such a low-hanging fruits? And then for us, we cannot. So, but luckily enough, immediately I called the MD of Uganda Airlines and I sent him there. They met. I hope they are working out something because the boy is going global. And whenever he's playing, he's raising our flag globally. He's putting on that advert alone, watched by the millions who watch it. He should be charging the government of Uganda billions for using his name, saying he's a Ugandan. Yeah, because he's marketing our country. Solomon Cherangat.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues in thanking the committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, I developed interest in an issue of human-wildlife conflict. I want to thank the committee and the proposals from the ministry that they are going to put a chain link across over 80 kilometers of some national parks. However, I know, Speaker, we have been in this floor of parliament with my colleagues, and we were telling this parliament that the source of conflict in Sabay sub-region is because of the people who are displaced from their original homes in the forest. Now that they are going to put a chain link in case they get the money, what happens with these people, Right Honorable Speaker? Because these people are still homeless, they are still suffering. Recently, Right Honorable Speaker, there was a very serious conflict between the rural rangers and the people. Animals were shot dead, people were shot, but this issue needs to be handled squarely, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm really perturbed as to why we have not seen in the report on what we are going to do with these people who have been displaced from their original homes. These people, Right Honorable Speaker, are not intruders in the forest. These people were displaced with the promise that they will be resettled. But up to now, these people are still in the camps. So I wish, Honorable Speaker, to request the minister to tell us what is the fate of these people. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the committee for the report, and I have a critical passion on that particular sector, especially the one on tourism. Right Honorable Speaker, when we don't fund research on wildlife, I think we tourism and our destinations, because our up of mostly, and so, Speaker, knowledge about species, their biology, their ecology, the life history, and guiding appropriate conservation actions are what would come out of the Uganda Wildlife Research and Training Institute. If this institute is specifically to do for us this research, Right Honorable Speaker, we would now be having the right data, reliable, on our species, on the big five, and also the critical limiting resources on conserving this kind of biodiversity, and also assessing the threats to these species. Even it would assist us to give a business case on our conservation. Right, Honorable Speaker, if you went to Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center, what would we give as worth to the animals that are sitting at UWEC? If we could give a worth on the animals we present for tourism, this country would long be in the middle income status. Because if we only understood the worth of the animals we present, then, Right Honorable Speaker, we would be way above others in providing the right destination for tourism. His Excellency has called on attention to research and innovations. And I wonder why the Ministry of Tourism does not think that research is very critical when we are really making tourism one of the pillars of this economy. And when tourism of this country is based on wildlife conservation. Honorable Speaker, I would like to plead with the honorable members that that institute in Kasese needs a lot of funding. We have researchers, they cannot be deployed because the wage bill is very low. We are losing species every day. We cannot even contain at least their genes into our banks because we don't have the research. We don't know even the gene of the animals we have. And so really this research department in wildlife requires this kind of investment. It has a return on it. It will give our conservation a business case, and this is the pillar of the economy of this country, Right Honorable Speaker. That we get the right financing, appropriate financing for the Uganda Wildlife Research and Training Institute. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mero.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to applaud the committee for the report. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I have a concern on issues of promotion of tourism. Right Honorable Speaker, many times we designate tourism attaches in the missions abroad to market our tourism. But the money we are putting into this is not coming out. They do the marketing, but we don't come to support our agents to popularize what the marketeers are doing. Recently, we were in Geneva, and our representatives in Geneva had an exhibition that only Kenya and Tanzania were able to send people, and yet it was an opportunity to market our country. And yet Geneva is one of the countries which has a lot of people who spend basically on holidays and tourism. Uganda is a potential in this. The other issue, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to raise is when I was in the committee, the ministry came up with the issue of financing one of the most popularly watched clubs, football clubs, like Rwanda is financing Arsenal to market it. We as a committee agreed to that effect. I wanted to know whether this money this time is coming because they had proposed that Manchester United markets for us Uganda as an Explore Uganda project. Is there money for this to come out? Because we expect these people, once they don on a t-shirt written on Uganda, everybody will be interested. All the supporters of Manchester United will be interested in watching and coming to Uganda to see what are they really promoting. Is the money there? Because Rwanda is doing very well with Arsenal visit Rwanda. What are we doing in regards to this? Right Honorable Speaker, the other issue is we are marketing tourism. It is one of our leading earners. What about the transport infrastructure to the national parks? We have had issues when the roads are so rough, the tourists come and go back when they are sick. Instead of going back celebrating what they have come to watch here, they go back to their countries when they are sick. Well, how much money are we putting into this infrastructure within the places where we are marketing the tourism from? Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Guzuri, then Honorable Tim Gill. Honorable colleagues, I can see some members standing up. When we were starting this session, I picked members and I said I'm stopping on those who are here. So if you know when I was picking members, you are in the corridors or still somewhere. Kindly.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have listened to the chair of the committee, and my observation is that the report is leading this House into approving a policy statement which has not satisfied many requirements of the law. Section 13, subsection 15 of the Public Finance Management Act dictates what a ministerial policy statement should contain. From the chair's report, I would have expected that we would hear what actions have been taken on recommendations of Parliament in relation to the specific ministry, but that is silent. Mr. Speaker, this House has been categorical on a number of issues which have had financial implications which should have been reflected in the report. For example, this House recommended and resolved that the ministry should be able to compensate tobacco farmers in West Nile. And that provision has not been catered for clearly in the budget. Two, the law says we should be able to look at the procurement plans and the recruitment plans of the various votes. That will help us appreciate how much money we need to vote into the various entities. The committee is silent on those. Neither do we have those attachments in that document. Mr. Speaker, we also know that the Minister of Finance has issued indicative planning figures to all ministries and votes. And that should have informed how much money we should propose or put in each of those votes. And from the submissions of the chair, there's a mismatch. We do not know recommendations they are making are guided or backed by a certificate of financial implication as required in the law. So in light of all those, it is very, very hard to establish, one, that this policy statement actually will cater for issues of equity, gender, and the required climate integration basis, which should have fit in a policy statement. I therefore invite members who are going to vote on this matter to pay keen attention. Otherwise, we are about to rubber stamp a policy statement which will not address key issues. For example, in the attachments, even the asset registers of the various votes is missing. And we know there's a lot of waste in these ministries. So we should have examined each of these issues to see what savings we can make from the proposed policy in the subsequent year. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Guzuri. I think, well, there might be some few gaps which are not fully realized or addressed issues. But when you look at the major principles, they are covered. Okay, but that doesn't mean that we should overlook the issues which Honorable Guzuri is raising, and I hope the chair will answer to that because they did a deep analysis. Honorable Isaac, then Honorable Bigaros.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the committee report. One is I do welcome the 27.62 billion which has been offered to Uganda Tourism Board. And I can see you cited 4 billion which was unfunded. which is meant to promote Uganda's image abroad. But I actually thought that every marketing that Uganda Tourism Board does is for promoting Uganda's image abroad. So I wonder why this 4 billion is set aside for only promotion of Uganda's image. And secondly, 1.5 billion has been set to help Uganda's consulate in Kenya and Tanzania to promote tourism. But our biggest market is actually in Europe and America. So I would assume that actually some money be allocated to Uganda Tourism Board. We should go directly to those consulates because they do operate a lot in actually trying to promote Uganda. I thank the committee as well for noticing that we have a risk of budget duplication here. 1.34 million was not actually included in the ministerial policy statement, which was for electric fencing around our national parks. And yet actually we had allocated. So thank you for that job well done. But on the fencing, Mr. Speaker, I do feel that this is long overdue. It will actually save us a lot of money in terms of compensation. Where most of these attacks, wildlife attacks on our communities has increased now to over 7,000 cases a year annually. And if most of our national parks are actually fenced, we shall actually be avoiding some of these cases. So I do welcome this money which is going to come in helping avoid. But also we need a clear channel for applicants who are actually requesting for compensation, because most of them do not know the way properly how to access this money for compensation, and the compensation policy is actually also very slow. On the issue of NTR, it is actually very sad that the committee has actually cited that we have some accounting officers who are utilizing the NTRs at source, and yet they're not supposed to be doing that. And yet we have other entities also who bring out NTRs, like in the health sectors, and they're not allowed to use any single coin of those NTRs. So why are we having this double policies going on with some other entities? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, we are all aware that passengers accessing West Nile still have to pay while they're accessing the route from Masindi going to Pakwach. That issue has been raised several times here. We know very well that the road from Karuma to Pakwach is still under rehabilitation and it is not ready. As MPs of West Nile, we have raised this on numerous occasions. The let passengers accessing West Nile going through the road from Masindi to Pakwach be allowed to access it for free as we wait for that. If it's not going to be for free, then at least let us have some concessions. But vehicles have to pay. It is only a small vehicle. So I hope that this matter can be taken up for members of West Nile accessing Masindi to Pakwach can get concessions instead of repaying a lot of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bigaro. Honorable colleagues, let's try to conclude.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. In the same vein, I join my colleagues in applauding the committee for a very good report. Right Honorable Speaker, West Nile basically has been on tobacco as a cash crop, as a trade crop. As the committee presented what is taking place in the trade sector, they have not had a thought about West Nile. Other areas have coffee, other areas have tea and so forth. But West Nile, after tobacco, then what? What can we trade in? This is the only thing that can put money in households, and this is where we want to go. Two, on this floor, we did mention that we used to have white rhinos, and we have requested severally, can we transport these white rhinos so that they can produce, so that we can have white rhinos, so that we can have something in West Nile. We used to have so many tourists coming for white rhino, the white rhinos in West Nile. But this I have not heard. Through you, I request that the white rhinos should be relocated. Also, Terego had written to tourism sector that we thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, through you, we had requested Wati Mountain has a lot of other animals. And we had said that tourism should go and see what else they can add. And this has not been done. Now, if it's not done, how shall we expand on tourism? My season falls National Park. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have not met the standard of most of these national parks. The quality of trees, the quality of what the roads should be is still substandard. The vehicles that are used by the tourists leaves a lot to be desired. I think we need to standardize the type of vehicles that should be used in our tourism sector, because it has a lot to do with comfort of the tourists. Lastly, we really need to add money in the tourism sector. My brother is itching.
Honorable Katari Roy, then Honorable Faith Napo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving this opportunity. I'd like to thank the committee chair and the members for that detailed report. Right Honourable Speaker, the chairperson of the committee noted that acts, one, the Accreditation Services Act 2021 and the Sugar Act 2020. They are only wondering because it's neither part of the rationalization process, nor is it part of the ministerial policy statement. Like they asked, I'd like to find out from the minister when they intend to operationalize this, or where do they belong? Right, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Melo talked about the infrastructure in this country leading to the tourist centers. Everyone knows that Ginger is one of the serious tourist sites in this nation, but Right, Honourable Speaker, that road is a mess. These days, you leave Kampala at 5, you reach Ginger at 12 a.m. You reach Ginger at 9, you reach Ginger at 9 p.m. You reach Kampala at the situation. Right, Honourable Speaker, on adverts, I know we need to carry out lots of adverts telling the world that Uganda has good tourist sites. A few weeks ago, the Private Sector Foundation had the Women's Day Katali in Ginger the 3rd, and I was privileged to meet one of the exhibitors. It was an advertising company. This company has everything you need to know about Uganda in audio and videos. When I asked them why they don't work together with Uganda Airlines and Ministry of Tourism, they said, I think they are not interested. Maybe the minister should start with that. We could contact the Private Sector Foundation to get the details of these people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nakut Faith. Then Honorable Ekanya, Honorable Tommy Singoma, Honorable Roland Bish, Honorable Barimwezo, then Honorable Konyinji will go to.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I have two things on which to commend the committee. One of them is showing sources for reallocation. They have done a commendable job. The committee went beyond just recommending that money be added. Added from where? I think it's a learning for the rest of the committees that when we move money, we should move from one place to another, showing that. Thank you. The second one on which to commend the committee is the brilliant idea to provide funding for UTB to do international advertising, as the colleagues have already explained it. It is true that projecting a correct and positive image of our country is critical for the tourism industry to grow. Right, Honorable Speaker, I know you're listening. There are two things, two policy areas of concern to me that have come out of this report. One of them is on HUA, Uganda Wildlife Authority. The committee gives clear reason why that HUA gives a justification that HUA should be added more money. But in my view, one of those justifications shouldn't be that HUA is making a lot more money. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be the quantity or amount of money we are making and no agencies making to determine how much we should give. It should be the need then how much is needed for efficiency, how much is needed to get the value we want, rather than how much they are generating. Because if we consider how much they are generating, then Uganda Lotteries and Gaming Board will ask for more because they also generate. Uganda Revenue Authority will also ask for more because they generate. So it should not be part of the things we use for discussing in this house. Secondly, on the policy issue, number 2, the Export Promotions Board, Right Honorable. How about something called PASAID? How do the two relate? The committee recommends that we add more 20 billion to the Export Promotion Board to do its work. We acknowledge the need to promote exports. But at a time like this one, should we put money on what we know is working, or should we put money on a trial and error on an inexistent board? I have a problem with that. I would rather we put the 20 billion on what we see is working, other than on a gamble. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, if there is any statement which I'm finding is a discussion, it's difficult to control and put together without losing focus. It's this one, because the Committee for Tourism, the Ministry for Tourism, is totally different from Trade and ENBS. You know, totally. I remember in Parliament here, they used to have, I think it was a Committee for Education, Honorable Kanya can remind me, and Honorable Bosabo, and Social Services. And it was difficult to give serious attention to education. Yeah, I was checking on the records. It was very difficult to give serious attention to education. I think really we shall need maybe to look at it as a house. Tourism is the engine of this country. To the potential we are seated on, leave alone this oil you're running around that requires you to invest billions and what. Tourism is more than oil, and it's more sustainable. When you look at a country, small countries are attracting millions of tourists. When they have nothing, they just have water. For us, the few are on water, we are even chasing the move. So I think we shall need to look at it in future, honorable colleagues. Now, Kanya, just before I call on you, but this one, as I say, clerk, let's look at it. I'll discuss with the right honorable speaker and the business committee. Okay, in the business committee, we look at it seriously. We see whether this committee should remain trade, tourism. You look for the relationship, and yeah, on what I'm saying. But I've said I will take to the business committee. We can't conclude anything. If we were to conclude, I would. Okay, but since we shall take it to the business committee, it will again come here, and then you help us. But there is information which I had wanted Honorable Katesh to give us as one of the people who are doing a lot in the tourism sector. And I also wanted to allow Honorable Mugori, because you know he does for us a lot of work. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I would like to, first of all, thank you for giving this time for us to discuss tourism. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the chair for the presentation, and I was listening carefully. From the report of the Minister of Tourism, they indicate that the GDP contribution from tourism has fallen from 7.7% to 4.7% from 2019 to 2022. For me, that should be a very worrying statistic. I want to highlight other things from that report. The second one is that the tourism arrivals from the US, Europe, Kenya in 2023, China in 2023 totaled 67,252. Compare that with Kenya that receives more than 300,000 from US and UK.
The third extract from that report is that the population of lions in 2019 were 493, and they have dropped. The minister is saying that we should say the figures, but we are trying to help you. Now, Mr. Speaker, tourism has got the potential to actually solve the problem of the resource we have been talking about. The biggest problem we have as we look for money is that we do not seem to have the strategy that places this country at the forefront of attracting tourism as a tourism destination. We do not have content. We do not have national content that you can actually distribute across the globe to market a country called Uganda. That's why when you go to some countries, they will ask you whether you have gorillas or not. Yet we have the biggest percentage of gorillas in the whole world. So where is the strategy that does country level marketing that can attract people to come to Uganda? Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, we have sectors like we have put money in PDM. I want to tell you colleagues that if PDM was succeed by 60%, we would have a crisis in this country because we have not planned for the success of PDM. If PDM results in increased egg production in this country, where would you sell it? A sector like tourism would be the one that would help us offload production out of PDM. If you have 10 million tourists sleeping in Uganda for one night, on the morning of breakfast, you would be sure that you will sell 10 million eggs, 10 million sausages, 10 million tomatoes, and the value chain, everybody would benefit. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as we look at money, there are things which we can do, basic. For example, this morning, Right Honorable Speaker, I received a cry from one of the prayers in Queen Elizabeth, where the tourists have checked out because there is no reliable internet connectivity. We passed money here for the project in Netayu. The Minister of ICT is here. You tell us, how can we have national parks without reliable internet? When people want to go, take pictures, do live broadcast, and attract other people to come to Uganda. Number two, why can't we have water, electricity, reliable in all the national parks? Those ones we can achieve. Number three, why can't we make visa application and arrival in Uganda simple? Why should people struggle to apply for visa and then the system are struggling, and yet we can actually make it simple to attract tourists to come into this country? Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, is about communication by government. Sometimes we are very quick to spread bad news about the country called Uganda. During COVID, you remember, just one case, the Ministry of Health would be screaming, 10 cases of COVID have been discovered. Recently, there is something that came from defense. We are the ones alarming the rest of the world from coming here. Why can't we have one central communication when you are communicating as a ministry? Understand the implications of your communication on the economy. Because if you give negative news, then you come here and you ask for unfunded priorities, knowing that the sector where your negative communication caused a shortfall in income is the one supposed to fund you. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think we need to be serious with tourism. We have talked, but we need money in conservation to increase the population of lions, to increase the population of rhino and all these animals. We need infrastructure, and we need a strategy that places Uganda at the top wherever you go. And when you are sending ambassadors out there, give them content. You go to an embassy in London and you cannot find even a flyer about Uganda. How will they market the country? So there are things we can do, we can talk, but I think government, we need to sit and have a harmonized strategy on promoting tourism so that it can contribute more than 20% to our GDP. I
Thank you.
submit.
Honorable Kanya. Procedure?
Thank you very much, Speaker. The procedure point I'm raising on Honorable Speaker, and aware that you will tell me that Honorable Bahati is taking notes for absent ministers. At a time when we are processing ministerial policy statements, talking about budget, talking about the constraints of the economy, talking about the priorities of this country, and none of the ministers of finance is present, and none is present from the office of the prime minister in the hierarchy of 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 prime ministers. Right, Honorable. Are we proceeding well?
Thank you. Now, Honorable, you say aware, I will tell you that Honorable Bahati is taking notes. So I think we are proceeding well. Because even when you were asking, you knew. but anyway, I think at this stage, Honorable colleagues, you see, this is our process now. What we need mainly as sector ministers, because after these statements are going to the budget committee, which will engage with the Minister of Finance again. So let's proceed. And Office of the Prime Minister is well represented here. Honorable Alice Kawoyo is here. Then we have a full minister in our senior colleague, Honorable Rokeris. And he's very alert and attentive. So we have a very powerful team here representing the Prime Minister. Honorable Kanya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson of Committee of Trade and Tourism. Whereas Honorable Nguzili tried to water down the report, Honorable Speaker, I've been here for some time, but the report of this committee and your members and your clerk is top-notch. Honorable Speaker, why do I say so? Our rules demands that in the report, the members give a summary of the performance of the sector for previous year. The Honorable Lady presented how there is abuse of the resource by the accounting officers. And for that reason, Honorable Speaker, it is this House that clears the names of accounting officer. I hope, Honorable Speaker, your office will take the recommendation of the Honorable Member that the accounting officers who have been named to have abused their offices, leading to corruption and loss of funds, will not be cleared by this House. Colleagues, you are asking for money for tourism, but there is abuse. And the report has made it clear. Secondly, the government of Uganda and the development partner signed a development support policy. The development support policy states and agreed to use national institutions and to avoid duplication. The development partners agreed that we shall have budget support and not of budget support. Under what condition does the Minister of Finance, Secretary of the Treasury, allow of budget support? That's contrary to the commitment for funding and supporting government of Uganda that all resource we shall use national institution to avoid duplication and wastage of resource. The Honorable Chairperson of the committee has highlighted that. I've not heard from other person. How can a colleague question that? Honorable Lady has presented very serious matter. Secondly, the issue of not sending money to the consolidated fund has been highlighted. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, my prayer and my request that as we adopt this position, the office of the Speaker and Minister of Finance and all of us should ensure that any accounting officer who has been implicated are not approved. Finally, Toronto, one of the districts that has World War memorial cemeteries. Honorable Speaker, we move to the US, we move to America, we are taken to memorial cemeteries. I request Minister of Tourism and Trade to ensure that the World War Memorial Cemetery of Tororo is developed alongside the first cable car in the entire East and Southern Africa, located in Tororo. I beg to support the report. Thank you.
Thank you. And Honorable colleague, this is when you highlight your issues. The Honorable Minister for Tourism here, Honorable Martin, visited my constituency. In my area, in Chianga sub-county, Chianga, Rovorunga, and Chijende, we happen to have chimpanzees. Yes, we happen to have chimpanzees. The minister promised habituation process to start because chimpanzees are. I know very many tourists. There's a group which Honorable Katesh had brought. They wanted to do Queen Elizabeth, do chimpanzees, and do mountain gorillas. They had to cancel for one day for the chimpanzees. They said, no, we can't make it. The other side is very far. So the day for chimpanzees is reduced from the itinerary. Now, you have chimpanzees across that park. Honorable Minister, you came, you promised that you're going to start soon. So when Honorable Kanya talks about war memorial, I also have chimpanzees. And are the war memorials going to, the UPDF might come in to help Honorable?
No, I'd wanted to give Honorable Ikanya and this house very accurate additional information. Toro district does not only have the first and the only known World War cemetery, but also it was the only recruitment center in the whole of East Africa. So that's why most people who died, they were brought there. Some of you, your great-grandparents, are peacefully resting in Tororo. So we should highlight this through funding, and then what Honorable Kanya said, Tororo Rock is the highest rock which without any soil, sedimentary rock in the whole of East and Central Africa. But the cable car for tourists, when they come, it takes you 1.5 hours climbing up. And so we need, these are the only things. And of course, I support any move to increase. Other people don't even have what they can sell to the world. For us, we have a lot. This is more than even oil, I can tell you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Singoma.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me also to join the rest of our colleagues in thanking the committee for a good report. Right Honorable Speaker, the theme for this year's budget is commercialization of agriculture. But Honorable Speaker, using my experience in countries like neighboring Kenya, where the level of commercial agriculture is slightly higher than ours here, I realized that there is a very strong, actual fundamental symbiotic relationship between commercial agriculture and a vibrant cooperative movement. The two, reinforce each other. But looking at the report, and I think I've been hearing properly, there isn't much focus on the rejuvenation of the cooperative movement. And this, I think, is a negative, Honorable Speaker, because would be happier to see efforts being made to resuscitate our limping cooperative movement, the primary societies. But only what we hear and what we read in the stories is that money being given to cooperative unions and being misappropriated and eaten left and right. So, Right Honorable Speaker, can the ministry, and I think Honorable Bahati is hearing these remarks very well. I can see him looking at me with the can the ministry really give us an explanation as to why not much emphasis is being put on the revival and rejuvenation of the cooperative unions
Thank you.
and the cooperative movement at large in this budget?
Thank you. Honorable Roland.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I add my voice to those who have thanked the committee for the good report. There is a saying, Right Honorable Speaker, that difficult roads often lead to beautiful destinations.
but the difficult roads that we have in Kigezi are appalling. And yet, we have a national park with gorillas, so many families of mountain gorillas, and the roads are so impassable. We are losing a lot of revenue because of impassable roads. And as such, it is very prudent and very important that the Ministry of Works and other agencies like UNRWA should prioritize these tourism roads. Right, Honorable Speaker, some roads like Muhanga Chisizi Kebisoni and Chisoro Nkulingo Mugahinga have been removed from the PIP, Project Implementation Plan, in the next financial. Starting the roads, those roads have been removed from the PIP. As Kigezi, Right Honorable Speaker, we think we are getting a road deal. First of all, the money that is collected from those mountain gorillas is a lot, but the people of Kigezi are not benefiting from it. All of it comes here in the central, and the roads are bad. Right Honorable Speaker, in addition to that, I would like to add to what Honorable Katesh has said on internet in the national parks. Recently, I was in Kanungu and I traveled all the way to Kasese. There is no internet in the whole of Queen Elizabeth National Park. So when you are a tourist and you cannot access internet, you cannot access, you cannot talk to your people wherever they are in the whole world, it becomes a problem for you to come back to that area, to visit that area. Additionally, Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Tourism is generating a lot of money. Although Katesh was talking about a reduction, but my records show that in the year 2022 alone, they collected 736 million US dollars, up from around $630 million that was collected in 2021. So this tourism sector needs to be supported, Right Honorable Speaker. We need to enable its functionality. We need to ensure that the internet is working, the roads, tourism roads are done. We need to ensure that advertising is top notch, because in the end, we are going to benefit from it. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, there are low-hanging fruits in the tourism sector, like sports. What some people don't understand is that certain sports can promote tourism. I'll give an example. In Kigezi, we have high altitude, and we can easily train so many athletes who can compete on the world stage. So if the Ministry of Sports could promote that sector, then we could get a lot of money out of that area. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Mwezo. No, please, Honorable Wandwasi, you are not among the MPs I picked. Yeah. Let me first remind Honorable colleagues, when the chair finished presenting, the colleagues who were around stood up and I said, they are the only ones who are going to speak. So if you were in the corridor, in the canteen, and you have very good points, unfortunately, you will wait for another day. Honorable Mwezo. Honorable Mwezo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also wish to appreciate the committee for the good work. There has been an increase in counterfeits in the entire country. And this is because UNBS has not been given money for field inspections. For almost the entire year, I haven't seen UNBS do field inspections in the city. And, it's because they also say that they have limited staff, and this has created a menace. Particularly at our borders, there is a limited presence of UNBS staff, which creates a problem. So the issue is how much money have we put aside for the field inspection so that we can reduce on the number of counterfeits in the country? That is my question. Then secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, we have, the poorest road infrastructure, particularly in the city. I know we shall come to that when we come to physical infrastructure, but we also need to address, because without buses that move these tourists in the cities, majority of them are not working because of the potholes in the city. So I pray that we consider that, particularly when it comes to good road infrastructure in the city.
Thank you. Honorable Kunyinji Mwada, Honorable Faith Punhira.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the elaborate report. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I have 3 observations. One, the report mentions Uganda Hotel and Tourism Training Institute that they are undertaking insider borrowing, spending at source, among others, in total contravention of the Public Finance Management Act. But they fell short of a recommendation. Isn't it proper, you would have said, let the IGG or even the police investigate and ensure that the culprits are actually apprehended and they are brought to account as a missing recommendation, because there's no recommendation to that. Much as it appears you did a thorough job of investigating and establish, especially considering their half-year performance. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, on page 32, the committee brings into picture the aspect of compensation. And they specifically report that there's increasing number of human wildlife conflicts, including destruction of property and lives. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this is very important. We are talking about tourism and encouraging people maybe to visit our game parks, among others. But when it comes to the regulations that were in 2022, the committee has observed only one concern of a compensation of 2%. Right Honorable Speaker and the colleagues, I want you to bring your attention to the other regulations. When you look at the aspect of proving a claim, these regulations are very unfair. They provide that for you to allege a claim and receive compensation, you must report on the spot that you were attacked. And if it is an animal, you must produce the carcass or any remainder, which is impossible in some instances. And without the regulation purposed to allude to a requirement that you must report, which is impossible to most of the victims. And aware that the report is disclosing increase in encounters between wildlife and destruction of property and lives, we must equally interrogate this. I think the recommendation fell short of also mentioning that they must also revise these regulations. One, to give a proper timeline within which to report a complaint, because the regulation provides that you must report on spot, and if there is any delay, not exceeding 1 or 2 days. I mean, not exceeding one day, which is hard. Secondly, the regulations talks about a compensation applicable if you lose a life, and they are restricting it to only 20 million. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you cannot purport to restrict a compensation on life to just 20 million. And if you have been disabled, then to 15 million. I believe this is in contravention and in conflict with other neighboring laws we have in this country. And I beg to move that the recommendation be amended and to include a thorough revision of the Uganda Wildlife Compensation Scheme regulations 2022, so that there is enough time offered to victims to report such encounters, and 2, that the compensation is equally revised to comply with other neighboring laws. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Mugore. Then.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Leader of Opposition, I go to the ministers.
A number of issues have been mentioned, and even on compensation just now. And these are regulations that were out just, I think, last year, after push by this parliament, and they are now on trust. So what I would suggest, even with the recommendation is talking about, is first of all the committee to look at it, whether those gaps are there, and they are whether those gaps are there, because it's just being tested. And at the same time, we are the very people appropriating. If there is a cap on how much somebody should get, should we leave it open that somebody would get 100 million shillings in compensation or whatever? Then we shall have beaten the purpose for which the regulation and the law was put in place. Number two, there was an issue on advertising. I recollect also, Right Honorable Speaker, vividly, that Uganda Tourism Board made a research and found that the most watched team was Manchester United, and they had gone into contract. No, Arsenal was taken by Rwanda. You cannot go. Rwanda and Uganda also uses Arsenal.
No, there is, we can just clarify.
Yes, but I'm
There
just
is the
making
most watched and the one which makes more noise. You clarify.
So the clarity was that it's Man U, I'm not a Man U fan, by the way, but it was the most watched, and that's why there was that contract coming in. But I don't know how far they have gone currently. But I suppose also that again there were budget cuts that made this contract do not go. And yet, like you said, Right Honorable Speaker, the major issue in tourism is advertising, but also our infrastructure development within the tourism network. I suppose, Right Honorable Speaker, that we have sung over this thing. What they are going to advertise is that.
Thank you, Rob.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the members who have made good contributions to this report. In the area of trade, I would start with the area of trade. Mr. Speaker, our policy direction should be geared towards removing the trade barriers in this country. Whether there are barriers related to government, including even government-exposed restrictions, those are the areas where we should focus so that our traders can have some breathing space. Right now, in the entire country, the traders are feeling the heat, in part because the policy environment that government has put in place are not enabling enough for the trade sector to be able to thrive. The minister and the policy statement has also not adequately addressed the issues we have been raising here. I think on the falling prices, I'd expected that to come more clearly. And Right Honorable, I remember you had directed that in processing the policy statements, the issue of the tea farmers, I think, from the West, the issue of the falling maize prices in the entire country, and even the oil seeds should be addressed. This has not come really.
It was Zombo mainly.
Zombo, yes, wherever it is, they have not come very well. The second point I would like to highlight under trade is the composition of our international delegation. I saw in the report they have recommended and allocated money for our delegations to go abroad. Most times, Mr. Speaker, this issue of assembling a group of friends, relatives, and in-laws to go to very high-level delegations, that require knowledge and thinking, because you are going to engage other countries, are going to bring experts, people who know it. Only one statement can be able to even confuse the entire delegation of Uganda. And I have examples that have come to my attention. And the point I'm making is that let us be serious and take those opportunities that come. On the issue of trade, I want to emphasize what my colleagues mentioned. We have had resolutions from this parliament that required the Ministry of Trade or government them, and including a resolution on the accounting officer of the ministry. It was determined here. We don't know the fate, and I want the minister to comment, because as parliament, our only tool is when we are respected. If we make a resolution and then it is not implemented and the same entities come here, they want money, it can demotivate even other accounting officers because they don't see us biting enough. On the issue of tourism, I have this comment. For people who did economics and maybe statistics, there is this subject called econometrics, which is basically using economic theory. And when you apply statistics and mathematics to the economic theory, then you come with a model that is able to give you some economic phenomena. In short, you turn the economic theory into viable policy positions. And when I listen to the discussion here, our input into the tourism sector does not match the output that we would like to get from there. So without putting in enough resources, without putting in the investments that are required, that should be able to enable tourism, we cannot succeed. Because tourism, I think in my understanding, I will take information from first.
No, Honorable, I don't have that time.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have time.
Okay, let me conclude. Tourism is anchored on some economic pillars. You need the roads, you need our small airstrips to be viable. Electricity has been mentioned, even the health facilities, that a tourist feels comfortable that when I get a problem in West Nile or in Kigezi, there is a health facility that is available to attend to me. So when you look at all this put together, you find that our investments are not yet enough. I would like to end by mentioning the issue of the image of the country, which has been elaborately covered. I think our image as a country is at stake because we don't have, I believe we even have internal saboteurs, both in government and the other side, who do not even reflect on what they say and where, and at what point to say that. And this is very alarming until probably government comes up with a proper guidance on how to communicate certain positions, even when something has happened. Even when something has happened, how do you pass on so that when it goes out, it doesn't alarm our tourists? So, I would like to end there and appeal to the committee to look at only one issue. One day when we were going to West Nile, you were also going for, you attended the burial of the wife to our colleague. We found our own representative in the East African Legislative Assembly, Honorable Veronica, who had a vehicle with a EAC number plate. And she's a Ugandan, she's from East Africa, but the rates were different. Said they gave her the rate as an individual because she's a Ugandan, but they denied her car. Said now this car belonging to East Africa must pay a higher price. I think that is a small issue that probably the Ministry of Tourism can deal with. Let's have something uniform. If I'm a Ugandan and I'm driving a car, probably Lances in Tanzania and the rest, I think the rate that applies to Ugandan vehicles should also automatically apply. It would help. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sure. I totally agree with you. Because if we are paying the same school fees in universities, paying the same what, why should we? So all of you have 5 minutes. All of you. You're not going to go issue by issue. You'll have another opportunity of interacting with us. Chair, use 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable
Just
Chair.
use
I want to thank the members for their comments on the report. Right, Honorable Chair, I want to clarify a few, Right, Honorable Speaker, sorry. I want to clarify a few things. The first comment came from Honorable Kabanda, who complained about the committee allocations to the Ministry of Tourism. I want to inform the honorable colleague that the allocations made by the committee is informed by the ministerial policy statement. The ministry is presented to this house, and so that was referred to the committee, sectoral committees to process. So that is the only source that the committee had in terms of funding to allocate to the different sectors. Second, Honorable Speaker, the comment by Honorable Guzuli, I want to also comment that it was just because of time factor. That's why I had to rush over the report and do a summary. Otherwise, if you're to look through, issues of compliance was well addressed by the committee into details. Start from page 5 on gender equity requirements, then also on page 42 and for Ministry of Trade details clearly the issue of compliance. Then, Honorable Speaker, the matter of irregularities in terms of spending of funds, contrary to the Financial Management Act and the Public Funds Management, Right Honorable Speaker, I stated that very clearly in the report. However, I only highlighted a few areas, but I requested members to read through the report carefully and we'll come up with report of the committee on actions taken and also recommendations by the committee. One of them was UCA Limited, where the committee declined approving 3 billion shillings because of failure by the ministry to ensure that they complete on formalizing the working relationship between them according to the law. So the committee declined to give 3 billion shillings to Uganda Cooperative Alliance Limited. That's one among others. Then the recommendation on irregularity of spending at source were clearly highlighted. Among them was the issue of PSST, ensuring disciplinary actions taken. We also highlighted that. Maybe I request that members read through the report carefully and will be able to understand and be able to appreciate the position.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, I have to start with tourism. Honorable colleagues, as the Minister comes, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of women leaders from the Central Uganda Conference, the Seventh-day Adventist Church. They've come to visit the SDA Parliamentary Fellowship chaired by Honorable Tumwesigye Josephat. Please join me in welcoming them. Oh, there is also a man. So, what I have here is, yeah, thank you. The man has escorted women for the record, yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. And I also want to thank the chair and the committee for the report. And I want to thank the members for the contribution and support. And indeed, I don't think that Winston Churchill, in his book of 1908 of My African Journey, he didn't refer to Uganda as the Pearl of Africa for nothing. And I see when you speak about the potential. And Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, I agree with you. There should be a distinction between tourism and trade so that we are handled separately. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to first respond to the issues raised in the report. And the first one is to do with the UHTTI, which is a training institute that we have in Jinja, where issues were raised by the committee to do with how the school was spending money at source. And I remember the principal then tabled a letter, I think it's referred to in the report, between him and the PSST, allowing him to spend. But I think the most important issue is that what happens with, because UHTTI is a training institute, it is an application hotel, a hotel, and where we train our students in the tourism sector. Now, the challenge that UHTTI has compared to the other institutions like the universities, let's say Makerere and MOBS, is that most of these universities front load money to these universities to run. Now, in the scenario of UHTTI, they get their money through a subvention from the ministry. And sometimes there are delays to do with when the money comes. So that's why sometimes the principal's hands are tied. But yes, the money is drawn off the account and redeposited back when the money comes from the ministry as a subvention finally. I think we'll agree that despite the challenge in how well that the money was being picked on and off, that there was no single loss recorded, that the money was always brought back and redeposited. And that's why we asked the committee to guide us going forward, that unless we also run a system like the other university institutions where money is front-loaded, then we'll still have challenges running this institution if we're going to wait for money coming in quarters. And I think that's the challenge.
You don't need guidance of the committee. Sit as a government. Get the Minister for Tourism, go to the Minister of Finance, and categorize, and you sort it. It's an issue which shouldn't be coming here.
Yes, yeah. So I think that's where the challenge was. Secondly, on the recommendation of the committee to raise the money for compensation, the allocation from 2% to 5%, I think that is still an issue of Parliament because this is provided for in the Act. We can't change that by guideline. We have to come back to Parliament and we amend the Act. But also the Uganda Wildlife Act provides that in a scenario where the resources are inadequate, that Parliament can allocate money from the consolidated fund to support the 2% that would be going to Uganda Wildlife Authority for compensation. But yes, we agree that there are some challenges and delays. Of course, we passed the regulation a bit late. We've so far, I think, given around 900 million as we speak. And we believe that we are going to revise the guidelines to make it more easier for a person to access the aid. Of course, also having in mind that, of course, we also have to keep the regulations a bit tight so that the money is not abused. There must be some evidence that indeed there was a damage caused. So this is a matter that we are handling. But still on OWA, Chair, and this matter kept coming up, and I want to thank the committee for recommending that the OWA ceiling be raised. Because if you look at what we are discussing in the ministerial policy statement today, what we've been given as a ministry is 202 billion. But the corrigenda that we got, the money that we've been given from finance is 177 billion. And that's why maybe some of the issues are raising out of the committee report. I don't know if they'll be implemented or not, because there is already a reduction on the budget as per the corrigenda. Now, if you look at how much Uganda Wildlife Authority, for instance, will be getting maybe around 72 billion Uganda shillings. Chair, who has around 3,200 employees. Just pension, gratuity, and salary alone of who officials will be around 60 billion. So we'll have a balance of around 12 billion to run, operate, feeding costs, and all this. So it will be impossible for this institution to run, managing 10 parks, managing 12 wildlife areas, I mean, over 40 protected areas. And this is where we want to request Parliament to support the resolution or the recommendation of the committee. First of all, the money we are talking about is collected by OWA itself. It's not that we are going to get it from the consolidated fund. It's collected by OWA. And we are saying that if you raise this ceiling, so that OWA can be able to operate well, then definitely we'll continue raising more money for the sector. But also, once the ceiling is raised, and we've told finance that because of the shortages in terms of funding, OWA can also make a contribution to the consolidated fund of, let's say, 15 billion or 20 billion. Of course, our request is that once that contribution is made, that money still comes to support the other agencies of the ministry. So it's my prayer that if this budget is passed as is, definitely OWA will not be operational.
Honourable Minister, you don't add yourself time. That's a sign that you've used up your time. Okay, so please conclude, because you've gone into so much. It's as if you're presenting before a committee.
Thank you so much, Chair. But I thought I would say that a number of issues have come up, and maybe I'll just speak to a few on the issue of advertisement, and we all agree from what Katish said. The potential of the sector is enormous. Once we invested money in this sector, definitely we will get the results. And indeed, you will not even compare us to oil. But I mean, still the mandate, yes, this is true. And we've said this, but the mandate is by you members of Parliament. Ours is just presenting what we have and within what we can spend. Right Honourable Speaker, on the issue of that has been raised by members of Parliament, on the access from the road between Masindi to Pakwach, yes, I agree that members of Parliament, like any other members of the community allowed to pay, are supposed to pay. But this road was initially a tourism road, different from the road going through Queen Elizabeth in Kasese, because that one you'd go through. But from time immemorial, access to that road, you had to pay a park entry fee. And that road was specifically built for tourism. And that's why there is an opposite access routes. And sometimes when there are issues with the main Pakwach road, we've given you clearance and we've allowed them to go through. But now when you say that we stop the collection and let access to this road like any other road, it becomes a challenge. The revenues...
That was not the issue. The issue was because of her number plate, okay, which was for ARA, East African Community, you charged her a higher figure that she's not a Ugandan. This is as an individual, you charge it here Ugandan, but they are saying the car is not Ugandan. The car belongs to East Africa. So yet it should be the same rate.
Right, Honorable Speaker, that is an anomaly. The rates for East Africans are the same rates we charge for Ugandans, be it the vehicle, be it the individual. So that is from me. So probably it is something I can revisit. But we treat all the East Africans as Ugandans. That's why we have one rate for everyone. On the issue of marketing, right, Honorable Speaker, and I don't want to go into the argument of the budgets and the allocations. I don't want to say how much Rwanda invests. I don't want to say how much Tanzania invests. But trust me, with the 10 billion shilling budget for marketing this destination, trust me, you will not get any serious results compared to the other countries. So I want.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Minister for Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you.
You are assured of our support, Honorable Minister.
And thank you, Chair and members, for the issue that you have raised. Export Promotion Board, vis-a-vis the presidential initiative on exports and industrial development, these two institutions do work together to achieve the objective of increasing our exports to now next year 7 billion. So we are working in harmony. I support the position of the Speaker that we should separate the two committees, rather split the committee into two, trade and tourism. Somebody raised the issue of sugar structures. We brought the bill here, honorable colleagues, and you requested us to go and do more consultations. We are glad to hear that you need it back, and we are ready to bring it back. Honorable Singoma, on the issue of cooperatives, we have registered now 10,638 cooperatives, primary cooperatives in Uganda, and we are working out a strategy to establish a cooperative bank. We are now at cabinet level. We'll be coming to inform Parliament on how far we have gone. I appreciate the committee for creating a separate vote for UDC. But I want to urge Parliament again that creating a vote alone without putting in money will not achieve much. Colleagues, we have a strategy of value addition. We have a strategy of import substitution and export promotion. We have agreed that we should increase our GDP from currently 55 billion to 500 billion in the next 5 years. To achieve this, we must add value to the things that we are producing. And our contribution of industrial sector now stands at 27.4% to the national GDP. And to achieve this value addition and industrialization, we must invest in sectors that actually will achieve that objective. And the UDC is one of the arms of government that can achieve industrialization. We need to process our cocoa in Kasese. We need to process starch in northern Uganda, Irish potatoes in southern Uganda, fruits across the country. We must end the importation of old clothing to Uganda gradually. And to do this, we need resources. Yes, the private sector is moving ahead to do a lot of things that we are seeing, but there are sectors that are not very attractive to the private sector. And some of these sectors can be worked out through the investment in UDC. So creation of the vote is important, but putting in money is more important. So I urge the members to do that. The acting leader of opposition, you have raised the issue of removal of trade barriers. Indeed, we are doing that through the East African community and African continental.
Honorable colleagues, please.
And African continental.
Minister, conclude.
And African continental free trade area. All are these things that we should do. On the resolutions of Parliament regarding accounting officers, Mr. Speaker, you are custodians of the
No,
resolution.
that one we shall handle.
Yeah, and I think you'll handle. Finally, on a selfish note, the Honorable Oboth raised an issue of tourism for Tororo. And he painted a picture that some of the sites in Tororo were the best in East Africa. There is a saying related to the truth of the Bible that the wise men come from the east and settle in the west. I want to reinforce the point that the tourism potential in Chigeza, as Honorable Ndiomujan said, Lake Munyonyi is the second deepest lake in Africa. When you look at the three mountains of Muhabura, one at the border of Rwanda, one at the border of DRC, and another one at the border of Uganda, when the blacksmiths are actually the best in the whole of Africa. So, Honorable Oboth, I support you, and I want to support members who have raised these potentials of tourism as one of the key sectors in the economy that can increase our resources in addition to trade and industry. I thank you, honorable colleagues, for these the issues that you have raised, and we look forward for your support of the sector of trade and industry so that we can grow our economy tenfold as we have set the target.
Thank you. I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry on the Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for the financial year 2024-2025 be adopted with the proposed amendments. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Now, honorable colleagues, you can see we have our technical staff from all sides who have been here since morning, can have a time to move out and get a cup of tea. They also need a small break. So we are going to have a health break for 10 minutes. We resume immediately. 10 minutes are enough for us to be able to come. House suspended for 10 minutes. Welcome back, colleagues. Next item.
Item 3.1, Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development.
Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to present a report of the Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development on the Ministerial Policy Statement for the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development and Equal Opportunities Commission for the financial year 2024-2025. Right Honorable Speaker, before I go on presenting the report, allow me to lay on table the report and the alternative policy statement for gender, labor, and social development, which we considered and had some recommendations in our report, and the minutes for the meetings we sat, plus some of the documents that we were given when we discussed with the witnesses. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me not to go to page 1, 2, 3. 4 is the mandate, legal framework, methodology, the sector mandate. Allow me to start from page 6, where we have the half-year financial performance for the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, financial year 2023-2024, that is in the table. But I'll go to page 7 to make some observations about the actual outputs for Ministry of Gender at half year. And the committee observed that the ministry realized outputs, among others, as indicated in Annex A, which is on the report. However, information on the actual achievements against planned annual costed budgets was not provided, hence rendering verification of performance impractical. Recommendation: the committee recommends that in the next reporting period, actual outputs against planned cost outputs should be availed to enable proper assessment of the performance of the planned activities. We also observe that the indicators set and reported on were unrealistic and misplaced in assessing value for money. Our recommendation is that the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development sets realistic and measurable indicators to enable easy assessment of value for money in the next performance reporting period. Right Honorable Speaker, about the budget by program allocation for financial 24-25, our observation as a committee is that the community mobilization and mindset change program, which is critical in the socio-economic transformation of the communities, has the lowest budget core in the performance of all the other programs, actually including PDM. Our recommendation is that community mobilization and mindset change program be prioritized. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to skip the consistency of Ministry of Gender to the NDP3 to also go on that members can read about the legal compliance of the ministerial policy statement to the PFMA. And then I go to page 10 about the gender and equity assessment for the ministerial policy statement for Ministry of Gender, financial year 24-25, in accordance with section 13, subsection 15G, 1 and 2 of the PFMA 2015 as amended. The minister responsible for finance, in consultation with Equal Opportunities Commission, shall issue a certificate. A, certifying that policy statement is gender and equity responsive, and specifying measures taken to equalize opportunities for men, women, persons with disabilities, and marginalized groups. The 96% score for Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development with respect to gender and equity planning and budgeting is commendable and exhibits a fair compliance with the law. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that we go on and members can continue to read, and then I take you to, for purposes of time, I take you to page 14. The off-budget support for Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development for financial year 2024-2025. As shown in the table below, which is table 6, off-budget for Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development is to the tune of 1.78 billion, and the Gender and Social Protection Sub-Program takes the lion's share of the budget by 46.1%, followed by the Labor and Employment Services Sub-Program with 37.3%, and lastly, the Community Sensitization and Empowerment takes the least share of 16.1%. Our observation as a committee is that Community Sensitization and Empowerment Sub-Program, which is very critical in bringing the desired socio-economic transformation in the communities, has much lower off-budget of 0.295 billion when compared to other programs, including the Human Development Program. The recommendation is that the Ministry of Gender should embark on a robust resource mobilization effort by engaging with more development partners to support interventions under this very critical program. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to take you to page 17 and honorable members to committee observations and recommendations. Right Honorable Speaker, vote 018 for Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development is what I will start with. And observation number 1 is on restoration of funds reallocated from the ministry when finalizing the budget for financial year 2023-2024. The committee was informed that during the process of finalizing financial year 2023-2024 budget, the Committee on Budget made a reallocation of 32.9 billion from Ministry of Gender by labeling the associated items as consumptive. The reallocation affected and left zero allocation for food and non-food and non-consumptive food items to remand homes and rehabilitation centers for PWDs, subventions to special interest groups and councils and other institutions for women, youth and PWDs and older persons, and the Children Authority and the Interreligious Council, the Public Library of Uganda, the Uganda National Cultural Center, flagship programs of the ministry like UWEP and YLP, the special grant for older persons with disabilities, special grant for older persons, the green jobs, the chemical safety and security programs, CHESASE. The committee was further informed that a supplementary budget of 30.2 billion was processed to correct this anomaly in the financial year 2023-24, and the expectation of the ministry was that the fix would be mainstreamed in the MTEF and that the funds be reinstated in the preceding financial years. It is, however, noted that in the financial year 2024-25, ministerial policy statement has not taken care of these critical shortfalls. Our recommendation is that Uganda shillings 32.9 billion be reinstated and mainstreamed into the budget to comply with proper budgeting principles and avoid the non-provision of critical services in the ministry. 2, food and non-food items for children and youth institutions and persons with disabilities in rehabilitation. And 3, the committee observes the need to provide food and non-food items under subventions to juvenile remand homes, rehabilitation centers to support their operation. Provision of food and non-food items in the vocational rehabilitation institutions to facilitate trainings for young people with disabilities and vocational skills so as to enhance their employability to support their operationalization. The available funding for this activity is 0.755 billion out of the required 1.50 billion, thus leaving a shortage of 0.745 billion. Our recommendation is that the Ministry of Finance avails 0.745 billion to cater for food and non-food items for children, youth institutions, and PWDs in rehabilitation. 3, mobilizing communities to embrace the parish development model. The committee notes with concern that Ministry of Gender is the lead institution in the implementation of pillar number 5 on community mobilization, mindset change, and cross-cutting issues. This pillar supports and inspires communities to appreciate and effectively participate in development programs. The pillar was allocated only 1 billion out of the required 7 billion in the first year of the program, and subsequently, no allocation of funds in financial year 23-24, as well as 24-25 National Budget Framework Paper. In the Ministry of Gender Ministerial Policy Statement, there is a Uganda shillings 5 billion critical funding gap from the deployment of the PDM sensitization manual guidelines. The committee further noted that the uncoordinated nature of funding for community mobilization, whereas it is the mandate of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development to implement the National Community Mobilization Strategy, which is already developed, funds for community mobilization are spread out across various institutions. This makes it difficult to coherently implement an effective community mobilization campaign. Our recommendation is that 5 billion should be availed by Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development to coherently implement an effective community mobilization campaign for the parish development model in communities. Number 4, establish and operationalize the Kiswahili Council. The committee was informed that Cabinet under Minute Extract number 437 CT 2022 approved the waiver to establish the Uganda National Kiswahili Council in order to recruit and pay staff salaries equivalent to Uganda shillings 1.5 billion and initial operations of the council of Uganda shillings 3.5 billion. This requires resources in the financial year 24-25 to support the ministry in this undertaking. The Uganda Kiswahili Council Bill 2024 was read for the first time and is under consideration by the committee. The committee was further informed that the establishment of the Uganda National Kiswahili Council is a regional commitment of the East African Cooperation. Notably, Kenya and Tanzania have already established this council. This was made to have been effective from financial year 2023-2024. However, the ministry was not allocated any funds to this effect. Ministry of Finance should provide 10 billion establishment of the and the realization of the Uganda National Kiswahili Council. Observation number 5 is on the increase social sector development grant allocation to local governments in financial year 2024 and 2025. The committee noted that for effective mobilization of communities, the Ministry of Gender and other government entities are working toward enhancing effective mobilization of families, communities, and citizens for national development and achieving strengthened institutional capacity of central, local government, and non-state actors. This can be achieved by full operationalization of the community-based services at local government level. The social development grant meant to support the coordination of community-based services in the district.
Chair, sorry for the interruption.
Yes, Patron.
Honorable colleagues, you know, we have statutory obligation, statutory deadlines in these reports, and I would want more debate. We have tax bills coming, so since the reports have been uploaded and members are reading, Chair, go through the recommendation so that the time we save, we can give it members for debate. And then the whole report will be captured on the answer. Rather than reading for long, and then we have 10 minutes of debate.
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair.
The recommendation for number 5 is that Ministry of Finance should reinstate the social sector development grant by an additional 6.36 billion to enable full functionality of community-based structures in districts and sub-counties. Number 6, on the implementation of Cabinet Directive on emoluments to traditional leaders. Right Honorable Speaker, our recommendation is that Ministry of Finance avails 31.330 billion to cater for the implementation of Cabinet Directive on emoluments to the 17 gazetted traditional cultural leaders. Number 7, on the construction of palaces for the ITESO, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to correct and remove ITESO and put Lango, because the ITESO one and the Kumam budgets are taken care of the Ministry for TESO Affairs. So we have Lango, honorable members, Tenga Dola, Buruli, and Rwenzururu kingdoms. Recommendation is that Ministry of Finance provides 17.2 billion for the construction of the palaces for the Lango, Tenga Dola, Buruli, and Rwenzururu kingdoms as directed by His Excellency the President. Number 8, implementation of the externalization of labor program. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, our recommendation is that Ministry of Finance provide the funding shortfall of 2 billion for the implementation of the externalization of labor program to enhance safe and decent external employment. And 2, a fund should be created to manage and operate the externalization of labor. Number 9, provision of counterpart funding towards interventions under the GROW project that are not provided for. Right Honorable Speaker and members, our recommendation is that Ministry of Finance should provide the 0.500 billion as the government counterpart funding for the GROW project in the financial year 2024-2025 budget in fulfillment of the government commitment. Number 10, the National Apprenticeship and Graduate Volunteer Scheme. Our recommendation, after noticing a shortfall, is for Ministry of Finance to provide the short 18.096 billion to the Ministry of Gender in financial year 2024-25 to provide at least 1,000 work placements for educated and semi-skilled young people, including graduates and school dropouts, annually for purposes of skills acquisition through apprenticeships and volunteer programs. 11, withdrawal, rehabilitation, and settlement of street children. Right Honorable Speaker, our recommendation on this is that Ministry of Finance provides money worth Uganda shillings 5 billion for the withdrawal, rehabilitation, and settlement of street children in all the from all the urban centers of the country, and not only KCCA. 12, special enterprise grant for older persons. Right Honorable Speaker, our recommendation is for Ministry of Finance to enhance the financial year 2024-2025 budgetary allocation to SEGOP by providing 9 billion to accommodate the growing number of eligible older persons who should remain in the money economy. Number 13, integration of international and national ceremonies, Labor Day and Women's Day, in the ministry's budget. Recommendation is that Ministry avails 1.661 billion to cater for the integration of international and national ceremonies, Labor Day and Women's Day, in the ministry's budget. Right Honorable Speaker, you are aware, like the members are, that Ministry of Gender through the National Council for Women has been availing 3 million to each district for the national celebrations for women to the district level. And so this money has been removed in the ministerial policy statement. We would like it reinstated. And so 1.661 billion be put back so that members are not tasked with the financing celebrations. Right Honorable Speaker, number 14, supporting the Juakali enterprises to transition into formal economy program. Right Honorable Speaker, our recommendation is that Ministry of Finance avails 18.6 billion to support Juakali to transition the young people and the women entrepreneurs into the formal economy program. Right Honorable Speaker, this is one area where we can tool those young people we are skilling without tooling. So I implore members that we provide this 18.6 billion to support Juakali. Number 15, elimination of child labor and school dropout program. Right Honorable Speaker, our recommendation is for Ministry of Finance to avail 17.72 billion to the Ministry of Gender to support this intervention. 16, decent work increased and enhanced. Our recommendation is given the need to address the challenges above, government is required to fund decent work country program as a program for workers in order to enhance productivity, and a budget of 16.2 billion is required for this activity. Subventions under Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. National Council for Persons with Disability. Right Honorable Speaker, our recommendation is that 1.5 billion be availed to National Council for PWDs to enable them perform their oversight, monitoring of disability inclusion at district and lower council levels. Clearing gratuity areas. We recommend that Ministry of Finance avails National Council for Persons with Disability shillings 0.750 billion to cater for gratuity areas as notified by the internal and Auditor General's of renovation of the council offices at Kireka Rehabilitation Center. Right Honorable Speaker, requires 0.460 billion to the National Council for Persons with Disabilities to cater for the renovation of council office at Kireka Rehabilitation Center, as this would fulfill the right to physical accessibility by PWDs. National Council for Older Persons, conducting civic education for older persons on the electoral commission, the electoral processes. Our recommendation is to provide 0.3 billion to enable council conduct civic education and sensitize older persons on the electoral processes in the preparation for the coming elections of 2026 in the 4 regions of the country. Funds to 176 cities, districts, and municipal councils meant to support operationalize their councils for older persons and at the lower local government levels. We recommend that Ministry of Finance provides 2.1 billion to be disbursed to districts and lower local government councils in all the 176 districts, cities, and municipalities to enable them ease their operations. Commemoration of the International Day for Older Persons and the World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. Recommendation is to avail 0.16 billion to cater for the commemoration of International Day for Older Persons and World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. Prevention of elder abuse and access to justice through a regional dialogue with key stakeholders requires, Right Honorable Speaker, that Minister of Finance avails 0.15 billion to cater for promotion of justice and prevention of older persons abuse through the 4 regions. Parish councils for older persons trained on their roles requires a 0.46 billion to be availed for the training of older persons on mobilization, advocacy, data collection, and monitoring of the participation of older persons in government programs, including Parish Development Model, SAGE, and SEGOP. Geriatric courses developed for training in all health training institutions. We recommend that 0.2 billion be availed by Ministry of Finance to enable the council to engage the Medical and Nurses Council, the Academia, National Council for Higher Education, and Ministry of Health to undertake the process of developing geriatric courses for training in all health training institutions. National Women Council. on skilling, tooling, and offering an alternative livelihood peer-to-peer training to 5,000 teenage mothers for 50 local governments. We recommend that 3.1 billion be availed by Ministry of Finance to National Council for Women as an intervention that will reduce the teenage pregnancy prevalence, hence reducing and saving the government unnecessary costs. The 146 district cities women councils supported to national level to commemorate International Women's Day 2025, 3 million that is required per district and city. Minister of Finance should avail 1.805 billion to National Council for Women to enable them to support successful Women's Day celebrations at districts level, districts and cities and municipality levels. On supporting National Women Council to execute their mandate through Women Council institutional support, we recommend 0.638 billion be availed to National Council for Women to enable them undertake successful implementation of government programs. National Youth Council has a recommendation that 3.43 billion be availed by Ministry of Finance for the procurement of the 202 motorcycles for the district, city, and municipality youth leaders to support them with the supervision of beneficiary youth groups in YLP and PDM for better recovery of funds and effective participation. National Children Authority conducting a national mapping exercise for child-headed families in Uganda. Our recommendation is for Ministry of Finance to avail 300 million, that is 0.300 billion, to enable National Children's Authority to conduct a national mapping exercise for the child-headed families in Uganda to establish their levels of vulnerability and provide statistics for planning and intervention. Carrying out a national survey on the street children phenomenon to inform the national program on the elimination of street children in Uganda requires, Right Honorable Speaker and members, 0.250 billion be availed by Ministry of Finance so that it is carried out. Recruitment, Industrial Court. On recruitment of 3 judges for the Industrial Court, our recommendation is that Ministry of Finance avails 1.350 billion to cater for the recruitment of the 3 Industrial Court judges. Recruitment of staff within the approved public service structure. Ministry of Finance should avail 0.522 billion for the recruitment of 45 staff members to fill the vacancies in the structure. And for provision of adequate space, premises for industrial court, we recommend that 1.2 billion be availed by the Ministry of Finance to cater for adequate space, premises for the industrial court to enable it to carry out their mandate effectively. Digitalization of court halls. Right Honorable Speaker, our recommendation is for Ministry of Finance to provide 4 billion to industrial court to enable it develop and cater for digitalization of its court hall. Uganda National Cultural Center. The subvention, Right Honorable Speaker, on the subventions under National Cultural Center, our recommendation is that the Ministry of Finance avails 9.126 billion to UNCC to enable it pay for salaries of its staff, operation expenses, and gratuity areas. Feasibility study process and tendering through a public-private partnership arrangement for redevelopment of the National Theatre. This requires 0.7597 billion to be availed for the redevelopment of UNCC land and renovation of the National Theatre as a national center of excellence for art and culture in Uganda. Actually, they require 7 billion, Right Honorable Speaker. I think there was an error there. Development of 2 regional centers, again under UNCC, requires that Ministry of Finance provides 22 billion for the establishment of at least 1 regional cultural center. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to go to vote 124 under Equal Opportunities Commission. Right Honorable Speaker, members will allow me to skip page 39 and go to page 41 on actual outputs for EOC at half year. And the committee observes that the performance of some indicators were above target, while others were below, and others had no performance at all. Our recommendation that Equal Opportunities Commission sets realistic and measurable indicators to enable easy assessment of value for money in the next performance reporting. The other observation we have is on 15.4, page 42, on gender and equity assessment for ministerial policy statements, Equal Opportunities Commission, financial year 24-25. And honorable members, this is done in accordance with section 13, subsection 15G of the PFMA. And we all know that the performance for EOC now is 91%, lower than some of the other agencies, when actually it is the implementer. So as a committee, we recommend that EOC pulls up their socks, because they cannot fail to walk the talk. On page 46, 15.6, I think I'll skip that. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to take members to page 50, page 50, observations and recommendations. Scaling up the implementation of gender and equity planning and budgeting for both local and central governments. Our recommendation is that 6 billion be provided by Ministry of Finance to Equal Opportunities Commission to enable it to cater for the comprehensive implementation of the gender and equity planning. Number 2, comprehensive research and report on the state of equal opportunities in the country requires that Ministry of Finance provides 2 billion for the Equal Opportunities Commission to carry out this comprehensive research and report on the state of the equal opportunities in the country. Tribunal hearings and public inquiry to create access to social justice. The recommendation is that Ministry of Finance provides 3 billion to cater for tribunals, as this would lead to increase in access to social justice. Strengthening the capacity of state and non-state actors to mainstream equal opportunities and affirmative action in all policies, laws, plans, programs, and practices. Our recommendation is for Ministry of Finance to avail 2 billion to enable Equal Opportunities Commission undertake the strengthening of the capacity of the state and non-state actors to mainstream equal opportunities and affirmative action in all policies, laws, plans, and practices. Right Honorable Speaker, Annex C has the list of all our budget priorities where we seek budget enhancements and budget provision. Right Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to move that the budget for the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development and the Equal Opportunities Commission for the financial year 2024-25 be approved. Right Honorable Speaker, not as per the table 15 below, but at the appropriation bill, some of the figures changed, Right Honorable Speaker. And so the table now that seems to be latest provides that under the recurrent component, that the total recurrent is now 171,207,684. Development component, total development component is 207,922,331. And the overall total for vote 018 is 379,130,015 or 15,000. Then vote 124 under Equal Opportunities Commission, recurrent component is 16,952,879,000. And the total on the development component is 194,400,000. So the overall total for Equal Opportunities Commission is 17,147,279,000 as per the appropriations bill that was laid, Right Honorable Speaker. However, our prayer as a committee is that committee observations and recommendations also be strongly considered as per Annex C. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, thank you. Yes, thank you. Wow. Honorable colleagues, I will pick only 10 members. Okay. I will pick 10 members and wow. I'll do Yantonde. I do use use today. Okay. I'll do use 2 use. Okay, I'm seeing 2 use. I just want to see. Now I do people with disabilities, Honorable Mpindi. Let me first pick interest groups. I'm looking for the elderly. I'm looking. Bosco. Yes. Yes. UPC. Doctor. DP. So, FDC. Yes. Dr. Pio. Nyangweso. No, by the way, the shadow minister presented in the committee, and the statement, whatever is coming here, is a combination of what came from the minister and the shadow minister. So shadow ministers, when we are discussing policy statements, are not given a priority. They can be allowed, but I don't pick you because you're shadow minister, because your views were considered. So how many are those? Oh, I'll pick another independent, Rinda. Yes. Okay. Oh, I have workers. Yes, workers. Honorable colleagues, depending on how you behave, I can pick more. So let's sit. Let's first sit. And honorable colleagues, this time I'm not, and WOPA as a must. These are very critical issues. Veterans are not under this committee, so honorable Kaunda, stop reading. Let's do quickly.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for their detailed reports.
Point of order.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there's a colleague I've been seeing since morning. He's enjoying the front desk. I don't know whether he's a member of the cabinet. And my worry is one, he may confuse the appointing authority to think that the front desk is full of ministers.
Honorable colleagues, today is free sitting. So it's a chance to enjoy the front bench. Yes, Diantonde.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for recommending that the CBOs, all community development officers, be added some amount of money totaling to 7.4 billion. These people are doing a lot of work for us in the constituencies. Actually, there is a lot of domestic violence, child neglect, all that. And these people already stand in to help us in that. So I think by allocating them more money will help us. But then there is a challenge. Everywhere that I've been seeing, Minister of Finance should add some money.
should add some money, but we are not seeing where you're getting this money from. For example, saying that 5 billion should be given to reallocation of street children and their rehabilitation. To me, I think this is too much money for this activity. The entire country, because even in KCCA, they have the same components. So, and yet those street kids are more here. Then there is also, I think, double budgeting where they say again, 250 million should be availed to National Council of Children. And yet again, it's in the other 5 billion. I think we should reallocate this to the 250 million, maybe be taken to the 5 billion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I had forgotten Honorable Milton Muuma, the one for Children Affairs. Either Makoa or Muuma, which I handles.
Thank you, Honorable
Yes.
Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the committee for a detailed report. And another, I want to support the recommendation. Honorable Speaker, we are grappling with unemployment. And the report states that 82% of our young people in this country are unemployed because of mismatched skills. So I would implore the House that we support the recommendation that at least 18 billion be provided for the National Apprenticeship and Volunteer Scheme to help us solve that problem. Second, Honorable Speaker, we have many skilling centers in the country, including the State House skilling hubs that are churning out young people who have skills, but they don't have tools and equipment. So I want to support the recommendation of the committee that at least 17 billion be provided, because Juakali program is the only program that has a component of giving tools to these people who are skilled without the tools and equipment. Third, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the government for putting in place these several programs, EMIOGA, PDM, YLP. These help youth a lot, but the youth need to be consistently mobilized to participate and benefit from these programs. I thank the recommendation of the committee for making sure they put in place motorcycles for these youth leaders to help mobilize their fellows to participate in these programs. I think the last bunch of motorcycles for districts, municipalities, and cities was in 2014, 10 years down the road. These are too old, they can't help a lot. So I want to recommend that we really support that at least the money required for these motorcycles, 3-point-something billion, be provided for these motorcycles to help these youth mobilize their fellows. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, it is a common adage that you reap what you sow. I wonder why government, our Minister of Finance, wants to reap where they have not sowed. For every young person that leaves this country to go and work abroad, they make a contribution to the fund at the Ministry of Gender. And secondly, when we look at the report, we have at least 105 billion remittance from migrant workers abroad. I wonder why it is very difficult for government to provide at least 4 billion to support the labor externalization unit to make sure that they can deploy labor attaches in these countries and monitor these migrant workers that send back money to this country. I beg to submit, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Court.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I just have two concerns. One is on page 24 of the report, which talks about integration of international and national ceremonies in the national budget, in the ministry's budget. Right Honorable Speaker, from the report that I have read and the presentation that I have listened to, very formidable presentation, I've only seen 3 events provided for, and that is the Labor Day, Women's Day, and the International Day for Older Persons. I support the very passionate appeal for allocations for these celebrations, which are right under the charge of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm aware that the 12th of August every year is a calendar date, and it's a celebration of the International Youth Day. We've had this day celebrated belatedly on account of financial constraints, with absolutely no allocation this year and no talk about it in the ministerial policy statement and the report.
What is the hope of the youth in celebrating this International Youth Day this year? Secondly, can we also start making these numerous celebrations more meaningful and impactful, rather than events where people just go and come back? Can we make these events like Taresita does? They leave a mark, they leave a footprint. Where they go, they clean, they do community services. So these days should just not be rituals. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, is on the National Youth Council. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda is celebrated and really respected as a model for youth representation in terms of the structures in the entire governance. However, there is a contemporary dilemma that this parliament must deal with, and that is how full and impactful all these councils can be to the livelihood of the youth and also to its impact on our economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, this particular phase that our councils are in really needs significant investments. And I want to applaud the committee and also second their appeal to have motorcycles for the 202 motorcycles for youth leaders to facilitate them monitoring and supervising other processes. But these leaders are better.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, maybe, I don't know whether I'm thinking radically, but this money we spend on these, I hear, celebrations, when you have very important items on the budget which you cannot even fund. And the same people in government, the same mobilizers are the ones I see on this celebration. You're in Karamoja, they are the same people. You're in where? The same people. Even the one for youth is not led by youth. Even the one for women is not. How much do we spend? Honorable Minister, maybe if I can just make a quick inquiry. That national celebration which you have, I don't know what we celebrate with the unemployment that we have. How much do we spend on it? For example, just as an example.
Right Honorable Speaker, the international days are commemorated first because Uganda is a signatory to the International Convention. Two, when we celebrate these days, we take it to a local government. And at that local government, for example, if I'm to give an example of Katakwi, which hosted Women's Day, prior to that day, for 1 week, we conduct serious sensitization. We conduct training, like we did training. We took all the government agencies like NARO, NAGRIC, Dairy Development Authority, URI, to train women and skill them. And they are now doing follow-up to support them with tools. So when we undertake these activities, we showcase that area, pick what is progress that has been made, but also what that community requires for central government to intervene, and will always have a follow-up activities. So it's a day that we undertake progress, accountability for the progress made, but also determine what we need to do and make a follow-up on that.
Yeah. How much do you spend on that day?
It depends.
Leave around the activities.
Yes, on the day.
The music, that food you give us, the per diem we get for going there.
On a standard event is 500 million. Yes.
Okay. No, I just, honorable colleagues, I leave it to you, but I can bet it's not less than $1 billion. Now, and like what was done in Katakwi, Honorable Minister, when or what the UPDF does with Tarehe Sita, where you say to celebrate the youth or celebrate the women, we are going to choose a certain region and you balance. This year you're in this in northern, next year you're in western, next year you're in central, and you do certain activities related and drink tea and that water, and then we get per diem for inland travel. We go and I'm just thinking aloud. I'm just thinking aloud only. Okay? So oh, it's Honorable Mpindi. I had already picked Honorable Bosco. Because when you look at how many days do we have in a year, each day taking around 1 billion. I can tell you we spend over something over 10 billion.
I want to sincerely thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make a contribution to a very elaborate report presented by my sister. I want to sincerely say that the report was spot on. However, your Right Honorable, I have a few concerns, and mine specifically goes to, there's item 7. Item 7 is in respect of the cultural institutions. You have alluded to the fact that there's a directive from His Excellency the President, wherein he directed that we do the construction of cultural institutions. To begin with, there's Iteso, there's Kumam, there's Tienadola, Buruli, and Renzururu, as directed by His Excellency. And the money allocated to that, according to the budgeting plan, is about 17.2 billion. Now, even if you did the simple mathematics of allocating that to the cultural institutions listed, each institution would receive approximately 4.3 billion, 4.3 for construction of those palaces. However, there was a bit of an adjustment which you made that for purpose of the ITESO and the cultural institution and the Kumam, they should be delisted from this and brought under the Ministry of State Affairs. Now, the Ministry of State Affairs is an affirmative ministry. The cultural institutions by law are under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I want us to realign this. This is a preserve of the Ministry of Gender, all cultural institutions in the country. I have just talked to a technical person from the Ministry of State Affairs. They are saying the 200 million, which we have seen in social media, is out of their ingenuity in their own budgets because they feel a lot of pressure when they are down. But they are saying that obligation is not supposed to be our responsibility. So I think we have got to realign and not take away this responsibility for these cultural institutions of the TESO and Kumam. It should stay in the mainstream ministry. Because 200 million, Right Honorable, even if I gave you each financial year, when will you finish constructing? So I want to request that we...
Honorable Crow,
yes.
This is where budget committee comes in.
Absolutely.
We send these proposals to the committee on budget for harmonization.
Most obliged.
Okay, and we ensure that there is no double budgeting from Ministry A to Ministry B. So I think let's handle it, and chairpersons of committees are members of the budget committee. So we are going to do that.
So my humble... My humble Honorable, even if it progresses to that level, that obligation, that duty should stay with the main ministry. Right Honorable, permit me yield to information from Honorable. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Kiro. The information I want to give to the House is that a similar promise was made to the people of Lango under the affirmative ministry of Northern Uganda. Up to now, there was no delivery of even 1 cent of that project. So therefore, I wanted to give him information that under Ministry of Gender, there is some assurance that the project may be delivered. So TESO should insist to be part of the one under Ministry of Gender.
Are you giving an assurance because the Minister for Gender is from UPC?
Right, Honorable, I want to thank my colleague for very constructive information. It's actually right to inform me.
Thank you. Now, I think let's agree. For sure, let's agree that cultural institutions are under the Minister for Cultural Affairs. let's agree. So budget committee, when you go back, harmonize this and ensure it's under culture affairs. The same applies to the issue of children. I was reading this through the statement for Minister of for KCCA, Presidential Affairs. Now they are budgeting for children off the street. Then you have only for Kampala. Then you have Ministry of Gender, and for them, Ministry of Kampala, the issue is simple: to get children off the streets. But this one is rehabilitate. They go, they manage, they rehabilitate. Okay. So I would say also that money should be all under Ministry of Gender, so that we harmonize, and these children are not just thrown off the streets, but they are taken and managed well as children, not just saying our streets no longer have children. So budget committee should harmonize all these issues. Honorable Anya,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. For the opportunity, I would like to thank the Minister for the paper. Right Honorable Speaker, we are already talking about how we can facilitate our cultural institutions. And I've heard the report mentioning the different parts of the country where the cultural institutions are. The actually sub-region has not been mentioned. We don't have why that budget has not included the actually sub-region. I would like
they would answer
to be clarified. I'm speaking now as a member of parliament representing my people, because the Right Honorable Speaker, we need to have this projected so that we know what is the position.
Honorable Minister, did you raise this in cabinet? Because this budget came to cabinet before it came here. Hmm? The budget comes from cabinet and then it comes here. Yes, Honorable Mpindi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, 12.4% of the total population of Uganda consists of persons with disability. And some years back, Right Honorable Speaker, this parliament decided to support persons with disability of this country with a grant, which we call the special grant. This special grant has been given to persons with disability for, I think, the last 8 years. And it is meant to support groups of persons with disability to come out with a project that can sustain them. And it is given to a group of between 6 to 15 people in all districts of this country. But now, Right Honorable Speaker, it has become a practice that every budgeting period, this money is removed from the budget. Ever since I joined this parliament, we have been fighting to bring back this money in the budget, including this financial year that we are running. We just fought and fought and fought until this money was brought back. Now, this the coming financial year, 24-25, again, the money has been removed. I don't know why the Ministry of Finance is targeting persons with disability. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, it is shaming to hear that the Ministry of Finance cannot allocate 745 million to feed children with disability in the rehabilitation center. It is alarming, it is shaming. I don't know what is happening, Right Honorable Speaker. Feeding children that they are abandoned in the rehabilitation center, and then we come here to cry for that money. Those are children, those are Ugandans, they are children of parents that belong to this country, but now crying for this money. It is so shocking and alarming. I don't know why it is like that. Right Honorable Speaker, in other country, to be a person with disability, you enjoy almost everything. But here in Uganda, it is completely a different thing. Now, when we go to the 1.5.
But Honorable Mpindi, you remember you enjoyed something in that corner. Yeah. So, well, you have enjoyed, you know. You have enjoyed, my brother.
That was not financial, but now, Right Honorable Speaker, again, this Parliament enacted the Person with Disability Act. And it is supposed to be, the implementation of that act is supposed to be done by the National Council for Disability. This act is very beautiful. It has each and everything that can lift the standards of person with disability in Uganda. But you find that it cannot be given money to monitor the implementation of government program. It has quite a number of responsibility in terms of monitoring the functions, but without money, how can they do even one thing? Right Honorable Speaker, I appeal to this House to consider the recommendations of the Committee of Gender in as far as persons with disability are concerned, so that we put a smile on persons with disability of this country. And members, this special grant also comes in your constituency. Every constituency, every district, they receive this money. So if it is removed, we are in trouble. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, you know I must call you for record purposes. Okay? Thank you. Yes, Honorable. Santa.
Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the good report that they have given. Right Honorable Speaker, I know that Ministry of Gender is in charge of all the special interest groups. Right Honorable Speaker, in this Parliament, there is one issue that has been appearing in the floor of Parliament every year. That is the issue of the children affected by nodding disease during the war, and up to today, the children are still, some of them have never walked, some of them are limping, some of them are on medication, and the medication is doing well to them. And I believe the issue of nodding disease cuts across the two ministries, Gender and Ministry of Health, for medication and welfare and agenda. At this time, when the chairperson read the issue of the budget, I didn't hear any mention about these children. Right Honorable Speaker, some weeks ago, the Speaker sent us, the Acholi Parliamentary Group, to do assessments on this issue. We went to Omoro. From Omoro, we invited the people who are in Lango. We went to Pade, we went to Kitgum and to Lamore. And we met the different, the community and those children. And the main thing that the parents requested us for is to put back the rehabilitation center and the habitation center, which was put there sometimes back by some white lady. When she ran out of the money, the government could not continue with the completing the centers. And then eventually she handed over the centers to the districts, which are unable to handle them. Most of the parents have really requested that these rehabilitation centers be put back. A lady told us she has 4 children affected by nodding disease, and she will kill them and she will also die. A gentleman told us that he has 7 children and they cried before us. And most of them told us that if we were not a Acholi Parliamentary Group, they were going to chase us, because each time several people have gone back to them and they have not really assisted. And for me, I want to propose like this, because the Archbishop of Northern Uganda, John Baptist Odama, put up a center, habitation center in Kitgum. And the habitation center is keeping about only 10 children, which we took there on stretchers, but now they're doing better. I want to propose that the issue of the rehabilitation center and habitation center for these children be put in the budget and handed over to this bishop, because the bishop can handle those centers very, very well, so that the parents who have been living with these children for all these years inform.
No, Honorable, you don't have that time. We don't have that time. Thank you. Now, Honorable Minister for Gender, we discussed this issue extensively. It was a very sad day. The issue of nodding disease, nodding syndrome. It's an issue, honorable colleagues, we sat here and we agreed. There is no way we can do this financial year, coming financial year, without considering it. Okay? So I'm going to ask the chair for Committee on Gender. Chair Committee on Health. Okay? Minister for Gender. Minister for Health. You meet a child parliamentary group. Cost this. Cost this. Okay? Cost this. And because I don't know whether that center is better under Ministry of Health or under Ministry of Gender. That's why, but I think under Health, it would be better. So maybe Chair for Health, did you capture anything like that in your report? I haven't read through your report. You can help us if you captured anything like that.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The issue of nodding syndrome, we decided to handle it from an integrated, like in the health centers, to manage it from an integrated perspective, not only singling it out as nodding disease, but ensuring that the medicines are in the health facilities.
Okay.
But the social aspect, Right Honorable,
Yeah.
should be a preserve of Ministry of Gender. And we had actually recommended take stock of the number of nodding disease patients. For example, if there are 3,000, and add a cost maybe of 50,000, just like SAGE for the adults, because there's a nutritional component that these children and survivors of nodding syndrome need. Thank you.
Honourable Minister for Gender, the issue of nodding syndrome, these children, okay? Where we sat down here and it was so painful. It was extremely painful. No. I know you're from Achori, but I just want first get the ministries that are responsible, okay? The facilities where these children, the shelters for these children where they can be helped. The Committee on Health recommended that because it involves a lot of social aspect, it should be under your ministry. Would want to know, have you captured it anywhere, or we give you time, you go, you quickly cost it, because we promised ourselves this is one of the issues we must allocate money to this financial year without fail.
Right Honorable Speaker, if we are given the responsibility, because shelter for children, we've been managing it, we manage it, the psychosocial issues are with us, all the experts that deals with those issues are with us, will be open to welcome the responsibility and the mandate under the ministry. We will liaise with the committee, our committee, work out a figure that they can present to the budget committee.
Work out with the also Chair Harris and the Achori Parliamentary Group, okay? So let's move on from that. Let's get the figure, and please, Chair Budget, you're here. The issue of nodding syndrome is really, really bad. I think we shall be judged harshly. I don't know how we shall go to Achori and as members of Parliament. No, Honorable Beatrice Sanywa, we debated this issue here for 2 days, okay, extensively. So I don't want us to go back to that. Honorable Yakatonda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Chair for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, however, there are a number of unfunded priorities. One of them being empowering the industrial court. The industrial court in Uganda has only 2 judges, and this makes workers with disputes take actually 9 years, over 9 years actually waiting for their cases. And yet this court is meant to have a lot of serious issues, and actual timeliness is one of the core aspects. So I beg that it's just 1.35 billion if it could be found and empower this court, so that actually we provide justice for our workers. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, there is acute understaffing, and the committee, the minister had looked at 522 billion to ensure that at least, because the court has the panelists and then the staff, the key staff. So we find that the staffing is very low, actually below 20%, which is a very serious matter. And this actually fails on the compliance issues as ILO constraints, Uganda being an ILO constraints. Then the other aspect is on digitalization. You find that is one of the courts when they are going even to the regional offices, regional circuits, they have to carry a track of files and move with them, and yet these things could be digitalized. But that at least is by click of the button, a file is found and the matter is handled. So it is actually 4 billion shillings which is proposed and unfunded here. How I wish, Right Honorable Speaker, this could be found and we empower this court so that we become compliant, have industrial harmony, increase productivity. You ever been to those ends of the Kolerakida Chonka in Bugwere? The fights are too much over the institution of Waikumbania. Actually, when you talk of PDM, most people don't even form circles together because they are fighting over the divides on the Waikumbania. How I don't know whether the minister has a solution, because this has taken over 10 years now. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, as we talk about 4 billion being real money, 1 billion, should remember the corrigenda which was issued, revised the budget downwards by 2.7 trillion. So we are giving Honorable Isiaga team a very, very difficult job. I don't know. So it's today that it's this week that I've seen this. Corrigenda always takes the budget up, but this one you first supplied us of 2.7 trillion. So from the committees we are recommending more, but again you've revised it by 2.7 trillion. But we trust our colleagues on the budget committee to analyze it deeply, and that's why I want to give you a lot of time. You go in deeply, we see how we can prioritize. Honorable Nyangweso, then Honorable Muuma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the committee for a very good report. Right Honorable Speaker, I have 2 issues to raise as pertaining to the report that has been presented. One is on page 6 of the report, and that is on the half-year performance. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the figures there, you realize that wage for the 2 quarters, they had performed at 50% release, non-recurrent at 54.9%, and development at 50%. Right Honorable Speaker, for the last 3 years I've been in this house, whenever there is a time like this, consider the budget estimates, we realize that when you consider the half-year performance, it is always very rosy at 50%, given the 2 quarters. But as we go to 3rd quarter and 4th quarter, as we look at the previous financial year releases, we realize that the releases almost got stuck at Q2. You go to Q3, you go to Q4, and you find that an entity has performed at almost 55% or 60%. So the Minister of Finance has realized that these entities are required to report to this house as they present their ministerial policy statements. They are half-year performance. The Minister of Finance has been very religious in releasing money for the first 2 quarters in the financial year. So when it comes to the last 2 quarters, there is no release. So as a rosy picture is painted here, that the Ministry of Finance is doing very well in terms of supporting the appropriation. The final quarters, there is no money. There is need for Ministry of Finance to come and explain why. Is there a problem of cash flow issues, or it is now a deliberate issue? Because it cannot be year in, year out. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, you have alluded on the core agenda, where 2.7 trillion shillings has been slashed, and there's need for this House to support government in trying to look at where we can make a saving. The committee has just presented that we need to allocate 300 million to the Children's Authority for a survey on child-headed families. 300 million, Right Honorable Speaker, for a survey of this magnitude, aware that UBOS is going to conduct.
Conclude, Honorable Nyong'o.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. So I was of the view that the Ministry of Gender should liaise with UBOS as they develop the questionnaires. This should clearly come out of the survey by UBOS, other than looking for 300 million just to give the National Children's Authority for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Uma Tochi and Honorable Rinda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the chair of the committee for the good report, but I will start with the issue to do with the SAGE. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether we are sentencing older persons, because if you look at the budget that was given last year or in the running year, vis-a-vis what is being provided, we feel that either finance is living in planet Mars, not on Earth. Mr. Speaker, last weekend, I was visited by a mzee who is moving on crutches, crying, saying, kindly go and tell President Museveni, he promised us money for older persons, but I'm going to die minus getting this money. People who are eligible, the numbers are growing because the life expectancy of Ugandans has improved. Now, us who are in charge of allocating resources, we are cutting what should be due to them. I want to appeal to Minister of Finance to be sensitive, be sympathetic to these older persons, because this is where we are all headed. There's this program of SEGIP, which has been, yes, SEGOP, which is looking at people between 61 and 75. It's a grant. Whereas they have been having 5 billion, now they have removed the 4, there's only a provision of 1 billion. What are we telling these older persons? Mr. Speaker, when I heard my colleague talking of removing the 5 billion again from children, my sister from Lyantonde is just being sensitive. Last year, the issue to do with the children was given 20 million shillings. The Minister for Youth and Children was given 20 million shillings only to remove children from the streets or in the entire alone. Now we are proposing for them to get at least 5 billion to be able to remove children from Mbale streets, from Jinja, from Barara, Bulu, everywhere. Now when a colleague says this is too much money, really we need to be part of Uganda, deliberate and speak for Ugandans. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
On that point, most of these children are from Napak, Karamoja. They've gone through a lot. Let me amend my list first. You know, yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish the committee and this House, when we raised a motion in this House on the matter of those street children, you understood the problem and you agreed with us that an action must be taken. Today, when I heard the chairperson reading about the 5 billion, I was happy that at least our cry has been heard by this parliament. If we wish to end that vice of children coming to the street to beg. We need to be deliberate, and putting that money there will do a great job. The actions that KCCA has been doing, for example, removing the children during CISPOC and during the NAM conference, it was only to remove and dump them, nothing else. So we received, WESO received about 1,000 children, and they had nothing to do with the children. They asked me to mobilize resources to feed those children in the WESO home. Now, what about rehabilitation? What about resettling them? So, right, Honorable Speaker, it's a good thing that we invest in this so that these children can get back home and they begin to live normal lives as children. My
GROW was launched in Katakwi. And it is this here that there is no counterpart funding to ensure that this program runs. In most cases, the counterpart funding from government is what is taken as operational cost in most of these local governments. Now, without operational cost, projects run down because the staff are not facilitated to follow up this project. So I support the committee saying that government counterpart funding should be found so that this program runs well. Right, Honorable Speaker, in most district local government, the position of the district community development officers is the focal person for most of these programs. But you'll find that in most districts, these positions are being held on acting capacity. So I don't know what the ministry is thinking, why most positions have remained in acting capacity, substantive, because somebody takes responsibility when he or she is substantively appointed in a position, and that person can be taken, can take responsibility for the position. Right, Honorable Speaker, you said what we are approving here will be taken to the Committee of Finance budget for harmonization. I see a lot of duplication in most of these budgets. For example, under the Committee of Presidential Affairs, you find that under National Council of Science and Technology, they have a budget to operationalize the center in Liantonde. I am of the view that if Minister of Gender can coordinate with the department where you are talking of finding a place to, finding budget to place 1,000 youth from universities and technical colleges, this is the place they can be taken to, in which case then the budget can now be shifted to another unfunded priority.
Thank you. Linda, Honorable Pio, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the recommendation of the Committee on Gender, and I would like to implore my colleagues to support the recommendations on this ground and on some areas that I would like to put emphasis on, especially one on reinforcement or reinstatement for OWEP programs. Right, Honorable Speaker, OWEP program ended and it was meant to be a revolving fund. The funds we are requiring for the reinstatement of this program was the funds paid back by the women who received this money. So it would be unfair for finance not to allocate these funds, yet the women have shown goodwill to pay back this money. And if you see on all the grants and given to most of the different groups in this country, OWEP have paid so well. So I would like to implore members to support this too on GROW co-funding. Right, Honorable Speaker, GROW is a loan and it has already started running. The population, especially the women, have undergone various trainings, and this is additional support to the women in different enterprises. This GROW project is meant for all categories of women, but because of the co-funding, we have not yet kickstarted this. I implore my colleagues to really support, and especially the members of the budget committee, to at least allocate this 500 million for the co-funding of this program.
Thank you, Dr. Pio. Honorable colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and thank you, the committee, for your report, specifically on the recommendations to allocate 17.2 billion for the construction of the palaces, including the Lao Cultural Palace. Right Honourable Speaker, 3 years ago, we did groundbreaking for the Lao Cultural Palace. The president was the chief guest. The late speaker represented him. All ministers from Lango were there. Members of parliament were there. Even the contractor was introduced there. Today, the construction site is a grazing ground. The iron sheets that were used to fence that place, even the contractor took it away. So I really pray that this time, this budget is allocated. Secondly, is on the issue of unemployment, which we need to address. We need a job creation strategy as a country. When you look at the high-income countries, which have the lowest level of unemployment, 75% of the employed people are in the service sector, 22% are in the manufacturing sector, and the remaining 3% are in agriculture. In the low-income countries, it is the reverse. We have 59% in agriculture. We have 31% in the service sector and only 10% in manufacturing. I want to appeal that we need to come up with a job creation strategy and policy as a country to push more people in the service sector, to push more people in the manufacturing sector. And programs such as the Myoga, which is under Ministry of Finance, should ideally be actually under Ministry of Gender. Lastly, is on labor statistics. When you go to the US, they have the labor statistics of employment created in January, in February, in March. They have the sectors where those employments have been created. But Uganda, we don't have those statistics. We don't even know which sectors the employment is being created. We have our NDP that talks of 5 million jobs to be created, NDP 3. But we do not know where the 5 million jobs are coming from.
Thank you, Lop, because don't mind, honorable colleagues. On the next statement, I'm starting with you. Oh, no, let me allow Uwopa. Uwopa issues of, yes. I'll start with you on the next statement. Now, colleagues, let's move with capture.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for its detailed report. However, I have issues of concern, some of which have already been raised, and one of which I'm just wondering how you can get 800 billion shillings available as a country, and then you cannot provide 500 million. What is actually wrong with the Ministry of Finance? Right Honourable Speaker. This money should be availed because, as we all know, majority of the women do not have collateral. And once we have such programs, that is how women get some capital that can help them improve on their economic status. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, is the issue of the parish development model. Right Honourable Speaker, this is a program that if funds were available, would have benefited majority of our people. However, the funding is not adequate. And when I see 5 billion shillings for community mobilization, Right Honourable Speaker, this 5 billion shillings would go a long way in supporting 5,000 additional people. So I am not in support of availing funds for community mobilization. The people are already aware of PDM, and actually we have committees function at the parish level. So why should we have 5 billion shillings allocated for mobilization, Right Honorable Speaker? The other issue, Right Honorable Speaker, that I want to state is the Kiswahili Council, Right Honorable Speaker. There is a shortfall of 10 billion shillings needed for the Swahili Council. Right Honorable Speaker, is this a priority? Rather than put this money in the Swahili Council for now, let us support the PDM, let us support the youth, because there is also the National Apprenticeship Graduate Volunteers that need 18 billion, and this money is not available.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, the other day when we were handling the Ministerial Policy Statement for East African Community, the issue of Swahili went into it extensively. Okay? Yeah, what we need mainly is teaching of Swahili. Now, Chairman Budget, he was here. Chairman Budget, Chair Budget and members of the Budget Committee. When a loan is brought to this house, Chair Budget, when a loan is brought to this house, one of the conditions is a commitment from Ministry of Finance that they are going to bring counterpart funding. Okay? It is a commitment. They put it here on record and they say, we are going to provide money for counterpart funding to unlock this loan. The moment they don't provide for it, please cut from a certain item and provide for that money. Reason being, we are going to have loans here, which we are paying interest without absorption. We already have many. We can't continue like this. You're going to read the report of UNRWA. When you look at the report of UNRWA, you'll find you have a lot of external financing, but you don't have counterpart funding to unlock it. And we are paying huge loans. Okay, so let us be strict. If finance makes a commitment on this floor that I have brought a loan called the GROW, for this loan to work, I need 500 million for counterpart funding, and I guarantee that I will provide it. If they don't provide it, we provide it. These are minimums, because these are their commitments. I have passed a loan if we knew there was go back and first sort it. So that's not debatable. Colleagues, let's assert ourselves on such issues and we be clear. You're sending the country into a wrong direction. Honorable Ambition.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I will commence by encouraging my WOPA sister to throw your weight behind the recommendation by the report, especially on the Uganda National Swahili Council. And in fact, we are lagging behind. Our neighbors, Kenya and Tanzania, are far ahead. And this language is a lingua franca. There is no way you can now ignore it. Mr. Speaker, the National Kiswahili Council discharges very important roles. Apart from designing a regulatory framework, it is responsible for propagating Kiswahili in schools. And you know, now there is a directive that this Kiswahili is compulsory. It is also promoting the language. And you know, we have to already embrace it in the region to facilitate trade and commerce. And it is a unifier. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind or even impress it upon the Minister, Gender, Labor and Social Development, whom I should salute for her incessant intervention is in the rifts of the Vamasava Cultural Institution. And you are aware of the more than one. I think there are two pledges that His Excellency the President has made pertaining construction of the palace. And you know, government is also in the areas of rent to the land that is being occupied by the barracks. And I don't know why Bugisu is conspicuously missing on that list. And moreover, 17 point something billion is good enough to stretch it to all these palaces, including Bugisu Cultural Palace, Madam Minister, because you are aware and the President has lived to his word to honor this pledge. I think you shouldn't be the one letting him down. Mr. Speaker, I don't know why this ministry is oblivious of the hanging fruits that it has. Are you aware? And I would, I think, belabor this point with the budget committee. We should subject to scrutiny how much the ministry is earning from labor externalization industry. Are you aware, Mr. Speaker, that so far they receive 1.3 billion USD, billion USD is a huge sum of money. Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, my Lord. Information on particular on that matter. Right Honorable Speaker, as Lop was saying, the sector of labor externalization is very lucrative. We receive so much money, 1.3 billion US dollars annually. Just in 2021, August 2022, the government collected 12 billion from this sector. And right now we are crying for the finance minister to give us 2 billion only. Yes, the sector is bringing so much money. Our girls are out there suffering. The government collects 30 US dollars per job order. So I believe, Right Honorable Speaker, the finance ministry needs to fund this sector because it's bringing so much money, but we are not receiving money to fund the sector and better the labor externalization sector.
Honorable Minister, no, Lop, you're done. Your time is up. Please, please. No. Here we don't have time for appreciating. We have serious debate to make here.
Thank you very
We
much.
shall appreciate in the corridors.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to pronounce myself on one matter where my chair, Wopa, thought that community mobilization and sensitization is only coming because of PDM. It's to remind that this is a mandate of the Ministry of Gender, Community Mobilization and Mindset Change is a whole mandate. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, if you only give money to PDM and you cannot guide these people on the choice of enterprise, where to invest, effective participation, then you'll be just putting on the rock. Because I want to give you an example, Right Honorable Speaker and members. We have visited Youth Livelihood Support Program beneficiaries. You will find a group of Boda Association having got 13 million from YLP. And then they buy a plot, they put bricks, they buy cement and sand, and no money for labor, no money for construction, and then they sit stuck with the money like that. Time of payment, the money is not making another money, they can't repay, but they are stuck with the materials and a plot. So they need that sensitization for them to make choice of how to invest so that the investment makes returns. We need this community mobilization and mindset change for people to know which enterprises are working in the situations where they are, and to also effectively participate in all the other programs of government. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to plead with my chair, Uopa, to understand that this is a very critical thing to support in terms of funds.
Thank you. But you see, and I know without doubting my sister, Honorable Betty, for me, on a parish model, the mindset change we need is mainly business-oriented mindset change. And we do have Enterprise Uganda, which has been doing a fantastic job I can tell you, I just want to tell you, Enterprise Uganda, let them visit your area. You will see how much they will change in terms of perception. Because for them, they focus on business mindset change. Okay, not major social issues, but I know Honorable Betty will coordinate with them very well. Honorable Minister, just you don't need to respond to everything.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the members for all the support that they have rendered to the report. Just highlights on the issue of palaces. I have all the directive. However, before I bring the directive to the House, I need number one to have a land title. Most of the palaces that we have left here, they have not given us land title. Number two, there should be no conflict. In the case of many of the ones that we have left, actually, Ikumbania and others, there are conflicts that have not been resolved. So for Bugiso, I've not seen the directive, but the 17 billion can accommodate the cultural institution that has no contestation. So we can include Bugiso, for example, and if it doesn't complete the construction, we can come for the next phase in the next financial year.
Honorable Minister, no clarification, no information.
Thank you.
Yeah.
On the issue of there are those that most of you supported Juakali. I agree with you. Externalization of labor, we have surpassed coffee. We are now the first in foreign direct money that come into the country. And I really request the budget committee to look at this one very critically. The most important issue, again, in the corrigenda and previously before the corrigenda, is the omission of the 32.9 billion, which are subvention to those councils. And those councils come to you, the Women Council, the Youth Council, Council with Disability, Council for older person, 32.9 billion subvention that was cut by finance, and yet in cabinet, finance was directed by cabinet that all the ministry's budget should be reinstated to the current budget. But after cabinet, we are now seeing a corrigenda that has not followed the cabinet directive. And the 32.9 billion, the cultural institution, 60 million per month, all were approved by cabinet and His Excellency the President. I hope that in the budget committee, finance should be able to ensure.
Clarification, Right Honorable.
No,
I was told there is no clarification.
Honorable Chair, budget.
I beg.
Honorable Chair, budget, we do not access a microphone without permission of the speaker. I'm sorry. Honorable Minister.
So I want to allay the fear of the youth. The Youth Day of 12 August shall be celebrated, and most of the cost for international days that we commemorate, a big number of the finances come from development partners. In most cases, we might have only 200 to 300 million from the government. So most of these are from development partners. Lastly, Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair has indicated.
Honorable Betty, you know the chairperson budget committee is a very important person. This is where the statements are going. Is the one who can be kind enough to give you some money.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The clarification I'm seeking is from the statement by the minister that cabinet directed finance to at least maintain each sector budgets to the current state. And now we are wondering how the corrigenda comes in. So the clarification I want her is for her being a senior cabinet minister to clarify where the corrigenda came from. And also
tell this house whether to respect that agenda if it's a smuggle.
In short, did the agenda go through cabinet? Because it is reducing the budget and cutting all of you down.
Right Honorable Speaker, I can confidently state here that we had a special cabinet, which was on a Tuesday, which we went through the budget one by one. The priorities were stated, and one of the priority in my sector was creative industry and the cultural institution, which I have all the cabinet directive. The core agenda has not gone through cabinet. So that one I can confirm.
That's enough.
So, but the cabinet decision was after the priority articulated by cabinet and approved, it was indicated that at least each ministry should retain what they have for this financial year as a minimum. That was what was in cabinet. Thank you.
Honorable Duru has said that for you as UPC people, you're very honest.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude by thanking members and conclude with the industrial court. Industrial court is a very important court because it supports all the cases that comes from labor officers, comes to industrial court. They have only 2 judges. They need 5 judges. I was proposing that if its budget being under Ministry of Gender is disadvantaging them, it is better we move back the agenda to judiciary, because judiciary's budget is protected. Otherwise, they are suffering because they moved their budget under us because that court is under the ministry. It would be very important and unfair that the rest of the judges are enjoying all the privileges under judiciary and this court is not. I beg to move and request. Thank you.
Honorable Boss, what would be your comment on that? Because this is all courts to go back to the judiciary.
I think I want to agree with the line minister for that very proactive proposal to this house. And I believe that all those judges go through the same law school, they have the same qualification. Nobody under this constitution of Uganda is supposed to suffer less than what others are, or get what less than what others are getting. So I really want to, in a special way, want to thank her for. I do not know whether the proposal is coming too late, but it's never too late for this house to do justice for those judges in the industrial court.
So, honorable colleagues, let me assign the Attorney General this issue. Let the Attorney General next week come and guide this house on this matter. Because if you are finding now really the budget of the judiciary is protected, it is statutory, but now the industrial court, wherever they are and all that, without even moving to say we put them under, we can say it was for all courts and all judicial officers, wherever they are. Okay? So, but honorable colleagues, let me not open this. Let me not open this. It might again delay us. Honorable colleagues, I now put the question that the report of the sector committee on gender, labor, and social development and social development on the ministerial policy statement and budget estimates for financial year 2024-2025 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Item 3.7, the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs.
Honorable Chair, procedure, Honorable Martin Muzare.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you earlier guided on the core agenda that the Committee of Budget will handle it. But I don't know whether it has ever been laid here and whether we should really say that this is an existing document, because the minister here has already said that they are not aware of this document. So I don't know whether we are proceeding well.
No, yeah, thank you, Honorable Mzar. I had to consult the chair committee on budget. The committee is not yet considering the document because it's not yet laid. And it has to be laid with clear justifications on the work plans which had been agreed upon. So for now, it was issued to the agencies, but for us, Parliament here, until the minister raises it on table, that's when the committee on budget can refer to it. And that's when even the sectoral committees would have referred to it. But now they can't go to it formally because it's not yet laid. Okay? Thank you. Honorable Chair for Defense.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you so much for this opportunity to present a report of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs on the ministerial policy statements and budget estimates for the financial year 2024-2025. First, I take the opportunity to lay on table the minutes of the committee meetings in considering the ministerial policy statements. I beg to lay. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, this report considers the following votes. Vote 004, Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs. Vote 009, Ministry of Internal Affairs. Vote 120, National Citizenship and Immigration Control. Vote 124, Uganda Police Force. Vote 145, Uganda Prisons. Vote 135, Directorate of Government.
No. Yes, Honorable Guzuri.
Mr. Speaker, earlier on I addressed myself to a law on which a ministerial policy statement is anchored. And I did say, when the chairpersons are laying on table the minutes, we should have received the documents they processed, which should have helped us address our mind to whether there was issue of compliance with the law. And you are aware we are dealing with the physical deficit problems, and we must be able to justify every expenditure as proposed in the policy statements. We also know the committee is handling ministries where there's a lot of waste.
Procedure
in
matter?
Defense and the procedural matter is it right that we are going to receive this report when the key documents which should have informed our decision are not laid along with the minutes?
Thank you. Now, Honorable Guzuri, you said, if I heard you properly, all right, and I said we must read this. It's not you to determine what is read here or to declare that, Chair, you must first lay BCD. As a presiding officer, I'm satisfied, the minutes laid, the report, let's get the report, and we go into what if they are in the minutes, if the details are in the minutes. So, honorable colleagues, I want you to know your opinion here cannot be final. If you want something, okay, just be humble. Say, we should, we expect ABCD, but you can't say, I said you must. No, 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 it can't. Honorable Chair, please.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I present this report in accordance with Article 90 and Article 155 of the Constitution and our Rules of Procedure and Public Finance Management Act. This report, Right Honorable Speaker, was uploaded onto the parliamentary system 3 days ago, and it can be accessed. The scope of this report is that the committee considered ministerial policy statements and the budget estimates for the financial year 2024-25 or the votes that I earlier on enumerated. Maybe I didn't touch vote 135, which is DIGAL or Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory, and vote 137, which is National Identification and Registration Authority. The methodology is that we entertained all the ministries and agencies, including the entertaining and listening to the opposition alternative policy statement under the committee. We also ascertained that certificate of gender compliance and gender and equity compliance was laid. We followed all the laws and regulations. Right Honorable Speaker, we analyzed the statements and juxtaposed them with the National Development Plan 3. We looked at the performance of the previous budgets, and I beg to report the following. That one, under the, especially under the NDP 3, which identified 20 development programs. Yeah.
These uploaded, we have read.
Absolutely.
Just go on recommendations so that we save time for debate.
Thank you. On vote.
But also, clerk, though I didn't like the approach of my brother, Honorable Guzuri, I know these documents were submitted, but most of them are barky. So what you do, clerk, I need them uploaded in soft copy form on a fresco, so that any member who needs them can access and go through, so that they don't say we processed a budget that had no supporting documents and required documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On vote 004, Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs, the budget performance for the first half of the 2023-24, the wage bill under the ministry and the Veteran Affairs amounted to 477.04 billion against half a year release of 552, which represents a performance of 50% and an absorption of 91%. And this is against the threat of terrorism, mainly from ADF, Al-Shabaab, and their affiliates, which remain a significant security challenge to the country. And to counter the threat, the UPDF reinforced border deployments and also mobilized 594 local defense personnel in Kamwenge and Bunyangabu districts, and augment the troop levels and bridge the security gaps in the sub-region. As I present this, Right Honorable Speaker, we applaud our garant forces, the UPDF, for maintaining us safe and secure, and both internally and staving off threats from abroad. Additionally, Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament approved under the ministry, but before that, the non-wage recurrent release expenditure performed at 47%, spending 86% of the released funds during the financial year 23-24 half period. The low absorption was due to the ongoing verifications of pensioners, among others. Despite low absorption, country experienced some subversive activities perpetrated by nascent groups, including the Uganda Lord Salvation Army and Uganda Divine Salvation Army, UDC. Such occurrences draw resources from the budget, even when they are not planned. Parliament had approved the supplementary, including 100 88 billion and 1 billion for classified expenditure and commencement of infrastructure works for the military museum, respectively. The second quarter, under recurrent spending. During the first half,
Honorable, I guided.
our recommendations, we therefore recommend that the Ministry of Defense expedites a review of the Act 205 to accommodate current developments to guide interventions and establish a regulatory framework for the national service before the end of financial year 2024. Budget estimates 2024-25, 6221. Overall budget, important to note here is that as government had earlier on promised, the ministry will continue with phased salary enhancement for soldiers of lower. And the table shows salary enhancement for captain to private or private to captain, the way you approach it. Our recommendation is that the salary enhancement for the lower cadre staff of the UPDF and recruitment be prioritized, and that Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development provide an additional allocation to the wage bill of 962.23 billion in financial year 2024. Development budget. On this, Right Honorable Speaker, we note the need to construct 1,400 housing units, worth 100 billion, common user facilities like water, electricity, roads, administration facilities, storage facilities, and completion of the national military referral hospital. We recommend that the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs develops a comprehensive infrastructure development project to guide investment rather than undertaking each such projects under the retooling project for ease of monitoring and evaluation. The security situation in Karamoja, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, continues to stabilize. And the committee observes that the anti-stock theft operations have been successful. And this was against and I have put down the achievements done by the UPDF and the anti-stock theft operations. Very impressive, but we note that this activity is fully funded with a provision of 27 billion combating security. The committee recommends that the provision of 27.5 billion to the ministry to combat insecurity in the Karamoja region be revised downwards, since the security situation has improved, to finance other critical needs in the sector during the financial year 2024. Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, on the National Military Referral Hospital and other, because this has been an ongoing project, we recommend that the military expedites completion of the National Referral Hospital by the end of 2024-2025. On recruitment and training, we note that the Defense UPDF plans to recruit 9,000 personnel into the forces based on the district quota system during the financial year 24-25. Professional UPDF. We recommend a provision of 56.8 billion in the financial year 24-25 towards recruiting 9,000 personnel and retraining up to 40,000 personnel to equip the force with relevant skills and knowledge to execute military operations and missions effectively. On subventions to NEC and Uganda National Enterprise Corporation and Uganda Air Cargo Corporation, we recommend an additional 6.9 billion be provided to National Enterprises Corporation to cover its operations and invest in research and development for Wero Industries during the financial year 2024-25. Additionally, the committee recommends that 381.1 billion be provided Uganda Air Cargo Corporation to procure a new aircraft to increase its revenue streams. On land compensation claims, Right Honorable Speaker, we noticed that operationally, UPDF gets land that is strategic and that is relevant to the needs to secure the defense of the country. And eventually, they should be compensating the owners. We recommend an additional provision of 190 billion to provide 2024-2025 budget estimates under the Ministry of Defense and Veterans to cover these outstanding claims for land that has been taken over by the UPDF. On budget compliance, budget for consultancies, we notice, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, that the Secretary to the Treasury wrote, I beg your pardon, on budget for consultancies, the committee noted that ministry budget for military operations of Suja, which is Operation Suja in DRC, 22.5 billion, Operation of Sarama Kwa Water in Karamoja, which is 27.5 billion, and Fisheries Protection, which is 0.866 billion under consultancy services. This, if we consider it a misclassification, which needs to be addressed in the Charter of Accounts. In addition, the ministry has a budget of 0.866 billion for consultancies to undertake mid-term evaluation. We therefore recommend that Ministry of Finance and Economic Development creates items in the chart of accounts that relate to special military operations. Further, a total of 0.866 billion be reallocated to critical needs of the votes under the committee's purview. On regulatory and legal framework, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that the ministry prioritizes and expedites the review of defense policy, the UPDF Act 2005, and National Service Policy during the financial year 2024-25. On gender compliance, we applaud that they are doing well and they should keep it up because it was assessed at 80%. Vote 009, Ministry of Internal Affairs. Budget performance for the first half, the annex is provided, Right Honorable Speaker, and all other issues outlined. We therefore recommend that the ministry expedites the capturing of all its human resources on the human capital management system before the end of financial year 23-24 to avoid the creation of wage bill areas. 2, the ministry should expedite the development of the information system on trafficking in persons to keep track of trafficked persons and Armed Trafficking in Persons Act to create punitive measures against the offenders. Another recommendation to that effect, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the ministry should stay the review of the NGO Act until the government processes of rationalization of government institutions is concluded. On performance of the development budget, we recommend that the ministry should improve its procurement planning to limit the non-absorption of funds geared towards improving service delivery. On NTR performance, we have that to say. Budget estimates for the financial year 24-25, the annex is provided in the report, but on the provisions for non-wage recurrent, we recommend that the ministry should prioritize allocation of statutory obligations within its budget ceilings before allocation towards the discretionary expenditure items. On the ministry's development budget, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that the ministry develops other projects to carry out multi-year investments that will improve efficiency in service delivery. On regulatory and legal framework, the committee recommends that additional funding of 5.4 billion for the NGO Bureau be provided in the budget for financial year 24-25, specifically for the following. 1.173 billion for the first of the NGO Bureau Board of Directors arrears accumulation. 2, 1 billion for the facilitation of the NGO adjudication committee. 3, 0.435 billion for the automation of the NGO bureau services. 4, 2.814 billion to implement the action items to enhance compliance with standards of the anti-money laundering and combating financing of terrorism. Right Honorable Speaker, on outsourcing ministry consultancy services, we recommend that reallocating 0.3 billion from the ministry to critical areas of service delivery under the committee's purview. Budget for anti-money laundering and combating financing of terrorism. We recommend the provision of 0.25 billion in the financial year 2024-25 budget estimates to cater for the meeting and training in money laundering and terrorism financing aspects. On community services, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend a provision of 2 billion in financial year 2024-25 to decentralize ministry services at the regional level and expedite the amendment of the Community Services Act. On reception centers for the rescued trafficked persons, we therefore recommend that 0.2 billion be provided in the financial year 2024-2025 to kickstart establishing reception centers for trafficked persons. On the implementation of the Narcotics and Psychotropic Substance Act 2023, the law which this Honorable August House passed last year, committee recommends the ministry to prioritize the development of the regulations during the financial year 2024, and that Uganda shillings 10 billion be provided for this purpose to kickstart its implementation. On the implementation of the Explosives Act 2023, the committee recommends a provision of additional 0.2 billion to develop regulations to guide the implementation of the Explosives Act and staff training during the financial year 2024-2025. On coordination of internal security and other advisory services, the committee recommends provision of Uganda shillings 7.146 billion to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to enhance its coordination role of the above institutions effectively. Gender compliance, we applaud the ministry. They scored 67%. We encourage them to aim higher. Vote 120, which is National Citizenship and Immigration Control. Its budget performance for the first 1 year, the Annexure 1 is on the report. And all that. So the committee therefore recommends, excuse me, that the NCIC should expedite access of the newly recruited staff to the human capital management system to improve wage bill absorption. The committee also recommends that the directorate should ensure adequate monitoring of the joint venture agreement with USPC, where the service provider should meet the timely supply quantities of the passports to avoid disruptions in the service delivery. Recommendation 3, I beg your pardon, the directorate should develop new projects to cater for the construction activities rather than budgeting them under the retooling project. 4, the directorate should be provided with sufficient financing to continue with ongoing activities funded by gyros where insufficient provisions have been made. On e-immigration system, the committee recommends that Directorate of Citizenship fully develop and automate the passport and other travel documents control process, support services, and enforcement immigration laws. In addition, the Directorate should liaise with the NITA-U to provide reliable internet services. 6.42 budget estimates for the financial year 2024-2025. Annexure 2 is attached on the report for ease of reference. The overall budget, Right Honorable Speaker, we notice that the budget is projected to decline by 0.84 billion for the financial year 2024. This will affect the recurrent budget, especially for the citizenship and immigration, a non-wage bill. So we recommend that statutory expenditure should be given a first call of resources with a provision of Uganda shillings 1.36 billion for wage shortfalls. 2, we recommend that Uganda shillings 0.379 billion be provided in the budget estimates for the financial year 2024 for gratuity to avoid creation of areas. On border control and surveillance, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends collaboration with other sister agencies, ensure border control and additional Uganda shillings 4.898 billion be provided to the Directorate during the financial year 2024-25 for border control management. In addition, the Directorate should consider equipping the all border posts with state-of-the-art technology to facilitate border control in the medium term. Right Honorable Speaker, on post-entry management of immigrants, the committee recommends an additional 4.590 billion to enhance post-entry management of immigrant activities. Budgeting for consultancies, Right Honorable Speaker, we note that the call circular from the PSST to all accounting officers guided that all MDS should desist from over-relying on outsourcing activities with consultancies, especially in the areas with internal capacity. We therefore recommend reallocating Uganda shillings 0.95 billion meant for consultancies for activities where the Directorate should have developed the capacity to undertake the above exercise. On land acquisition, construction, and infrastructure development, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that the Directorate expedite the preparation of development project to undertake capital investments during the financial year 2024-25. Accordingly, the committee upholds the government's policy to stay any new office accommodation construction. On the passport system, we note that this is not yet end-to-end, as partial automation of the e-passport system causes inefficiencies in the passport service delivery. We recommend, therefore, that 1, USPC should fully automate the e-passport system by the terms of the contract of the joint venture agreement. 2, the DCIC should expedite the development of a credible IT governance structure and set up robust systems to avoid revenue leakages. On the performance of the vendor USPC under the joint venture, the committee recommends a review of the joint venture agreement between the government of Uganda and the private company, brackets Veridos, in the manufacture of security documents before the end of the financial year 2023-2024. On gender compliance, the Directorate scored 8. It's an improvement. We want them to aim higher. Uganda Police Force, vote 144. The performance of the first half 2023-24 budget is annexed for ease of reference. The overall performance is also laid down. We recommend, Right Honorable Speaker, that the UPF should devise mechanisms to deal with attrition in the police force and improve procurement planning to improve service delivery. Refurbishment of the CID training school at Chiburi. Right Honorable Speaker, this very important facility is in need of refurbishment, and the committee recommends an additional 12.42 billion to be provided to refurbish the CID training school in Chiburi to improve investigation skills for officers and reduce remand period and prisoner population growth. On territorial policing, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend rationalization of the resources within the territorial policing by merging some of the departments since they are operational in nature. For example, patrols and metropolitan policing cannot be distinguished from operations. On criminal investigations, Right Honorable Speaker, we continue to note detective case workload, which was 1 detective per 42 cases, is above the target of 1 detective per 39 ratio, implying the detectives are overloaded to deliver their mandates, also in part due to limited technology being employed, hence affecting their efficiency. To reduce this workload, more detectives need to be recruited, equipped, and trained to minimize the time lags for investigation and prosecution. Further, on a capital criminal case like murder requires 15 million for effective investigation on average. On average, police registers 4,000 capital cases annually. This translates into an annual requirement of 60 billion against a provision of 60 billion. We therefore recommend a provision of additional 6 billion to CIID to improve the quality of investigations during the financial year 2024 and the balance over the medium term. Right Honorable Speaker, on the budget estimates for financial year 2024, the annex is attached for ease of reference. When you look at the overall budget under Uganda Police Force, the budget is projected to increase from 824.423 billion in the financial year 2023 to 822.286 billion financial year 2024-25. This is primarily due to increase in non-wage budget and the development budget by 1 billion. We therefore recommend that Uganda Police Force should include all its commitments, should conclude all its commitments under the assistance of Uganda Police Project and not extend beyond 2024-2025. Going forward, Uganda Police Force should develop a successor infrastructure project that is comprehensive enough to guide countrywide investments. On budgeting for consultancies, Right Honorable Speaker, we had observed that the Uganda Police Force had budgeted for 0.4 billion to conduct pre-feasibility studies to implement electronic policing information system project. In addition to consultancy services are being sought to conduct detailed analysis on the different options for meeting accommodation needs at 0.45. The committee recommends that the above amount totaling to 0.850 billion for consultancy services be reallocated to critical areas under committee's purview. Where there are internal capacity challenges, the National Planning Authority should undertake the studies. On budgeting for anti-money laundering, combating financing terrorism, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend Uganda Police Force to implement the strategic deficiencies under its jurisdiction on pending action items from the National Risk Assessment of 2023. Traffic and road safety, Right Honorable Speaker, we note that this department implements express penalty scheme, which forms the bulk of NTL. We therefore recommend an additional 6.8 billion for the procurement of transport equipment and installation of IOV inspection lane and certification center, and Uganda shillings 18 billion for the procurement of 10 mobile inspection stations for IOV. On police accommodation and ongoing construction projects. Right Honorable Speaker, the continued construction of 200 There's continued construction of 240 staff houses in Jinja and Entebbe, which requires an additional 69.968 billion. Construction of 8 accommodation blocks at the headquarters in Nakasongora, Shema, Busolwe, Mitoma, Kanungu, Kakumiro has a funding gap of Uganda shillings 2.24 billion, among others. All these projects need independent project designs with national coverage, standardization, and ease of project monitoring. We therefore recommend developing a comprehensive project to undertake countrywide interventions with the same standards to ease monitoring of such infrastructure. Right Honorable Speaker, on the sub-county policing model, this model is premised on concentrating limited resources at a sub-county for efficiency and effectiveness in providing policing services to the communities. This, Right Honorable Speaker, requires the following. 1, deploying a minimum of 18 personnel, 2 motorcycles per police station, 1 motorcycle, 1 motor vehicle, and a counter phone and radio communication, and an office. If this model is to be phased, starting with high-risk crime levels, taking 30 sub-counties that have been planned requires 36.946 billion. However, only 5.6 billion has been provided in the financial year 24-25 budget for only 9 sub-counties. We therefore recommend that Uganda Police Force first pilots this model with the existing funds provided in the budget and expand it, given the lessons learned in the piloted sub-counties. On crime management, Right Honorable Speaker, we note that Uganda Police Force intends to expand the canine units to 10 districts of Nebi, Koboko, Budaka, Bukomansimbi, Butambara, Zombo, Ajumani, Madiokolo, Pakwach, and Kaberamaido during 2024-25, with a provision of 0.709 billion out of the required 2.968 billion, leaving a gap of 2.259 billion. We therefore recommend, Right Honorable Speaker, that providing 2.259 billion for the K9 unit to take its services to the above districts and closer to communities in the financial year 2024-25 budget. In addition, Uganda Police Force should sensitize the masses on the importance of not interfering with scenes of crime to deploy K9 dogs effectively in the investigative mechanism. On stationary, Right Honorable Speaker, we note that the shortage of stationary police units is a source of perceived corruption, dissatisfaction, loss of confidence, and ultimately poor policing image. A provision of 2.172 billion has been made for the financial year 2024, yet the required amount is 6.1 billion to provide the 120 various police forms and 31 books. The committee recommends an additional of 3.9 billion in the financial year 2024-25 budget, procure sufficient stationery needed at all police stations and units, and stop the public from procuring police forms. On transport equipment, the police intends to acquire a new fleet of patrol vehicles for all districts, troop carriers and motorcycles at an estimated at Uganda shillings 5.39.303. However, 22 billion has been provided during the financial year, leaving a funding gap of 500.266 billion. We recommend, therefore, a provision of 19 billion to procure transport equipment for all districts during the financial year 2024 and a balance over medium term. In gender compliance, police force scored 75.4% from 73 last financial year. We encourage them to aim higher. Vote 145, which is Uganda Prison Service. The budget performance for the first half of the financial year 2023-24 is annexed for reference, and the overall budget performance is at 50.8 of the annual budget, above the pro rata target of 50%. Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that Uganda Prison Service plans its procurement to improve service delivery. In addition, Uganda Prison Service should develop a comprehensive development project to guide the implementation of construction projects, sub-projects, and strengthen governance in project implementation. Prisoners' accommodation. The current, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, as at March 19, 2024, the prisoner population stands at 76,052, of which 95.2% are male and 4.8% are female. Of the population, 53.8% are convicted and serving their sentences, while 45.5% are on remand. The remaining others are debtors. The Uganda prisons have an approved capacity of 20,996, implying 56,056 prisoners are over the approved capacity, implying an occupancy rate of 362.2%. This is alarming. This means congestion at Uganda prisons is partly created by delayed justice from the judiciary, slow pace at increasing the holding capacity of prisons, rising levels of crime or offenders of the law, and arrests without warrants, among others. Constructing a mini prison requires Uganda shillings 102.9 billion, and 3 low security prisons require 24 billion. The committee therefore recommends the funding for the mini max prison be provided in a phased manner. Effectively, a provision of 18 billion in the financial year 2024 will be prioritized to provide funds for construction of 1 mini max prison in Mbarara. The budget estimates for the financial year 2024 is annexed, and the overall performance is also laid there. On prisoners' accommodation, as prisoners' accommodation, as at March, we recommend, therefore I have already highlighted that, the congestion is alarming. I've already highlighted that. We recommend that Uganda Prison Service, I beg your pardon, should be provided with additional 3 billion to acquire land in Mpigi for additional space to accommodate prisoners. Further, there is a need to enhance access to justice through prison alignment to courts of law and the timely production of prisoners to court by procuring transport machinery, among others. On ICT, we noted that Prison Service established prisons management information system, which is being rolled out in 3 prisons, Upper, Murchison Bay, Ruzira Women. However, phase 2 requires Uganda shilling 6 billion, but only 1 billion has been provided. We therefore recommend an additional provision of 5 billion for implementing phase 2 of the prisons management information system during the financial year 2024-25. Budgeting for consultancies, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, we notice that Uganda Prisons has budgeted 0.6 billion for consultancy, conduct feasibility to ascertain financial and economic viability of the prison's tannery and footwear, furniture and garment industry project. Uganda shillings 0.30 billion for the development of strategic plan and conduct an end-term review of the ending one Uganda shillings 2.1 billion for the development of architecture plans, bills of quantities, designs, drawings for the establishment of the training school. However, over the years, capacity has been developed in planning across government, and studies like feasibility studies, review or development plans can be undertaken in-house with support from National Planning Authority. Parliament should note that the preparation for designs and drawings is part of an appraisal process of a project, which can be done in collaboration with the National Planning Authority and the Ministry of Works. We therefore recommend that the total amount of consultancies amounting to 2.2 billion be reallocated to other critical areas under the committee's purview. On staff accommodation, provision of 1 billion has been made to construct 70 staff houses, which include 30 blocks of 10 units at Away, Odina, Ingire, and Aswa 1 and 2, to provide staff properly housed to 45.3%. What has been provided is for 4 blocks at Aswa 1 and 2. To have the 30 blocks, a provision of Uganda shillings 8.350 billion will be required. However, this has a funding gap of 7.250 billion. The committee recommends provision of 7.250 billion during the financial year 24-25 to enable Uganda Police Service to increase staff accommodation facilities. Relocation of prisons headquarters. This has remained outstanding during the current year 2023-2024. Plans for relocation need to be concluded in the coming year 2024-2025 from the current premises on Parliamentary Avenue to pave the way for additional office space for the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. This is premised on the need for Parliament to eliminate substantial rental costs at other areas, including Kingdom Kampala. The committee therefore recommends that the government provides Uganda Prison Service, with a new home to pave way for Parliament's occupation of its premises. Right Honorable Speaker, on prisoners feeding, we note that a daily average of 85,237 prisoners at a cost of 5,500 per prisoner per day, including food from prisoners' farms, was 21.825 billion, and a provision of 94.6 billion was provided in the financial year 24-25. This left a shortfall of 76,474 billion. The net gap, taking into account
procedure.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as earlier noted, we would also wish to have time so that we can have several inputs in this report, as the earlier committee chairpersons presented, so that they could give us the headline and then also the recommendation of the committee. Want it to be procedure right, the chairperson of the Defense and Internal Affairs Committee also does the same, so that we can have good time for input.
The chair defied me. I told him 2 times. So, and
much obliged.
And you know, but I just want to inform you colleagues, my history with Honorable Kajwenje. He's my elder. I'm among the young people he identified and mentored when he was in the youth movement. No, he was mentoring youth across the political divide. At that time, I was in opposition, but he was giving me very good mentoring. There was another. Now, when he defies you 2 times, the next one he will call me indisciplined. So I decided to keep quiet. So, but Honorable Kajwenje conclude, my senior brother.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. What an honor and privilege. I therefore go to recommendations. The committee recommends the provision of 54.6 billion in the financial year 2024-25 for prisoners feeding. and also eliminate the outstanding areas of 123.846. In addition to mechanisms to avoid accumulation of new areas should be instituted. On prisoners' uniform, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend the provision of additional 5.65 billion to procure prisoners' uniforms. On prisoners' beddings, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends the provision of 8.574 billion in the financial year 2024-25 to procure a pair of blankets for each prisoner. On timely delivery of prisoners to 246 courts, we recommend that 7.176 billion be provided in the financial year 24-25 for the procurement of additional fuel, vehicle maintenance, and escort services to ensure timely delivery of prisoners to court. Land surveying and boundary opening, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend an additional provision of 2 billion to be in the financial year 24-25 to survey the unsurveyed 5 pieces of land of Uganda Prison Service. Gender compliance, we applaud prison service for scoring 75.4. We urge them to aim higher. On vote 135, Directorate of Government and Lead Collaboratory, and here we recommend that Internal Affairs and Public Service Ministries expedite clearance procedures of recruitment by DIGAL before the end of 2023-24 financial year. On the budget estimates, the annex is attached, it's annexed, and the overall performance is also there. The construction of the National DNA Data Bank, we recommend a provision of 34.282 billion to DIGAL for the construction of the National DNA Data Bank over the medium term. And budgeting for consultancies, like we have done, we recommend a reallocation of 0.710 billion to critical needs under the committee's purview. On acquisition of motor vehicles, the committee recommends a provision of 0.973 billion in the financial year 24-25 to procure 4 motor vehicles for regional forensic laboratories. Right Honorable Speaker, on the operationalization of DIGAL regional laboratories, we recommend an additional provision of 12.4 billion to operationalize regional forensic labs during the financial year 2024-25. On acquisition of modern scientific equipment, we recommend an additional provision of 5.4 billion for the procurement of modern scientific equipment, provide independent scientific, forensic, and analytical services, aiding the administration of justice, safeguarding public health, and safety of the environment during the financial year 2024-25. On gender compliance, we noticed that they have scored 64%, and up from 64%, we encourage them to aim higher. On vote 137, which is the National Identification and Registration Authority, NIRA, the budget performance for the first half is annexed. We also note the non-absorption of funds. We recommend that NIRA expedite filling vacant positions in the authority during the financial year 22-23. In addition, the Ministry of Finance should release the outstanding balance before the end of 2023-24 to enable the authority to meet the deadline for mass renewal of national identity cards. Budget estimates is annexed. On mass enrollment and renewal project, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that a provision of Uganda shillings 366.858 billion be made to meet the strict deadlines for the general elections roadmap in 2024-2025. On registration of special groups, we recommend that NIRA registers the special group category during the mass enrollment and renewal of national IDs exercise. In addition, NIRA should collaborate with UBOS and undertake a joint exercise to capture all information needed during the forthcoming census exercise. On strengthening birth and death registration in health facilities, we notice a funding gap of 34 billion, and we recommend that collaboration between the Ministry of Health and NIRA in the birth and death. We recommend collaboration between the Ministry of Health and the NIRA in the birth and death registration of birth and death in health facilities. On systems integration, on systems integration, we recommend that 2.62 billion be provided to NIRA to undertake automation of its business processes and provide full online services. Inadequate staff of NIRA, we recommend a provision of 6.785 billion to reach the underserved districts to improve efficiency in delivery of the authority mandate in the financial year 2024-25. On the budget for consultancies, we recommend the reallocation of Uganda shillings 0.3 billion to critical areas under the committee's purview. NIRA headquarters. Right Honorable Speaker, NIRA is housed at Kororo Ceremonial Grounds. The committee therefore recommends that NIRA should be provided with Uganda shillings 20 billion to acquire its own home, house its headquarters. We reached at this recommendation, noting that when there is a national function, I beg your pardon, NIRA's activities are curtailed. Yes, on gender compliance, we note that NIRA has remained at 73%. They should come up. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs appreciates the institutions under it are critical in achieving peaceful and secure country. During the ministerial policy statements presentation, there was a shared concern that these institutions continue to attract minimal funding, making it extremely difficult to attain their respective mandates. The budget strategy for 2024-25 will only be achieved if the above institutions are supported in executing their mandates. The committee made adjustments in the budget proposals as indicated in Annex 3 below to ensure effective utilization of resources. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, in light of the above, it is a prayer of the committee that this House adopts its report and approves the budget estimates that incorporates the committee's recommendation for the respective votes for the year 24-25 as follows. I beg to report.
Thank you, Chair. This is a very big committee, so it needed serious support. But Chair, we are sending the report to you for harmonization. So now, the moment you express your opinion, yes. So, Honorable Kwizera, Honorable Bigarose, Honorable Akamba, Honorable Margaret, Honorable Mara, Honorable Tony, Honorable Sanen Buire, Honorable Itaza. I was going to say Itaza, sorry. Yeah, Itaza. Honorable Nabukera, Honorable Nandara, and Vice Chair. Yes, I'm first looking at colleagues and I also budget. I will allow you a comment. So just been here, Phyllis and Chiruhura. Honorable colleagues, I'm going to pick colleagues who haven't spoken. Don't mind, who haven't submitted today. Yeah, so I'm going to let's do quickly so that I can pick more.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I want to thank the chairperson and the committee for a very good report. However, I wish to note the following for the concern of the ministry, especially those responsible for police. The deployment of police to individuals where you find an individual citizen is guarded by 30 police officers. When you find that in my constituency, whole sub-county doesn't have even one police officer, we need a guard policy to address that matter. So the question of saying that we are going to have 18 policemen guarding a sub-county, first of all, you are saying there is no money. So can't we first use the forces we have, equitable sharing or equitable deployment, instead of having one person guarded by 20 people when we don't have other people? Secondly, I have also observed in Parliament here, there is over-deployment. I don't know the formula which they use. We need to reduce this congestion at Parliament. I want to say it should be scientific. And if someone is given police and another person is given police, that person should be paying, because they should not pay tax for someone to guard someone, even when he's not a VIP. So we should have gazetted officers who can be guarded. Another issue I would want to talk about is the welfare of police and the duty facilitating allowances. You go to the office of the CID, you find the regional CID officer has about 50,000 that is going to use it for deployment, for investigation. You cannot win a case when it is poorly investigated. Let us put resources, because without investigating cases, government will use cases. Another issue about the domestic carriers by the supplier.
Thank you, Honorable President. Commander, which information did you want to give? I know you came to my office on, was it on Tuesday? And you are complaining about this same issue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, the information I wanted to give to Honorable Kwizera is related to the issue I was raising in your office. Last week, one of my supporters was involved in a case that I will not mention here on the floor because it is under investigations. And when I went to the police, Right Honorable Speaker, the CID in my constituency requested me to facilitate him, to give him 30,000 shillings only to go and investigate this issue. And when the CID investigated, he had to send the file to now the district. When I went to the district CID also wanted only 150,000 to go and verify this issue. Right Honorable Speaker, the information I wanted to give with this Parliament is I have seen the Honorable Kajwenje putting in his report that the CID needs 6 billion to handle this, to handle the cases in CID. Most of these people that go to court, Right Honorable Speaker and members, most of the cases that have been dropped by the DPP, the reason they give that they were not well investigated. In 2022, Grace Akuro, then, who was the director CID, said that the small cases, an officer that is investigating that case needs 50,000 to investigate a small case. These middle cases, an officer needs 500,000 to investigate thoroughly that case. The murder cases, and gave examples as I wonder up right when I was speaker. These big cases, they need between 5 to 10 million. Right when I was speaker, I would request, it is unfortunate that the Minister of Finance is not here. They would go and maybe create a vote specifically for CID, because if you go to some countries like Kenya, CID has a vote. If you go to Rwanda, CID has a vote. And this money, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request that if this Parliament allows, we ring-fence this money that has been approved.
Now, Honorable Commander, you brought an important point well captured. Honorable colleagues, You see, each one of us, in one way or another, you'll find you need CID. Either to expeditiously handle your case, even criminals need CID. Yes. Help them. But now, I remember, honorable colleagues, Honorable Isiagi is here. The time we sat down and we talked about the issue of ISO. When we found a diesel was receiving around 1,500 shillings for fuel per day. And we pushed through this house. Now ISO has stabilized. CID, despite the praises, Honorable Mr. Tom Magambo does not sleep, does not what. But I mean, it will stop on words if it's not given capacity. If the team is not given capacity, if they remain a subvention where their money is not even protected, and then now when it reaches in internal affairs starts looking at the priorities they have. Okay, and it's handling very sensitive things. I think really we should put it very clear that CID needs their vote. Chairman Budget Committee, I don't know how that can be handled. If we fail to get a vote, at least we ring fence, but they need their own vote. If immigration has a vote, what about CID, which is more critical for the mass of Ugandans?
Right, Honorable, I concur, because even part of these recommendations of building more prisons are because of congestion caused by poor investigation and delay in the justice system. So even if we amass a lot of money in the judiciary, when the investigations are not properly done, then we shall be investing wrongly. And since it has come that there is a marginalization of the Department of CID, it's really right if we quickly recommended or directed that a vote be created for CID. That's the best that can happen. Thank you.
Okay. So
or if the worst comes, if there is a delay, then we ring fence the monies for police information.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity, and thank you, my chair, for giving me this chance. In fact, we should not only be talking about investigation, we should actually be talking about intelligence as well, because those two functions are different and they're reinforcing each other. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you. No, and that's why I talked about like ISO. The action we took, I think we added them around 30 billion from here. And now ISO had the last bought cars in 2007. Now they have cars, and what, when you call them, they reach out. But a CID officer, the day you have a case in your area and you need a report written, and you find a person can't even help you. Your relatives are in prison, you do what? So I think let's take a stand, but it's a proposed amendment to the report so that it's taken. So we shall vote on it at the end when we are handling the reports. Honorable Rose.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank my brother Kajenje for this very good report on the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, I am kindly asking the committee not to remove that money of Karamoja. The security in Karamoja of late has become an issue. Pokot, actually all their neighbors are attacking them. Unless we're saying we want to clear the Karamojangs, we no longer need Karamoja people in Uganda, then we can downsize this money. Right, Honorable Speaker? Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm not going to give room for information for now because they will sit me. Let me first say these few things. Right, Honorable Speaker, they faced
salary increment that was only talked for the UPDF. I kindly request, don't forget the police, prisons, actually the armed team. If you see what these people are paid, you will cry. And yet they are to provide for us security. What kind of security is being provided for you by a person who is earning peanuts? I kindly request that do not stop with UPDF, phase it for police and prisons and others. Right, Honorable Speaker, the construction work that is taking place for accommodation, I'm so embarrassed. When we gave money to police, instead of working on the areas we told them, Zambia, Jinja, Naguru, where you see the building is so dilapidated, crush them, build a good one. These people went and bought unipods and tents. And in a unipod, you find 2, 3 families sleeping. How do you perform conjugal obligations? You are not embarrassed. It is very bad to
Rosa, are you a member of the committee?
No, they appeared in human rights when we really talked about the human rights issues, because this kind of sleeping or accommodation is degrading, mistreating these officers, and yet they're called officers. How can officers be 4 in 1 uniport? We need to phase out, right, Honorable Speaker, the issue of uniports.
Thank you. I forgot to respond to Honorable Kwizera. Kwizera, in fact, we are under deploying at Parliament. Because in other parliaments, every member of Parliament has security. Our MPs are at risk. You're serving the nation. You're in your official capacity. Okay? In other areas. In fact, even in other countries, they have a parliamentary service police. Independent, clearly provided for. So when you talk of under deployment at Parliament, a kind of over deployment, I want to inform you we have under deployed and would want to deploy for your own security. You might take it lightly, but General Kavuma, UPDF, yes. We civilians are saying Karamoja is now okay, withdraw the money. That's why we have them here. They help us on these issues.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to join those colleagues to thank the committee chair and your team for a wonderful and detailed report. About cutting or moving 27 billion shillings on Karamoja operations because the security has improved, I think that is not a very good strategic recommendation. And this is the typical way of doing things. I've been, Right Honorable Speaker, trying to carry out a research on why many Ugandans die and the diseases that kill us and what. I have my findings, but one of them is that 99% of Ugandans do not go for periodic or regular checkups, medical checkups. We live on self-medication. You get a problem, you rush to the nearest pharmacy, the pharmacist prescribes the medicine. But even then, this small girl or boy says, take this medicine for 7 days. But when you go home and take for a day and a half and the pain goes away, you keep it somewhere. And if you want to prove this point, when you go back to your homes, in your bedrooms, all of us, and those who are not here, you'll find each one of us has got a mini pharmacy in our bedrooms because of that. Therefore, I don't want, a few months here, we were suffering with Karamojong were up in arms, Achoris were up in arms, Langis were up in arms. The people, the Teso, because of the insecurity caused by Karamajong warriors. Now plans were put in place, budgets were put in place to solve this problem. Now we are here celebrating, halfway solved, and then we take away this money, then we go back to zero. So I strongly, I don't want to reject, but advise, I strongly advise
Honorable, you can,
the committee.
No, here you don't advise, you recommend, so
No, I
that we vote on that recommendation.
Therefore,
Amendment, yeah. So that
to be able to sustain the security that is improving in Karamoja and their neighbors, we maintain this budget until we are fully secure. I thank you. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Clerk, kind note that General Kavma is now a Lieutenant General. I've seen you are showing a Major General. I don't want problems after here. Is the Lieutenant General, please update our records. Honorable Phyllis. Yeah, budget, I want you to first listen to members and you might advise us.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I would like to thank the committee for the very detailed report that they have given us. My concern is about accommodation in prisons. I always visit our prisons in Kapsora. At least every Christmas, I take for them gifts. I even enter their rooms where they sleep. But the problems that I see is congestion, as they have said. But another one, which is more annoying, is bedbugs and lice. These people are still being enjoyed by bedbugs and lice. But when I made research, I discovered that this is common in all the prisons of Uganda, that bedbugs are very common. So in the budget, I would like to recommend that there should be drugs, a budget for drugs, for fumigation, and also once in a while, cleaning those houses where they sleep. And the other one is about the quality of food that they eat. The portion that they eat is really of poor quality. Maybe because it is because of poor storage, you find that the portion, the quality of the portion they eat is very, very bad. It must be having aflatoxins and mycotoxins. Yes, please.
Yeah, but whenever you know it will end with that. You see why I don't want information at this stage. When you switch on a microphone, you start afresh. So, and that disturbs my time. So conclude.
So I would like to recommend that much as the committee has made a budget for the prison service, they should include in that budget chemicals for fumigation of all the houses.
Perhura.
Great Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I want to join my colleagues, thank the chairperson of the committee and the entire committee for the excellent work. Great Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the committee and support it on the issue of increment of the salary of the lower cadre of UPDF. Right Honorable Speaker, these brothers of ours have families, they provide security for our country, and we want to maintain that security, Right Honorable Speaker. Therefore, I recommend or support the request of the recommendation of the committee of 962 billion to that effect, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, also, I want to support the committee on the issue of recruitment of staff under NILA. Right Honorable Speaker, when you see what we go through when we are registering
for NILA. We really have to support that where we need staff, especially, Right Honorable Speaker, considering the unemployment that we have in this country, and yet there is that opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I support the chairperson and the committee for that recommendation. Right Honorable Speaker, I also support the 20 million for the accommodation of NILA offices as recommended by the committee. I thank you and I submit.
No, Margaret. Followed by Honorable Nandara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I also want to thank the committee for the elaborate report. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Karamoja, I do applaud the men and women in uniform for ushering in the peace that we're enjoying today in Karamoja. Honorable Speaker, the committee has observed rightly that the security situation in Karamoja is beginning to stabilize, but I totally disagree with the recommendation that the budget should be revised downwards because the security situation in Karamoja is still very fragile. The few guns have gone silent. We are still receiving attacks from the Turukana, especially Kotido and Kabong and Karenga districts. In this 1 year, we have received very many attacks from the Turukana, and in Kotido alone has received 4 attacks in this month from the Turukana. Many of our hearts boys have been slaughtered by the Turkana and animals taken. So I think the peace that we have realized should be nurtured for some time so that we are able to achieve a sustainable peace and be able to also contribute productively to this country. Honorable Speaker, I want also to observe the recommendation by the committee on the budget to support recruitment. While I support this budget on recruitment, we have always faced a challenge during the recruitment process. We have tried to mobilize our young people to join the UPDF, but shocking and surprisingly, the recruiting team comes with a fleet of young people from unknown destination. That is, they don't respect the recruitment quota of the people of Karamoja. So these people tend to take up the recruitment quota, and you find out people are left out in the recruitment. Honorable Speaker, lastly, I want also to thank the NIRA for the job well done, except the only challenge we have, which I know is across the country. The NIRA district collection points are quite a distance from the communities. For example, in my district, I have the farthest point, which is 70 kilometers from the collection point. And you find that when people come, they have to sleep, they have to wait, and this is a very big challenge, and therefore they don't go with their identification. Therefore, I would recommend that the NIRA staff should be facilitated to go nearer to the sub-county points in order to give people their identification cards. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nandara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs for the very good job done. Despite the fact you said that the chair trained you, but also we should look at the magnitude of the budget we're talking about. The bigger the magnitude, the bigger the time we allow the committees to really present. And I want to state that security is very vital for all of us. Without security, we can't do much. And I want to thank also Lieutenant Colonel, he has talked about Karamoja, you know, I'm a Karamajong. We need, yes, ask the Karamajong, they will tell you. We need security in Karamoja. And we need more investment in Karamoja. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of CID, CID has also to deal with DIGAR. DIGAR is the one which deals with forensic services. Unless we invest more in that DIGAR, we cannot do much. We can be talking about CID, but CID depends too much on DIGAR. And we should put more money in CID, but also more money in the DIGAR, and we should make sure that we do more. Yeah, thank you. It is called DIGAR because it is DGAL. Yeah, and I'm right to mention it that way, if you are not aware. So, more regions, in fact, we are talking about regions, it should be beyond. We met the people of DIGAR one time, they said they have a lot of specimen but the facilities to deal with those specimens are not there. And that means when they don't deal with those specimens by doing the forensic testing, it means you are delaying justice, and the CID cannot what? Move. This applies also to DPP, because also DPP cannot prosecute and without those evidences. And today when we're meeting DPP, it was saying there are so many cases which they have not done because they have not got sufficient evidence to be able to prosecute the matter. So, Mr. Speaker, the speaker has refused. But I'm well informed. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with the House that, but the speaker has refused. You know, I'm one of those who accepts information. Mr. Speaker, we as a House, we should look at the whole entire chain as far as criminal issues are concerned. Well, the whole up to court, as we're talking about. We have facilitated courts better, but we have not facilitated the people who feed in courts. And that is where we're saying the CID, the office of DPP, the GAL, and we can talk about a vote. But how much are we putting in a vote? Somebody will give you a vote and put $1 billion shilling. It's a
Conclude, Honorable Nanda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, why I'm raising this, you have mentioned very well. Until you have been, you have faced police, CID, you know what I'm talking about. Until you have faced what needs an investigation by the GAL, you know what I'm talking about. So as now a committee of the whole House, we have the powers to direct. And I'm happy the chairman of budget is here. This is not a compromising issue. We want to put money enough for the GAL at an appropriate time, and also the money for CID, because you can say, maybe under classified expenditure, let us put this amount of money for CID pending the Secretary of Treasury providing us a vote for CID, because it might take years to do it, but we can use that opening in the police, and we put there that we are putting more money under classified for CID for purposes of investigation. And I'm sure no member of parliament here will refuse that budget. And Mr. Speaker, as you stated, we need to deal with this. One time in South Africa, when the government was changing, in conclusion, in South Africa, Mr. Speaker, they asked the Minister of Internal Affairs, what would you want to be in your budget? He said we should invest more in the prison because all of us are heading there. And I want to say we should invest more in these services of CID, the GAL, or DPP prisons, because all of us are potential candidates of that area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, you see, I think last year, this financial year which is running, I think we tried on DPP. Number one, we removed the tax on their salaries. Number two, we provided money for recruitment of more state attorneys. I think they have recruited more state attorneys. Okay. Now, I know there is still a gap, but now the one of CID, by the way, and indeed the GAR, Directorate of Government and Ethical Laboratories, for those who are saying the GAR, is extremely critical. But then I also have a fear. In Mitoma, in my sub-county, the cases you have down there, when you have a case in Kampala, CID can easily come in and they mobilize and handle. But the ones in the village, our people are dying in prisons. Our people are dying. For them, they are not even issues of coming to analytical laboratory. No, issues down on the ground. Our people are doing badly. So let's look at the GAL, we look at CID, and Honorable Nandara, why we are emphasizing the issue of a vote and ring fencing. You need subvention. You see, a subvention, you can send the money to the minister, they reallocate. With permission of the minister. But if it's a vote and money has gone to a vote, the minister now won't be just playing around with it that way. So that's a kind of protection of saying, whatever little money we send, we should first have it clearly protected, ring fenced. We know it is going directly to CID. without anyone touching it for other critical emergencies which might come. That was the spirit. So yes, Chair, and then it other Honorable Kamba, Honorable Mara, I'm coming to you. I took note.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me join my colleagues to thank the committee for this very elaborate with very good recommendations. Right Honorable Speaker, from where I sit, I want to support the recommendation not by the committee, the 27 billion, which is supposed to be utilized to maintain peace in Karamoja. As a neighbor to Karamoja, we suffered so much last year. And we know that the issues in Karamoja can be very fluid. It can subside within this period and escalate within the next period. And in order for us to maintain peace, we need that money to remain there. Also, Right Honorable Speaker, under vote 144 on the Uganda Police Force, I want to support the recommendation from the committee, especially on the area of maintaining and ensuring provision of good accommodation to the staffing of the police. As a member, I have received several calls from people, officers who are from my district when they are transferred and they don't have where to put their things. And you find that someone is transferred maybe from Kasese to Kampala, and they have to keep their household items, including beddings like mattresses, on the verandas of the unipods. This is very practical.
Just lower the microphone a little bit.
Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Okay, I think this is much better. So when you check even from the police that we have just around Ginger Road, it is very common to be passing around and you find when there are beddings, things like mattresses, just put around the verandas of those unipods. And that is quite appalling. I think it is high time that as a country, we address our minds and address ourselves to such realities. I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Akamba. Honorable Akamba.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to thank the committee for the very elaborate report. Right Honorable Speaker, among the achievements, great achievements of this government is peace and security. And this peace and security need not to be overemphasized because it is vital to every Ugandan. And the same has to be maintained. And there is no way we can maintain peace and security in this country if we are not adequately funding the sector. I therefore propose that we should not cut any funding for the Ministry of Defense, for Internal Affairs, because if we do so, we'll be calling for insecurity in this country. And a home for refugees, again, to turn out to be the one sending Ugandans out there for refugee, we need to keep and maintain peace and security. I propose that we need to pay well the men and women on uniform across the board, UPDF, police, and prisoners. Right Honorable Speaker, the lower cadres, and indeed generally officers are not being paid well, and we need to enhance their payments. I will single out the importance of the rule of law. The spirit behind enhancing the pay for judiciary, for DPP, was to ensure that this critical each tenet of rule of law is handled. Right Honorable Speaker, justice can best be achieved when any case has been properly investigated and presented to court. The judiciary and DPP can do so little when it comes to criminal justice without the input of police. We need to pay well police officers.
Thank you. Honorable Itaza. Thank you, Honorable Kamba.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity that you've given to me. Once again, I also want to add my voice to appreciate the chair and the team for the wonderful report and the good recommendation. Right Honorable Speaker, mine is about prisons accommodation. I concur with the committee on the issue of coming up with an extra accommodation to deal with the decongestion. However, Right Honorable Speaker, it has been observed on quite a number of cases that many of the inmates in prisons are there for purposes of civil cases that could be handled at the level of LOC1. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice to recommend that we look into strengthening our lower local councils, because originally, I remember while we were in our 20s or 25 years, our LOC1s were extremely strong at that level. But now it looks like police has become an issue whereby you have issues like simple wrangles, simple quarrels, between neighbors, and that will end up at police. And at that level, if you don't have money, the referrals will be made to prison. So I request that as we try to look at the decongestion level, we look at the mechanism on how to strengthen our LOC1 chairpersons and our local governments, so that we can let's have some appropriation made towards that. But also, to Right Honorable Speaker, about the high level of crime rate, I concur with the committee on the 10 districts that have been spearheaded, but I also request, as we look at the Karamoja case, Kikuwe and the entire Albertine region is also having high crime rates, specifically because of the oil and gas. It has caused us issues. In my constituents alone, we've had Kikuwe, specifically Bwagu's East, we've had 8 cases of death, mysterious death that have occurred, and under the umbrella of rape and so on. So I would request kindly, as we try to consider, let us also put Chikube and the entire Albertine region, given that the entire...
Thank you. Honorable Wire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are 3 arms of government, and the legislature is one of it. I got worried when my colleague was complaining about the thinking that there is over-deployment at Parliament. Did Mr. Speaker, just as you emphasized, we are under-deployed. And I want to request, Right Honorable Speaker, that the legislature of Parliament should be jealously guarded, because we handle so many issues that are very sensitive, and we need maximum security, maximum protection. So, Mr. Speaker, instead of a minus, we need a 2+ such that we are secure, because we are handling very, very serious issues that should stir up the development of this country. Mr. Speaker, you cannot attain development without security, in simple terms. Uganda, we are going to celebrate, we shall have so many statistics, how we are growing, how we are developing. But this development can be eroded in a minute if there is no security. So, honorable members, when we are talking about issues of security of this country, we should be very, very serious. And I really want also to be very serious to appreciate the committee, because you thoroughly looked at all issues that cut across security issues. Right, Honorable Speaker, in my district, there is a scenario which happened. A CID officer is meant to travel 30 kilometers to attend to a very serious case. I want to thank the committee and the government that we provided at least transport for the DPCs. But CIDs, they don't have transport. What are you investigating when you have not reached the locus of where the case happened? So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to support the view that a special vote be put and we give money to CID office such that good work is done by the CID officers. Right, Honorable Speaker, when I looked at the report, I want to thank the committee. They were talking about the 10 minutes.
Honorable Nifa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chair and the committee for this report, elaborate report. Mine is about the allocation of 3 billion shillings to buy land in Impigi for more prisoners. The issue, we didn't look at why are these prisoners accumulating. It is because judiciary has a backlog of cases. If we do not deal with the judiciary's cases and none of speedy trials, then this problem will not be solved. We shall keep buying land all over the country, trying to expand on the prisoners' well-being. So I'm suggesting that, because you gave us a statistics of datas, of 4.4 something datas, but you see court has a provision of small scale, those who have who borrowed less money, maybe less than 50 million shillings. So I want to encourage that also judiciary looks at that scheme such that we reduce on the debtors, the civil debtors in the prisons, to avoid the congestion leading to buying more land, such that spending taxpayers' money in such a way. I submit.
Honorable Gilbert Oranya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, peace and security is everything for the country to grow. On this note, I may rate this government as a teacher. I may give them 89% on the security. 11% remaining is that sometimes they create insecurity and they solve it by themselves. For example, in Acholi sub-region in Kitgum, the government is allowing the Karamojong to come intentionally to raid the Acholi community, and they move to solve the same issues. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Gilbert, let us not take that line, okay? I know you're very, you're a very clear legislator. Sort out that. I don't need the colleague to put you on order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the guidance. Honorable Speaker, somebody to get 89%, that is above average and is good. So I pray that the country should remain peaceful.
No, Honorable Ranya. And if you don't sort that, I will not allow you to talk about Papa. I want to now talk about Apand Vararo.
Thank you. Right, Honourable Speaker, I withdraw that part.
Thank you.
On that note, right, Honourable Speaker.
That's a colleagues. That's the only way to scare Honorable Ranya. When you tell him not talk about Apand Vararo, then he behaves.
Thank you. Right, Honourable Speaker, on the accommodation of prisoners, here government needs to be very serious, Honourable Speaker. We have ever visited very many prisons, and right from the 10th Parliament up to now, the situation has never changed. You find a room meant for 50 inmates. We have more than 200 inmates in the same room. Government need to look into this very critically, because our prisoners are suffering. You cannot share a very small portion, 2 or 3 inmates. Right, Honourable Speaker, on the issues of payment of our security personnel, as my colleague alluded on. Right, Honourable Speaker, our police officers and the UPDF are working on paying. The security personnel, since they work under order, they can't talk. But sincerely, they are ever telling members of parliament to advocate for them. The payment is quite low. The level Uganda has reached, right, Honourable Speaker, we can afford to pay our security personnel well. You know, when you are sleeping inside the house, for them, they are sleeping outside the house. Some of them might take more than 2 months without reaching their families. Please, at this time, let us motivate and make sure our security personnel are working under good conditions.
Thank you, Honorable Migade.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to add my voice to thank the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, maybe I will need guidance from the committee chairperson and the minister. When they talked about the sub-county policing model, they mentioned the different inputs in that. They mentioned vehicles, border borders. They forgot to know that the actual areas which are islands and where the opposite of the vehicle is the boat. So it would be very important. And at the same time, Honorable Speaker, we've had so many fire accidents in this country, and some of them happen in the islands. On the mainland, when we are budgeting, we budget for these fire vans, fire brigade. I've never seen any provision, whether old or dilapidated or in a plan to procure a fire boat. I've not seen it. So in most cases, we actually don't report these fire outbreaks. So because there is normally no response. Then the other issue, Right Honorable Speaker, when we procured vehicles for every district, and those are the police patrols. But we didn't procure boats, workers, patrols for the islands. So it is very difficult to monitor such areas. Then the other issue, Right Honorable Speaker, when I looked at prisons, I don't know whether the chair got it well. And that was to do with the uniforms. Uniforms for prisoners. You indicated that the requirement is 85,237. That was the total number of prisoners. And you get that what is provided is 35,204. So leaving a funding gap of 50,000 uniforms. And the amount you mentioned, 5.68 billion, that's the gap. So which implies that every set of that yellow uniform is 113,000. And this is really somehow a good coat suit in Kampala. So is that, Chair, is that the rate that that yellow attire that they put on is indeed 113,000? Because going by that rate, we can actually use that same money.
Honorable Narima, is there?
Thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, when we talk about matters of the unified men and women, rather the men and women in uniform, we really need to find how best to facilitate, especially when it comes to our police officers who are doing the community policing. All the crimes we have around, many times they're unable to be finalized and concretized the findings. Why? Those days, local governments used to aid a little, but now they also don't have. So many times you find that a crime is on, but when you call a DPC, you call a CID, no facilitation. Let's really take this as something very key. Also, for the information of the committee, as written on page 11 of the report about the payroll, as Committee of Public Service and Local Government, while we are handling the HCM, we are informed that even under validation, many officers, some were fully verified, but there are those who were partially verified. And there was a second opportunity to ensure that they are fully verified. But what is happening, because of the fewer numbers, you could find in certain reports, we have less number of servants planned for as far as the wage is concerned. And as we know, this country, we've already considered wages to take first call. So I just caution, as we are handling all these ministerial policy statements, to ensure that we plan for all those people of ours who are civil servants who are yet to be fully verified, so that we don't get pension, rather we don't get salary arrears. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tony.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me thank the committee and the chair. Right Honorable Speaker, I am touched by the recommendation of the committee on the security situation in Karamoja. In their report, they have stated 368 firearms have been recovered and 3,334 rounds of ammunition. But Right Honorable Speaker, Karamoja is estimated to be having over 15,000 guns in circulation. Now, when we have recovered only 338, and then we say the situation is okay, we reduce the money, I don't think this is fair, Right Honorable Speaker. Secondly, in 2012, around 2012 there, in Karamoja was so peaceful that one would travel at night, at day, without any problem. But later on, the situation got bad. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, part of my family is in Otuke and Aleptong. And I feel touched if we are thinking, because the cattle rustling has gone down a little bit, then the security in Karamoja is okay. It is on this ground that I would want to urge this parliament that we don't pass this recommendation of the committee, but instead we amend it and ensure that the 27.5 billion is maintained so that more better operation, because it's not only about cattle rustling, but ensuring that Karamoja is pacified and becomes peaceful permanently, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee had recommended provision of money for the road safety, traffic and road safety by providing 8 billion for motorcycles and about 19 billion for IOV for inspection of vehicles and putting mobile stations. But my concern, as I've been listening to presentation here, Right Honorable Speaker, government has provided a resource envelope for the budget, but our recommendations are calling for provision of additional money for additional activities under the unfunded priorities. Now, I want to understand, as we make recommendation on this, where do we expect either the budget committee or finance to expand, and yet the resource envelope has been provided for the budget and is limited.
this is what has been puzzling me. And I think as we move forward, this question must be answered so that we see how to deal with the reality. Because if we are providing for additional resources, then it will require us looking for sources of.
Honorable Mara.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me time. I want to appreciate my honorable member from Nyabusozi for the good report. Right Honorable Speaker, as a representative of the people of Otuke, the recommendation of the committee that the 27 billion shillings be revised downwards, it is actually not good news at all. Last year, the president invited the members of parliament from Karamoja, Lango, Acholi, Teso, in my constituency. They all came. The matter was about insecurity in the region. And we have just had a lull of peace and tranquility. That does not mean the problem has gone away. So we should keep the money. I would want to recommend that this money be stayed so that we can look at the issues of insecurity in the region. The second thing, Chair, is around pay for our security forces. We have been looking at the numbers. The Chair said that 1.36 billion, which is, I believe is 1.3 trillion for wages for UPDF. We have always calculated that if we are going to pay the army more than 1 trillion shillings, then as a matter of how do I call it? The basis for the ordinary soldiers, at least they should get 1 million shillings. I've seen the recommendations of the committee. I think we need to look at it. Every soldier at the lowest level, as a bare minimum, should have 1 million shillings as salary, as pay. And I think the same thing should speak for the police. We are going to sit down for the police and even the prisons. We need to sit down with the ministry as a budget committee. We shall investigate and look at those priorities. I think one of the demotivating items is pay, Right Honorable Speaker. We just need to make sure that our soldiers are paid well. A lot has been talked about housing. In the last financial year, we gave UPDF 40 billion for housing. I think they have made progress with the UPDF. Now the police, it has been alleged that they bought Mabati. That is a colonial mentality. That's how we were treated in the past. This government now should be able to build decent houses for police. And I would want to just one.
Since we shall be having you as a budget member, conclude.
Chair, I want to recommend that we should ring fence some good money to the police, specifically for housing, not for Mabati houses, but for serious houses. Not Uniport. We don't want to see Uniport. Right Honorable Speaker, we have talked about prisoners. You can imagine the injustice where 45.5% of the prisoners out of the 76,052 prisoners, 45.5 of those are on remand. It means they have not faced justice. So for us to build more prisons is actually to keep those people again in suffering in perpetuity. So what we need to do is we need to unlock the judicial system. I would support the recommendation which has been made for us to give more money to the investigators and to the forensics so that we can provide justice to this number of people. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chair, budget.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. I would like also to add my voice to thank this very, very able Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs for that very good, wonderful report. I say it's wonderful, specifically, they have cited issues which will lead to the justice system to operate correctly. But I don't agree with the part of investing a lot in feeding prisoners, buying uniforms, building more prisons. We must abandon that approach and we invest qualitatively on exit and entry into the prisons, minimize entry into the prison and accelerate exit by funding those areas. Colleagues, I come from Teso. When Karamoja sneezes, Teso, Acholi, Lango, Bugisu, and Sebei sub-regions just diorate. But I would like to thank the committee. I know it's so popular here. It's so popular here. It's so popular here that the money, 27 billion, should be retained. But this is a committee which has scrutinized the budget. And this committee has members who are very alert. There must be a reason the committee is proposing to reduce that amount of money. The committee, we must understand, what's this money? Is it this money which is doing the work of providing security in Karamoja? Is it allowances to the soldiers who are in Karamoja? Is it feeding of the security personnel? Oh, this is double counting money. You may find the committee has made a proposal which is spot on. So, Chair, maybe before we conclude that this money should stay, Chair should clarify what is this amount of money, the 27 billion. What role has it been playing in providing the security in Karamoja? You see, we must be very careful. Some people can take us for a ride and just defend this money for the sake of defending. Yet this money is double counted. Is it a salary for the soldiers? Is it fuel? Information.
Please, Honorable Chair, I had stopped that. Continue and conclude.
Oh, thank you, Right Honorable, for allowing me to continue. You see, it's very easy because we are all aware that there is a general budget for fuel for security personnel. There is salaries for the soldiers, and the soldiers are there. They are employees of the Army and UPDF and so on. There is also transport provided. So can the chair clarify what this money really is? And I would like to thank you, Chair. There was a honorable member who said, we are talking of increasing money. Where is it coming from? I thank a chair for proposing a reduction so that this money, which is redundant. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, I know Chair budget. I know you're in a predicament, you're hunting for money to reallocate. But you see, when a chairperson of the committee does not present his report, it's a report of the committee. All the reasoning is written down in the report. The reason he has given is that the operations have been successful, and therefore we should scale down. And the members are saying, no, sleeping trouble, premature. Okay, and one of the commanders, of the senior commanders, the people who, when one of the senior commanders in the army, who got spend sleepless nights on the ground, tell you that, look, don't be misread that Karamoja is now okay. Okay? Oh no, Max, you want? You see, Honorable Max?
Yeah, Chair, thank you very much. Chair, in economic governance and management, stability of a territory a country or a sub-region is a sine qua non for development. Mr. Speaker, the submission by the chairperson, to me, if I were to mark it, I would give it 98%. The 2% to me would be accounted for by the omission of tracing the marginal output arising out of spending one additional shilling in this sector. And so, since under program approach, we have not focused so much on outcomes, I would give them that 2%. But the 98% to me are based on the strong recommendations that they have come up with, including the recommendation on the security in Karamoja sub-region. It does not stop us whatsoever to come up with tomorrow budget supplementary to take into account any emergency that may arise. You know, going by the recommendation of the committee and or going by otherwise what we are proposing, we are actually going to distort the strategic allocation of available resources. We are not a resource-rich country. We have limited resources. So I would rather allocate what we have efficiently, provide money in the contingency, and when the need arises, we appropriate it accordingly.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, honorable chair, you see, at this stage, this is not a stage where we do guesswork. Because here, what you have said is that it should be revised downwards. You have not told us by how much. As a committee, you should have assessed, and you say, no, we've seen successes registered. We believe they can scale down by 10%, by 5%, by 1%, okay? And therefore, out of the 27 billion, we say maintain 20 billion. But you just said scale downward. Are there some reasons beyond what is written here, Mr. Chairman, that made the committee recommend this one?
Right, Honorable Speaker, and straight on that, because I have opportunity to respond on other.
No, respond all. No.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Please respond on all, please.
Thank you very much.
I received alternative policy statements from the opposition.
Yeah.
This is not one where it's a right. Yeah. No, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you and I thank honorable colleagues for immense interest they have had in this. And I thank my committee members. This is not my work alone. It's a work of the honorable colleagues behind me. And the interest that the House has picked is commensurate to the man and woman hours that the honorable colleagues put in producing this. About Karamoja, it's a fact that the security situation in Karamoja has tremendously improved. That, however, has not been born out of money alone, but also change of command. Provision of money, however, is also central to the improving security situation in Karamoja. We were of the view as a committee that now that the security situation has improved, and bearing in mind that we looked for resources to appropriate to other critical needs, that there was a need to downsize on the financial provision. Right, Honorable Speaker, the reason the committee presents to the main house is that we are ready to be convinced by the majority views of the main house.
No, Chair, you see, you have a chance to interact with these people.
Absolutely.
Scrutinize.
Yes.
Did you make this proposal to the ministry, to the leadership of the UPDF and the ministry, and engage them and they show you the pros and cons?
Right, Honorable Speaker, we interacted with the defense officials led by the able Honorable Oboth, and the commanders at the time they were making ministerial policy statement before us. The recommendations after we have made, we have not had the opportunity to share with them. This is the only opportunity we have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Having said that, on decongesting, Right Honorable Speaker, some of the, I will be restrained to make comments on others because they border on, I am not, although I'm seated here, the minister will have to respond. Some, I restrain myself. I remain aware that I'm a legislator. I'm not a member of the executive. So some comments I will not make. However, those that are within my reach, like the need to decongest our prisons. Why? Because the Honorable Nabokera said that. We put a question to the leadership of Ministry of Internal Affairs. And they said, and prison congestion or over that is a fact. But why we need to buy land within Mpigi area is because all the appellate courts are concentrated in Kampala. And if we do, and decongesting Luzira and other prisons is an action in the immediate. In the immediate. And the issue of relocation is not within our reach yet. So this is an immediate need. And now, two, on the islands, as Honorable Migade, again, I think the minister has to respond to that. But as for prisons, uniforms at a cost of 100,000, may I have opportunity to report to the August House that we have made provision for 2 sets. So it's not one. 2, on salary increment or enhancement for police, again, that's for the minister to respond. I am happy, Right Honorable Speaker, that the whole House has come to recognize, like they have done before, that central to our criminal justice system lies CID and DIGAL. As chair of the committee, I am supporting an idea of creating a vote or in the immediate ring fencing a provision for CID. I support that. On the rest you have answered, Right Honorable. I thought I would comment on those, but the ministers are present. They can comment on the rest, and we continue.
Maybe Chairman, one.
Yes.
I think colleagues on this issue of Karamoja, this is an issue we should assign that the budget committee interrogates deeply to see where has this money been allocated. Is it real money for operations? Okay? Because rarely does the committee on defense and internal affairs say you cut this money. This can be even in camera. Okay? This might even be in camera. You can determine chairman budget and you can look at this much early so that you even call the commander and what you interrogate deeply so that we don't, we know there is a nudge for maintaining security in Karamoja. But when a committee on defense and internal affairs says, scale down on this money, we need to go deeper. We need to go and understand deeper. So let's have that balance, okay? We don't just dismiss what our committee has said, but we interrogate it further. Our Minister for Defense, you will engage with the committee deeply, both chair and budget. They give you their reasoning behind. Maybe some of it is not for putting before camera, okay? And you go deep. Please. But honorable colleagues, one thing we forgot on police. police, we have been receiving reports here. The air wing of police, they are all down. They have the choppers, they have what, but they cannot operate because they don't have the requisite human resource that is required for licensing. Now, which kind of police really is operational police force that doesn't have an air wing? I'm told for them to fly, they need certification from a private operator because for them, they don't have the manpower. Chairman, did that come to your attention?
Thank you. Unfortunately, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the specific item did not come to our attention. But I'm happy that you have raised it. It is something that we need.
The IGP has written to us or forwarded.
Okay, thank you so much.
Look at it.
I thank you so
But
much.
Honorable Minister can also touch it.
Okay, thank
you. So we start with the defense. So that's how. Maybe defense before you come in. Rob had your colleague here has something really.
Thank you very much, Mr. Right Honorable Speaker. I was perplexed by the downsizing of this 27 point something billion. And I was making a comparison. Why is it so selective, Mr. Speaker? Because in 2023, late 2023, there were equal improvements in security, courtesy of the good work of the joint regional force, together with the Shuja in the DRC. And that's why the regional force withdrew. Shuja equally has done very good work. And theirs is about 22 point something billion. Now that they are equal or likely security improvements in Congo, that budget should also have been downsized. You to go for the one of Karamoja where there are no good signs to prove that there is an improvement would be selective and therefore lopsided. Mr. Speaker, finally, I'm wondering if indeed we have a meager resource envelope, which is the fact. And it is a time to be considering austerity measures to reduce on public spending. You would wonder, and I want you to compare the two. Development of regulations for narcotic and psychotropic substance act has had an allocation of 20 billion, a whooping 20 billion, 10 billion. Moreover, the other one of explosives, the regulation is to guide the implementation of Explosives Act is a paltry 0.2 billion. Look at the variance. What could be informing this 10 billion against the 0.2 billion? And moreover, it is merely about development of regulations for the act. That would be one way of actually noticing these wastages. And I don't think he has justification for that discrepancy, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, I wanted to clarify something quick. Just do then, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Page 15, implementation of the Narcotics and Psychotropic Substances Act 2023. The development of regulations and operationalization of structures such as Secretariat, Narcotics Committee, the board will follow that act. That has created an additional requirement. So it's not only regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. His issue was, Honorable Nambesha's issue was an explosive that you're not providing.
Mr. Speaker, don't again be lopsided. Go for Explosives Act regulations.
0.200 million versus 10 billion.
The concern, which is so grave, is both are regulations. And for different acts,
Why would the other one be as low as 200 million and the other one so high at 10 billion?
Maybe what we could ask the minister is, how much had he proposed? How much would they need? Yes, Honorable Minister for Defense, we start with the defense. That's a question for Minister of Internal Affairs, not Chair. They are the ones who plan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the honorable members of Parliament who are here and who have debated this matter. I also want to thank the Chair Committee and the committee members. It is I know that the Chair is, the Right Honorable Speaker is listening, so I will continue. And I want to respond to about two things. It is really shocking and causing a lot of anxiety, near suspicion, which is a preserve of people in stock exchange. This is Parliament. We shouldn't employ suspicion and speculation. I have had opportunity to ask the chair what could have formed you other than what is written here. When we met with the chairperson and the members, we were doing, you narrate the performance. We are making accountability that the monies you've been giving us as Parliament, this is how far it has taken us. We did not say now, we withdraw some because we've really succeeded. Because that would be able to form the committee that really now we didn't need the money. In fact, when we went there, we said there are new issues coming up in Karamoja. The Kenyans, we just had the other month, the two presidents were supposed to meet there. Their treaty is coming up. Me, up to this time, I am still asking, what formed the decision to make that recommendation? The faith was even diminished further when the chairperson of the budget came up. And I want to appeal to this House, honorable colleagues. The decision to save the operation of Salamu kwa Wote in Karamoja lies with this House. So, Right Honorable Speaker, to send me before a judge who has made his decision known with another committee member who has also made his decision known. I want to appeal to this House. Save Karamoja, save Acholi, save Teso, save Lango. This is an operation. It's not a normal business. Things keep on changing. We cannot get a clean sheet that now the Usalama kwa Wote has been called off. I want to appeal to this House.
No, Honorable Minister, I want to allay your fears. I want to allay your fears. Number one, they have said scale down. What if they've said scale down by 1 million? Would that affect your, you can argue it. But number two, what I can guarantee you on, if there are any allies you have, the Committee on Defense, the Committee on Budget, I have seen on several occasions, Honorable Siagi even dictates sometimes, says the defense budget is not debatable. So, and I can still reassure you of that. What they want maybe, they might be having a few questions here and there that were not yet satisfactorily answered, and I'm very sure they will give you justice.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I don't doubt, I know the chair of budget very well. He's one of the few people I've gone to his house. We are friends. I also know the chair of the committee and the members of committee very well. For many years, just maybe as much as you know. I am a trembling and fearing brand new Minister of Defense. When I see my appointment is put at stake, I have to make all the reasonable appeal that is within my means to do so, and I'm hereby doing.
Well noted. Well noted.
Because now would it be, this is the first time that this is happening, that actually the figure is not that it's not known. The figure, the recommendation is so advisory that you do downward revision with this figure. 27.5 billion. Remove this and direct it to more critical area. These are matters of operation. We are not providing a hospital that we can say you do not build that hospital. Matters of security, we cannot quantify it, unfortunately. And the options of doing nothing about it, I hope if this house can advise that we do nothing about it, Karamoja, we come back, the house can also make that recommendation. But I want to make this very, very passionate appeal to you that let's retain the figure in the operation, unless it is the reduction, the recommendation is directed at my new appointment. That is the kind of
that's a vintage of both.
Secondly, on the issue of the enhancement of salaries, I want to thank members that you acknowledge the need for all across. And I will speak about the interministerial committee. We are speaking about the other. It may not be captured in this because there are other things that are going on that at appropriate time, there is hope that something good will happen from the lower rank to the captain for the UPDF and for the police all across and prisons. But there is nothing yet to report since we just had a meeting last week with the Prime Minister and the relevant ministers. We need your support. Security is a precursor, as most of you have said, even for us to be in this house. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Obos. He knows how to appeal to our emotions. No, he was a chair here for long, and but thank you for remaining our colleague. You're always here with us in the canteen, everywhere, and we appreciate that. Honorable Minister, welcome back. Honorable colleagues, as you know, the Honorable Minister lost his mother, and we are glad you're now back after giving a fitting send-off to perform the duties.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I hope that sympathy extends to the budget. If I can use the empathy for my late
Now
mother.
he's going to claim to be an orphan, saying the budget of this orphan.
Yes. But light point aside, Right Honorable Speaker and members, I want to thank the chair of the Committee on Defense for a splendid job, and also the members for the range of issues which you raised, which are all supportive of the MDAs under the ministry that we supervise. And what you seek is to improve their effectiveness. This process, Honorable Speaker, is the only point where we seek a convergence between the ends we seek, especially on this front bench, the ways and the means to achieve those ends. But most times, quite often actually, we have a mismatch. But desirably, this is the moment to plug the gaps. Starting with Karamoja, I want to add my voice because I also, in a way, fall in the same space like General Kavuma. You know, I carry the title of being Member of Parliament for the UPDF. But also the issue of Karamoja is multi-sectoral. The army leads, but we support them. And I want to plead with this House that rather than, because I see the spirit of recommending for a reduction is more to do with crisis management, that since the situation has improved here, then we can now take the money the other side. This is like fire brigading. Then what happens when it goes back again for the worst? So I think we need to maintain the momentum and allow that money to remain there. On the other aspects of the MDAs under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Honorable Speaker and members, there are many. There are issues to do with the hardware, and then there are issues to do with the software, ranging from vehicles, accommodation, systems, people singled out, CID. CID, yes, I would want to appeal that if we could also, yes, support CID, but also support it in a more comprehensive way, like the Honorable Nandala said. The chain is longer of the criminal justice system. If you support CID, support crime intelligence. If you have to create or ring-fence some money for them, certainly they need money to improve the way they do investigations. Support DIGAL to support them and all the other enablers for efficient investigations. We certainly need to work on prisoner congestion. There's no doubt about it. And the committee was spot on in its recommendations. Remuneration, welfare, we can't thank you enough, Chair of the committee and honorable members, for adding your voice to improve the welfare of the rank and file of the people in uniform, the police and prisons. Sir, you commented about the air wing of the police. It needs revamping, and it's key. You remember we have this unit called the Flying Squad. The idea was going from the ability to react, including by air, where there's crime. But we can't do so when the air wing is not effective, it's not functional. Fire brigade, members talked about it. We need to revamp that area, and the Marines unit, like the members submitted. But overall, I wish that this House does approve the recommendations of the committee to ensure that we do our work and we do it effectively. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now put the question that the report of the Sectoral Committee on Defence and Internal Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statement and budget estimates for financial year 2024-2025 be adopted with proposed amendments. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. The reports we've done today, they are all referred to the Committee on Budget for harmonization. And one of the proposed amendments was to revise, review the recommendation of the committee, as far as revising the budget of Karamoja is concerned. But that does not mean that the budget committee does not engage Honourable Minister and look into it. Honourable colleagues, there is a lot of jam outside. So next item
Item 3.2 by Committee on Environment and Natural Resources.
Chair, Committee on Natural Resources. You know how we do it? We are handling, Chair, we go to recommendations. The whole report will be captured on the answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your resilience and for encouraging all others that we are still keeping strong. And equally, I want to thank the technocrats who are here for their resilience. Honorable Okiror.
Chair, can you present a report? That's what I called you to do. I don't
Right,
know,
right,
you
Honorable
seem to be
Speaker.
very fresh.
Right, Honorable Speaker, before I dive into presenting the report, I want to lay on table a copy of the report together with the minutes of the proceedings. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I'm really going to summarize, and I'm now on page 4 of the report. My committee considered the following votes. Vote 017, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Vote 139, Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Vote 019, Ministry of Water and Environment. Vote 150, National Environment Management Authority, NEMA. Vote 157, National Forest Authority. Vote 109, Uganda National Meteorological Authority, UNMA. And the following subventions: National Water and Sewerage Corporation, Atomic Energy Council, Uganda Electricity Credit Capitalization Company, and the Electricity Disputes Tribunal. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 5, that is the structure of our report. And also on that page, we discuss the aggregate budget allocations for the two sectors. I will not go into the details, and I want to quickly dive to page 12 on observations, recommendations under the energy and mineral development sector. And my first point of focus is the wage shortfall under the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee noted that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development The committee noted that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development's wage provision in the MPS has reduced by 2.61 billion from 19.3 billion in financial year 2023-24 to 16.7 billion, yet the staffing level remained the same. The committee was informed that if the wage is not revised or reinstated to 19.3, then some of the staff in post would not be paid. Our recommendation, therefore, is that an additional 2.61 billion be provided to reinstate the wage ceiling back to 19.3 billion. Mineral development, Right Honorable colleagues, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, you find that there is persistent underfunding of the mineral development sector, yet it is identified by the National Development Plan 3 as one of the key growth areas for industrialization and value addition. We realize that
whereas NDP3 proposes that in this year 24-25, the mineral subsector should be receiving 699 billion. Only a paltry 31.6 billion is allocated. Yet, as most of you may agree with me, you will note that this is a sector from which we can earn revenue more than even the oil and gas sector, where much focus has been for quite a long time. And so the mineral subsector, I'm now on page 13, requires quite a lot of money now to invest in the National Mining Company as provided by the Mining and Minerals Act of 2022. They also need money for the National Mining Company. They need 130 billion. They also need a mineral laboratory at a cost of 148.2 billion. And they need to undertake a feasibility study at Kibiro and Panyimur geothermal prospects. This will help us to diversify on energy generation. So, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee therefore strongly recommends that government provides 474 billion for the above named interventions under the Mineral Development Program. We also recommend that the Ministry of Works and Transport and the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development should harmonize action plans on weighing and measuring goods in transit so as to avoid duplication of projects and for overall resource optimization. You find that Ministry of Energy is buying way bridges, Ministry of Works also buying way bridges, and we are wondering, can't these way bridges be located in strategic positions where the Ministry of Energy can utilize the same as well as the Ministry of Works? The other recommendation is that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development should enter into MOUs with the Ministry of Works and Transport and UNRWA to facilitate the use of the existing way bridges, other than focusing so much attention on buying new way bridges. I move now to establishment of the National Mining Company. And as I already explained, we need this company.
Chairman, you need to listen to the speaker's guidance. Read the recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable. On that one, establishment of the National Mining Company, our recommendation is that government should provide 130 billion for investment of the National Mining Company for the financial year 2024-2025, and that government should, in the medium term, plan for capitalization of the National Mining Company to a tune of 500 billion over 5 years. Regarding feasibility studies at Kibiro and Panyimur geothermal prospects, our recommendation is that government should provide 196 billion for feasibility studies at Kibiro and Panyimur for financial year 2024-2025. As a background, let me just give Right Honorable Speaker additional information that the target of government is to be able to generate 52,000 megawatts of electricity by 2040. We are now at 1,900. The lead time for developing either hydro or geothermal like this one takes no less than 10 years. And so we must start now to avoid the country falling into a crisis, an energy crisis. Right Honorable Speaker, I now move to Sustainable Energy Development Program. And under that, we noted that there was underfunding of the atomic energy regulation. As you may all be aware, we are now moving into the use of our own uranium to generate electricity. That is what we call peaceful use of uranium. And so the committee recommends as follows that Uganda shillings 15 billion be reallocated to Atomic Energy Council from the following sources within the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, MTEF. Uganda shillings 10 billion from project 1793, which is Midstream Petroleum Infrastructure Development Project Phase 2, and Uganda shillings 5 billion from project 1611, Petroleum Exploration and Promotion of Frontier Basins. Right Honorable Speaker, last year we ring-fenced 5 billion for the Atomic Energy Council, and this gave them at least a stride ahead to enable them begin to pursue the use of uranium for generating electricity. And it is part of the package that will lead government into achieving 52,000 megawatts and, in total. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the International Atomic Agency.
Honorable, I know you usually take long to finish. So, but
right
be
Honorable,
kind to your honorable.
not on the other one, not on the other one. But it's good also to take long, General.
Please read
Okay,
the
right Honorable,
recommendation.
let me move on to the next recommendation. Regarding government's preparedness to take over from Umeme in 2025, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we are recommending that government gives UEDCL access to financing through the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development by borrowing to develop the electricity infrastructure and raise financing for the Umeme buyout, which is due next year in March. Two, that the Auditor General needs to quickly establish the exact amount required for the buyout of Umeme. On funding shortfall for land compensation for various energy sector projects, our recommendation is that government provides 180 billion to Ministry of Energy for land compensation. Underfunding of rural electrification projects, Right Honorable Speaker, each one of us appreciates this more than anything, that the demand is enormous and the surplus demand is ever growing. So this is the right time for us to squarely address this issue before actually we face our electorates. Our committee therefore recommends that Uganda shillings 30 billion be reallocated to rural electrification and connectivity projects from the following sources. 10 billion from liquefied petroleum gas. We feel that can hold on a little bit because now more people still don't appreciate cooking using liquefied gas. Two, that 10 billion be reallocated from energy and minerals land acquisition and infrastructure studies project to rural electrification, and that Uganda shillings 10 billion from National Petroleum Data Repository Infrastructure Project under POW. The second recommendation is that the government provides additional 335 billion from any other sector. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, at the risk of disagreeing with you, energy is the driver of socio-economic transformation.
Where are we disagreeing?
Right Honorable Speaker, earlier on today, you said tourism was the engine. And I'm saying, at the risk of contradicting what you said, I'm now saying energy is the primer and the driver of socio-economic transformation. And we need to allocate this.
I think today Dr. Tara has come for me.
Not really, Right Honorable. So, Right Honorable, I will now move to Sustainable Development of Petroleum Resource Program under the gas pipeline feasibility study, where the committee recommends that government provides 9 billion to Ministry of Energy for gas pipeline feasibility study. Regarding construction of offices in Itanga, where our oil will be delivered to, the committee recommends that government provides 25 billion to Ministry of Energy for the construction of the said offices. I move to Petroleum Authority of Uganda. There is also a wage shortfall under Petroleum Authority. And we said that we recommend that an additional 4.219 billion be provided to reinstate the wage ceiling back to what it is currently, which is 28.7 billion. Recruitment of additional staff under POW, this is in view of the workload now going on and nearing our production of our oil out of the ground by May 2025. The committee recommends that government allocates an additional 12.13 billion to enable POW recruit additional staff. And the POW also want to do a real-time monitoring center so that they know the amount of oil being pumped at any one time. The committee recommends that government allocates additional 50.7 billion to enable POW develop their real-time monitoring center. On the disaster recovery solution, the committee recommends that government allocates an additional 8.15 billion to enable POW develop the disaster recovery solution. Right, Honorable, those are the recommendations on the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I now move to the Ministry of Water and Environment. And allow me also premise my presentation by saying that water is life. Right now, there is a lot of contamination of the waters that we drink. If you go to developed countries, you find that you can drink water directly from a tap. We cannot do that in Uganda here. And our focus was drawn to the contamination going on in Lake Victoria and the need to establish a quality laboratory to assess whether you are drinking arsenic, you are drinking lithium, or whatever chemicals that are entering Lake Victoria, which will have adverse health effects in our lives in the near future. So the observations under this sector include mainstreaming climate change and implementation of the Climate Change Act 2021. And we recommend that government provides 10.9 billion to the Climate Change Department under the ministry to enable implementation of the Climate Change Act. On carbon trading mechanisms, our recommendations are that government should implement a centralized platform for collecting and storing emissions data from regulated entities, ensuring accuracy, transparency, and accessibility of information. Two, that government should provide training, technical assistance, and capacity building programs to empower regulators, market operators, and market participants with the skills and knowledge needed to navigate carbon markets effectively. Three, that government should develop electronic trading platforms and market infrastructure to facilitate the buying, selling, and trading of carbon credits. Four, that government should allocate resources towards development of the carbon trading policy and regulations. The next is need to support rural water project source per village as directed by His Excellency the President. And our recommendation agrees with him that government should provide 50 billion to support improvement of water storage and network expansion countrywide. Strategic towns water supply and sanitation project. Key towns where this project is being implemented include Chenjojo, Katoke, Buyukwe, Dokolo, Chenjojo Town Council, and Katoke Town Council. Our recommendation is that government should provide 12 billion as counterpart financing. Right, Honorable, you talked about this earlier on, required for this project. Failure to provide this funding will result into penalties on the side of government. inadequate budgetary allocation to service coverage acceleration project, SCAP 100 umbrella. And this is really a project where water is taken to key growth centers across the country. And our recommendation is that government should provide 25 billion for SCAP 100 umbrellas, which has impact in provision of improved water supply services to urban poor populations countrywide. Water for production project phase 2. That one is mainly in Karamoja. Our recommendation is that the government should provide 40 billion for the water for production project phase 2 in a phased manner over a 3-year period, starting with Uganda shillings 15 billion in the next financial year. Inamaction Bay Cleanup Project. This is the project that I alluded to that will establish a laboratory to study the quality of water. And the committee recommends that Uganda shillings 5 billion be reallocated to Inamaction Bay Cleanup Project from Integrated Water Source Management and Development Project under the Ministry of Water and Environment, and that government should provide an additional 17.5 billion for the Inamaction Bay Cleanup Project. I've already underscored the importance of establishing the right quality of water for us to drink as Kampalans, but also the whole of, as the rest of the citizens. Water source measures implemented in priority catchment areas as named therein, the committee recommends that 20 billion be provided for implementation of catchment management plans. Restoration of the environment through tree planting. Right Honorable Speaker, your own colleague led us through this recently, and it is only perfect that we follow suit. But also, it takes us a mile when seedlings are provided to each and every member of parliament to take to their constituency. The committee recommends that Uganda shillings 2 billion be reallocated to investing in forests and protected areas for climate smart development project from project 1638, retooling of Ministry of Water and Environment. The reallocation funds will be used to provide tree seedlings. 2, that government should provide an additional 13 billion for the restoration of environment through tree planting. And 3, that in the future, all MDAs should have a component of tree planting in their budgets. National Water and Sewerage Corporation. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the problems under national water are basically if government not meeting its obligation on counterpart funding. For all the projects, some of them are even completed, but government has not met its part of the bargain, and this money is now attracting interest. And I believe that with your earlier guidance, that is what should be done. And the committee recommends as follows, that government provides additional 95.4 billion to National Water and Sewerage Corporation to clear outstanding financial obligations. 2, that government should provide 47.5 billion for critical co-financing new obligations in the next financial year. Prospective donor financing for projects under national water. The donors want to give us more money, but government is saying we are not ready. And we are saying, if someone is really offering us, are we going to overshoot our ceiling on borrowing? Because these people are ready with the money. And so we believe that in a situation where we've been trying to borrow elsewhere and we can't get, if someone is offering us money for a critical sector like water, we need to get that money. So the committee recommends that government adjusts upwards the external financing ceiling for National Water and Sewerage Corporation donor-funded projects to 596.9 billion to match the volume of works expected to be executed during the financial year 2024-2025 as per the approved work plan of that agency. Outstanding water bills in government institutions. Government uses water from national water, various ministries and agencies, but payment is a problem. And the outstanding area is 85.9, and we recommend that government should clear outstanding areas of 85.9 billion to National Water and Sewerage Corporation bills. National Forestry Authority. We want to focus on conserving our forest reserves by resurveying them and marking planting boundary marks. And our committee recommends that government provides 1.56 billion for resurveying and demarcation of forest boundaries and 3.1 billion for protection of forests from encroachment. Inadequate budget for provision of tree seedlings. Our recommendation is that government should provide an additional 5 billion to provide tree seedlings under NFA. National Environment Management Authority. Wage bill for planned recruitments under the new NEMA approved structure. By the way, this is one of the agencies that was recommended by cabinet for, no, not for rationalization, to be strengthened in terms of its staffing, but also to be strengthened in terms of being able to do its mandate across the whole country. It's doing a good job, by the way. The committee recommends that government allocates additional 5.93 billion to enable NEMA recruit more staff as per the approved structure. Reduction in wage allocation for NEMA. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development reinstates NEMA's wage back to 12.6 billion. Procurement of an environmental information and licensing system. The committee recommends that government provides 10.65 billion to NEMA for procurement of the environment information and licensing system. Insufficient funds for purchase of environmental monitoring fleet. NEMA has just very few vehicles to take it across the whole country. And our recommendation is that government provides 10.74 billion to NEMA for purchase of vehicles for environmental monitoring. Establishment of NEMA regional offices. Our recommendation is that government provides 24 billion to strengthen and equip regional offices. Uganda National Meteorological Authority, UNMA. There is also underfunding, and the underfunding is in the following areas: procurement of a supercomputer that requires 10 billion. That supercomputer would enable them to more reliably predict data, predict weather rather, and give more accurate information. They need 10 billion for that. Dissemination of weather forecasts, they need 1 billion. Revamping and operationalizing the upper air station at Entebbe in order for aircraft to land safely, they need 0.25 billion. Revamping and operationalizing the lower level wind alert system at Entebbe, they need 1.8. Construction of 2 weather observing stations at Mbarara and Kisoro airfields, 4.2. Procurement of 100 rainfall stations and 76 automatic weather stations, 2 billion. Implementation of weather forecast systems for inland water lakes, 2 billion. Establishment of 2 air pollution monitoring stations, 1.55 billion. In total, UNMA needs 22.8 billion. And our committee recommends that government should provide 22.8 billion under UNMA for the unfunded priorities. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, The committee is cognizant of the fact that natural resources and the environment are critical to achieving increased household incomes and improvement of quality of life of the population. Indeed, NDP3's objectives are based on the country's comparative advantage that lies in its abundant natural resources, which ought to be exploited while conserving the environment. However, the committee noted that during the presentation of the ministerial post statements for financial year 24-25, that MDAs under Natural Resources and Environment Committee continue to attract very limited funding and huge budget cuts. Key areas that have been affected by the budget cuts yet require additional funding include rural electrification and provision of tree seedlings, among others. Insufficient financing for MDAs under the committee has made it extremely difficult for them to attain their targets, which are anchored in the NDP3. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, government should devote additional resources to these MDAs so as to enhance natural resources, environment, climate change, land and water management to sustainably increase household incomes and quality of life. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, in light of the above, it is the prayer of the committee that this House adopts this report and approves the budget estimates for financial year 2024-2025 as proposed. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Dr. Tara, my very good friend. Well done, well done. Now, Honorable colleagues, as I open the debate, Honorable Chair, you know the practice. When you're proposing cuts in a certain sector, a certain agency, okay? And yet that certain agency also needs their items which were unfunded. You give money priority. The money you've cut from that agency, you give it priority to those unfunded priorities in case you recommend them. Now, I've seen here on Petroleum Authority, you cut their money, you put it under other agencies. And then you come and you say government should go look for money to fund unfunded priorities under Petroleum Authority. That's irregular, okay? So you need to go back and really, maybe if you take rightly the unfunded priorities under PAU. But number two, I hope you remember we are starting to produce oil. We need a very strong regulator. I hope you remember the pipeline is moving. And the kind of regulator we are handling, we are having a lot of, these guys, the international oil companies are well funded. So I hope you took that into consideration. Then, Honorable colleagues, I wanted to put a question to you, which you should reflect on. We give money for water to districts. What does that money do in your district? Me, in mine, I don't know anything. Because in mine, I'm just giving an example of mine. I'm saying you reflect on it. Because in mine, the water we are getting is under national water, under umbrella. Then these open sources where they were saying people should contribute, they've been taken over by these agencies. That's for you to think about. But there are things we agreed upon adding in the various debates we had. We said on utilities, and I think we had resolved it. Agencies budget money for utilities, but they don't pay. Because they know if you cut off water of Mrago, it will be an outcry and they will order national water. But we budget for that money and we allocate it. They know you can't, national water cannot enter barracks to cut off water. Who will clear them with their gadgets to go and cut off water of the barracks? So we agreed, honorable colleagues here, I think several times, that Minister of Finance should deduct that money at source and send directly to national water, to Meme, so that that money is used to go and provide services of country. I don't know, Chairman, this is something you should bring out clearly because we've ever pronounced ourselves on it. And we were finding even agencies were under budgeting, by the way, for these utilities because they know no one will come and cut off Parliament. So we need to look at it seriously. So I feel these issues, I should highlight them as we are going into the debate. I will start with the members who have not yet submitted anything, and starting with Honorable Mamawi, Honorable Ababiku, Dr. Honorable Reuben, Honorable Edakas, but no members of the committee. Doctor here, the two doctors here. I go to Sowed, Siraj, Haj Siraj, Amdat. In fact, I'm going to start with Amdat. Yes. Then I come to you, Honorable colleagues. Amdat.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Chair, to the committee for the presentation you've just given us. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern goes to the water for production, phase 2. Right Honorable Speaker, they have requested us for, they are requesting for 40 billion for that work. But my interest is, this one is in Karamoja. I'm targeting Karamoja. Right Honorable Speaker, in Karamoja, when you get means of water and means of agriculture, these people are like, I don't know whether they are co-wives. My request is let them streamline their work. Let them tell us who is bringing this water to this place. Because I can cite co-wives fight on things, you don't know. Those ones who are single, sorry, but you need to read books. Right Honorable Speaker, I would say that, like, for example, I can cite a place called Nakonyen in Amdat, where means of health, means of water came and made the water dam. And then later, again, means of agriculture came in. So we don't know who is who. So I'm just requesting, I'm not refusing the issue of the money. The money can go to the crown, but let us know who is who in those departments. Otherwise, thank you so much for giving me this time.
I thought that's what program-based budgeting was supposed to solve. I hope you harmonize it. But co-wives no longer fight. I just wanted to. I went to bury for a friend, a colleague here in this parliament, and I think Honorable Boso was also there. He introduced his two wives and was introducing to the Archbishop, so he looked for a tricky way of presenting it. So it's like, Your Grace, you know me, I'm in a tricky situation. I'm married to two wives. I want to introduce to you my two wives. I love them to the extent that I can't marry a third one. So if they are happy with each other, yes, Honorable Babiku.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to thank the committee for a very good report. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a big concern about water for consumption in rural areas. Right Honorable Speaker, the policy is clear. One source of clean water per village. I still have villages without clean source of water. And I have been in touch with the ministry, and the ministry severally gave me a feedback that they don't have money to ensure that the service providers do their work. And this has lasted for almost 1 year. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I will propose that we prioritize those villages which still bring very dirty water, contaminated water. You, Right Honorable Speaker, still for the urban centers, Right Honorable Speaker, we still have urban centers like mine of Germany, where water supply is inadequate. And when we relate that to the guidelines and the standards expected, people are taking dirty water because of the nature of settlement. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I also pray that we prioritize urban centers where water is a very big problem. I strongly support UNMA, Right Honorable Speaker. We brought a report which was approved here. Many.
Thank you, Honorable Slaji.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, my issue is concerning the environmental degradation. Right Honorable Speaker, I support the report of the committee about rehabilitation, revamping the environment. I come from a district where refugees are kept. We are hosting refugees up to the extent that our environment has been dilapidated. They cut all the trees down because they use these trees as fuel. And in the due process of giving money in order to rehabilitate the environment, I would really wish that those districts who are hosting refugees should have to be given enough money in order to solve that issue. And the issue of power is also very critical. We have been appropriating money here in order to solve this issue of rural electrification. There are still areas in our consistency where you cannot see pulse of electricity. And yet, year after year, money has been appropriated here on this floor of Parliament. We are going to be judged wrong on the day of judgment when our people have not seen power. Because power is the real driver that will attract industries, that will attract investors, that will attract everything.
Thank you. Doctor?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chairperson of the committee and the members for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, my first concern is about the issue of the geothermal studies in Panymood. You know, I know some of these studies normally take 2 or more years, and I see a lot of resources have been put in this single financial year we're planning for, 196 billion. My recommendation would be that we spread this out for 2 or 3 years, so we could give half of this money for the studies, and then we put the money in the areas which we really need to use. You know that in this country, we produce enough power. We're even paying for deemed power because we don't have the resources to evacuate this power. Instead of spreading these resources into studies, the results we cannot get immediately, we should actually put the resources to develop the infrastructure to evacuate the power right now we are producing. And I want to thank the committee. Under rural electrification, they have been able to identify a source of resources, about 30 billion. And they're proposing government should provide 335 billion. I would propose actually this 100 billion from geothermal studies could be moved to that sector to see that all the constituencies are connected. As my colleague just said, in some constituencies, actual areas that have not been surveyed, especially in Koboko North constituency, which I represent. My area has not been surveyed for rural electrification. So I want to thank the committee for these recommendations. I strongly urge that we actually need to look for more resources for rural electrification. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. What Honorable Noah is raising is very critical. Honorable colleagues and chairpersons, I'm very sure at budget committee level, they usually go much deeper. But you see, we should avoid, when we are allocating money, also absorption should be looked at. Because when you put money where it can't be absorbed, then you're denying other critical items a resource. You're putting a redundant resource the other side, and you're denying these critical items a resource. You find the committee on budget. So really absorbing nearly 200 billion on a feasibility study. Wow. Was that a proposal from the ministry to say we need this for the feasibility study? Yes. Okay, let me just do Honorable Reuben, Honorable Edakas. Coming here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would also like to thank the chair for the good report. I will start on NFA on encroachment, where we are providing 3.1 billion. On encroachment, unless NFA harmonizes with Ministry of Lands, this encroachment might not stop. Right Honorable Speaker, of recent, I saw on the TV where a Minister of Lands, State for Lands, Honorable Sam Mayanja, accompanied by the MP of Bari, Honorable Tobandeke, ordering NFA staff to get out of a forest reserve in Bari, Central Forest Reserve in Kayunga. It was on TV. And when I inquired, I found actually that in that forest reserve in Bari, there are some land titles, even by land titles owned by one of our flagship projects in this country, Chiramotos, and sugar, and Kayunga sugar. And I wondered how actually a minister could break the law by obstructing an authorized officer from carrying out their official duties. It was not only that, actually I found that actually I was even contravening Section 32 of the National Tree Planting Act and Section 89 of the National Tree Planting Act, the Land Act, Section 44, and even
I think we should have given you an opportunity to read for him the law. So you conclude.
And the Constitution.
He's an expert in for.
And the Constitution, Article 237, Part B. And his reasoning was that that's not a forest. He doesn't say forest, but and you know, a forest and a forest reserve, they are different. A forest is land with vegetation mostly comprised of trees. Forest reserve is a land set aside for forestry development. So I wondered, and the Honorable Speaker, when I asked, they told me that actually the minister is a lawyer, moreover from Makerere University. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I see, and if we don't harmonize lands, most of the encroachment is caused by illegal land titles, which are provided or which are created by Ministry of Lands. So I want the minister to assure us, the Minister of Environment, whether our forest in Kayunga, especially Bari, Wamare, and Chura, where those forests are still safe.
Honorable Dakas. Thank you, Honorable Reuben.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start with the issue of water per village. I thank the committee for all the outstanding areas they provided on the report. Sir, and the House, there are still very large villages that even require 2-3 water sources. So I really appreciate the recommendation of the committee that we provide funding. The other is that there are traditional water sources that came from the Ministry of National Water. For instance, in Soroti, the water that was provided for Soroti from Aoja supplies all the way up to Kabremaido. It's the same source now supplying the city that has grown, the same source supplying now Kalaki district, the same source now supplying Kabremaido. And there are several town councils. This was done many years ago. The ministry really should be thinking in terms of around Lake Kyoga, where populations have grown, to pull water from the lake. Because we, like in Kabremaido now, when the pipes decide to work, that's when we have water. But when the pipes break down anywhere along that road, there will be no water in the town council. The other is the issue of compensation for land so that we can have energy running. Mr. Speaker, especially for those projects that we are funding over loans, where we have already got the money on a loan. If we don't prioritize compensating the land, it means that we delay the projects and then our interest goes high. But also the projects get kind of delayed. I have a project right now in Cabramayo that was done by World Bank, 8 kilometers. But because of just one compensation.
Conclude, Honorable Dr.
So I would say it will be important for us to actually not leave the money for compensation on unfunded priorities, especially where we are trying to fund the line based on a loan. And then finally.
Yeah, on those projects, Honorable, I pronounced earlier on, and it was a commitment brought here by finance. Every loan comes with a certificate of confirmation of counterpart financing. Okay? Otherwise, this money we are charged interest on undisbursed money. And that's why we made it a key requirement. So where finance does not provide it, we shall appropriate it. That one we should make it very clear, so that these projects can exit and get off the pipeline. Honorable Dr. Boka.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to debate the report by the Committee on Natural Resources and Environment. I have two observations. Observation number one, right, Honorable Speaker, is last year we appropriated resources for extending electricity to districts, sub-counties, and communities that have not accessed energy. We are in Q4 of the financial year and moving to a new financial year. Nothing has happened. What's the fate? And a case in point are districts like Roma, amongst others. Number two, we do appreciate that we have a lot of mineral potentials across all regions of this country. What is the ministry doing to see to it that capacity is built in these regions in terms of both hardware and software, for the regions to be key stakeholders in the the mineral sector? Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, we do, and have just been experiencing the climate change effects recently. The departments for natural resources and environment in the district local governments play a key role in environmental conservation. Nonetheless, as Parliament, when we are appropriating, we seem not to be considering putting sufficient and necessary resources in terms of staff, equipment, logistics, and the current budget to support the environmental officers. What's the ministry's plan to strengthen the capacities of the district environmental and natural resources department? I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yonga.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Also, I would like
IT, please.
the chairman for
The
good
microphones are getting
report.
off all the time.
They are sharing the same switch. The good report.
Dr. Yonga, you can use the microphone of the ministers. I've promoted you for now. Cross over here. I didn't know the front bench is that sweet.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to come and speak from here and for promoting me. I think I was put on the waiting list. You never know, I might also become a minister. I would like to appreciate Honorable Tala for the good presentation. The committee has done a commendable job. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I think each of us here in our constituencies, people are complaining about power. So allocating the 345 billion Uganda shillings, let me think to be able to take us a long way. Because we have areas in our constituencies, in our city, like in Hoima City, where people have never seen an electric pole. And we are here skilling the youth. They have electric sewing machines, they have carpentry and welding and so forth. So I'm requesting that, dear colleagues and the honorable members, this one will be a priority. Then on national water, there are some cities which are growing very fast. Hoima City is one of them. The consumption of water is very high. Industries are coming up, schools are coming up, hotels are coming up. They're going to build a national stadium, but without water, we cannot become operational. And I think I stand to be corrected. By law, you can't sink a pit latrine in a city center. You can't sink a borehole in a city center. So I'm requesting that let cities also be considered. I saw the 25 billion for the urban areas. Does it include the new cities? Because you know what's happening now in these cities, because of congestion and sinking boreholes and pit latrines, we are drinking contaminated water. And at the end of the day, we end up in hospitals. Then on hospitals, why can't we make it a policy for every project in the institution like in the hospital? We design a water harvesting system. Because like in one downpour, you can be able to collect about 500,000 liters. Just get 10,000 liter tanks, about 50, that's 500,000. We can be able to save that money to build hospitals, to pay salaries to the workers, even to buy more drugs. So I beg, let us, we as Parliament, as members, let us try to see that for every new building, especially for the institutions like hospitals, let us make sure that they design a water harvesting system. We can be able to save these monies which are going to the National Water and Sewage Corporation. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, National Water had designed a program for cities, for new cities, a big project. Okay, I hope you will update us on that. Honorable Sowed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have two issues. One is on rural electrification. I am in agreement with the committee, and I want to thank the committee chairperson and the committee members for allocating 335 billion to rural electrification. And in addition, they are suggesting reallocation of 30 billion, for which I thank them. Chair, Honorable Speaker, if we want to promote other government programs, such as the PDM, small-scale industries in rural areas, but also look at issues of environmental conservation, then rural electrification is the answer. I am happy that the committee has earmarked this and that the members should approve this so that we can have our rural areas having electricity. The next, honorable members, is on rural water supply. Right Honorable Speaker, in Uganda, and particularly in rural areas, we still have rural areas, villages, where people bathe in turns. A family will sit down and say, since this child bathed yesterday, then today the child will not bathe. The ministry requires 1.5 trillion annually. And here we are allocating only 50 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, if it was possible, I would think that we would even increase from the 50 billion to around 100 billion, so that our rural areas, and particularly the voters, are able to appreciate government by having water near their homes, and the women in rural areas.
Thank you. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I didn't pick Gilbert. For then I'll see how to handle. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report and put the following. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee Underwater and Environment have been asking for 2 billion shillings for invest in forest protection and conservation at the same time. In Uganda, I've seen two things. In one of the side, you see people advocating for environment protection. But on the other side, you'll find that people also advocating for environmental destructions. I don't know, as the ministry is asking for money, Right Honourable Speaker, before some of us joined the parliament, we have had a scenario where ministers are named in terms of some forest. But now, as of now, we don't see this happening in this country. We need to know if they lost interest or they are not in government. They need to tell us. Because as we give you money, we need to see your impact. We are quite aware every year we vote for money for these ministries. But if you go to my district of Adjumani, coming from Adjumani to Kampala is over 400 kilometers. And along this road, you find every road blocks on the road. But forest products are passing right from Adjumani and reaching Kampala. What is the problem? Why are you asking for conservation when you don't look at the distractions? If you are coming from area where there are forests, you have a big problem, especially when you are looking at controlling the effect of destruction, Right Honourable Speaker. As a country, where are we moving? If the government lost interest in environmental protection, they need to tell us. I want to be very clear and with that. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to be very clear and without fear that the people of Germany are saying government must tell them that if they lost interest, they should also allow them to go and carry out the destruction of environment, especially in Isoka forest. Because how can you expect someone from Kampala to go and do destruction in my area while I'm watching and I'm telling government, please come and protect us, and you are not doing it. Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I appreciate the committee for this elaborate report. However, Mr. Speaker, there are several urban centers that has emerged over years in the country. We have got so many municipalities, so many cities with a growing population. I am speaking particularly for Apache municipality, which has about 70,000 people, where clean water access stands at 18%, Mr. Speaker. And the law doesn't allow sinking of new boreholes within the municipalities and in the cities. And yet, the National Water and Sewage Corporation, which is the only option for clean water, lacks capacity to meet the growing demand of water. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it is a priority that we should emphasize that we emphasize boosting of the capacities of national water to supply urban centers. We are in dire need, Mr. Speaker. I went to National Water and Sewage Corporation, I went to the Minister of Water and placed their request from the municipality, but up to now, we have not got any substantial report regarding the request for water in the municipality. Two, Mr. Speaker, regarding electricity, I think Apache is one of the largest rural municipality in the whole country. It is the biggest in size, and yet electricity coverage is only at 12%. And sometimes last year, when we appropriated money for rural electrification, I happened to meet the minister himself, who is also here today, and I was blessed that he gave me a list of all the districts with the gazetted new connections per district. And there was a promise that sometime, I think around November, there was going to be implementation into that effect. But up to now, we have not seen this come to light. So I propose that the 335 billion.
Yeah, Honourable Chan, okay, just conclude. Let me give you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I wish the 335 billion allocated to rural electrification be brought to light, we be given the allocation per district How many new connections shall we have for Apache? How many new connections for Nakapereperate? How many new connections for Kabale so that we can make follow-up? Thank you.
Yeah, but Honorable Ochan, this information has been put here several times. The minister, board will require the minister to give the details here. So please, always check in the records. I don't want us to continue telling ministers, retable, it doesn't look good. That information was already given here. Honorable Guzuri.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to seek clarification from the minister. Umeme is being planned for buyout. We know there are concessions which were given in other areas like Wenreko and West Nile. What is the plan for buying them out? Because that would assure the population of reliable power. Two, we have the free fund, which is a statutory requirement under the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act 2003. The Minister of Environment, why are we not operationalizing it? Or what is the status? Three, the President signed a declaration to end deforestation by 2030. We know a number of the rural household in Uganda depends on wood fuel for their energy. And effort is being made to remove part of their money which would have allowed them to get either LGP stoves or other energy-saving stoves. I want to appreciate how the committee intends to reconcile this contradiction. We want to conserve the environment, and yet we are taking money which should have helped a number of households that depend on energy-saving stoves. How do you think your suggestion will help us achieve that? Lastly, I want to know if this money proposed for rural electrification is part of the budget, is part of the money we borrowed, because under the Energy Access Scalar project, we borrowed 600 million.
Conclude, Honorable Guzuri.
Mr. Speaker, that loan is supposed to
$638 million.
Exactly. So it's supposed to help us address the challenges of rural electrification, which many colleagues have alluded to. And here we are asking for more money. I wanted to know, is this part of that money or this is additional so that we can rationalize this budget, which is a key appeal from finance, that every spending we are proposing, we should be able to justify it. And I see there's waste in the ICT being proposed here, systems.
Thank you. DP Whip, Honorable Court Peter. Then I go to the youth.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to know from the ministry, because many times the ministry is carrying a lot of mineral surveys, and they are doing very little in making the population know where the minerals have been discovered and where else they are still going to carry out surveying. A lot of things have been done. At times you mean well in what you do, but because you are not reaching out to the population, you are many times misunderstood. Right Honorable Speaker, we from the Acholi sub-region, we have complained a number of times that the biggest deposit of oil is on the other side of Noya, but a lot of development took place this side of Bunyoro. We were bitter, but during interface with the board members of UNOP, one member did explain that the reason why development did not take place on the other side of Acholi is because the oil deposit, it is in the national park, and they could not disturb the ecosystem on the other side. But they kept quiet with the information. Such vital information, if it had gone out to the population, such bitterness would not have been there. So I think it is important that as you move forward in carrying out a number of surveys, the discoveries that you get, you reach out to the population so that people get to know, so that you are not misunderstood. Right, Honorable Speaker, on water.
Thank you, Honorable Rugumayo, Honorable Court, Honorable Nakut.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, Uganda will only conserve vegetation if we ever establish an alternative, cheaper source of energy other than biomass and electricity. And for that reason, Honorable Speaker, I want to commend the committee for an elaborate report, but also for making effort that this time they made sure 15 billion is allocated to the Atomic Energy Council to develop the nuclear energy in Uganda. Right, Honorable Speaker, sometimes how my government operates perplexes me. Around 2020, I think just after the Russia-Africa summit, Uganda and Rwanda both signed MOUs with Russia to develop their nuclear energies. But you get surprised that today, there are several students of Rwanda in Russia studying nuclear engineering, and yet Uganda is just taking baby steps to developing this very grand project. So I want to commend the committee for making sure that this time they reallocate from whatever sources that are available and provide money to the Atomic Energy Council to make sure this project commences. Second, Honorable Speaker, my other issue is it's about a policy, and I would love your indulgence, Honorable Speaker. Maybe in future, this House debates on the policy that our government is taking towards establishing and managing the state interests in our minerals. I don't know, we need to, I know, Chair, you have been a member of the Committee of Energy for a long time and would indulge and use your expertise. Honorable Speaker, I don't know, I would love to ask to interview allow me conclude. The sustainability plan of government establishing wholly owned companies to manage its interests. I think it's better, we think a better approach that is more sustainable and involves other investors and also allows government to maybe benefit from mobilizing expertise from other private investors. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. That's Honorable Okot.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also join the rest of the members in appreciating the committee for the elaborate report. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the things I've learned from this parliament is that the budgeting process is a very difficult process, because you find a situation where a lot of allocations are made, but the fundamental question remains, where does the revenue come from? Right, Honorable Speaker, the sector that we are looking at now ideally provides a very good answer, because the lifeline and one of the low-hanging fruits for us to get revenue for our budget is certainly our immense mineral resources, natural resources. But Right Honorable Speaker, I've noticed that every time this parliament has requested to understand our mineral profile as a country and to know the revenue that we get from our minerals, we've hardly got detailed responses. Right Honorable Speaker, I really, really pray for a day when this House receives very transparently and in an accountable way what we have as our mineral profile, for us to properly plan and budget for our country. Secondly, is that in the wake of climate change, Right Honorable Speaker, you'll notice that our energy mix is largely dependent on hydropower, more than 80%.
And in the wake of climate change, this presents a very big problem. And I support the proposal that we must utilize our uranium to be able to provide nuclear power. Because just like my colleague, Honorable Edson, has mentioned, our country needs to put enough effort in ensuring that the energy mix is not solely dependent on hydropower that is unpredictable. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, this House has two dilemmas regularly. One is the coexistence of human beings and the wetlands. And secondly, the coexistence of human beings and the forests. I've noticed that this issue.
Honorable Okot, I'm sure now we are relying on you. The minister in charge of minerals is a youth, your colleague. I hope now for her she can disclose. But also, chair of the committee, in the 10th parliament, we passed here alone for geo-area survey of Karamoja, 20 million euro to Excalibur, a Spanish company. So it was an interesting loan because it was more or less interest-free. So since we passed the loan, Honorable Minister, since we passed the loan, that did a survey and you completed the work, then you should also report back the results of the survey from those who passed the loan that funded. So that I hope on such, which was publicly funded, I hope after seeing the results, we shall put out an auction to say, transparent, to say, in Uganda, we did a survey, we discovered we have these minerals, we need bidders. Come out and bid, we have these deposits of gold. I hope it's not also secretively shared out and classified, and yet you went here asking for money in the public. Okay. I hope we are not allocating to a few who are lucky. So, Honorable Nakut face. And that one is very, very serious. We need a report on that issue here.
Right, Honorable Speaker. First, I wish to thank you and this House on the other matter of security for Karamoja. One thing the committee did not tell you is that to quench the other insecurity that started in 2018, it costed this government more than 200 billion. So a 27 billion compared to 200 of stopping something is way too high. I wish to thank you with all my heart on behalf of the people. On this matter of water, I have only two issues to raise, Right Honorable Speaker. I commend the committee and the ministry for providing for water for production in this budget. The 15 billion recommended by the committee, I appreciate. It is only my appeal that part of this money be used for desilting the existing dams rather than only creating new ones. If we create new dams with this money, we will do 2 to 3 dams only. But if we desilt, we will do a lot more and save the water crisis. You will save our livestock farmers the hurdle of moving to nearby district to look for water during dry season. That's my appeal on water for production, but I really appreciate. The second issue on water for consumption. We have some parishes, especially in my district and parts of Karamoja, where the water table is terrible. And so drilling a borehole cannot help the people completely. And yet the districts are used to boreholes only. So those people do not have access to water for domestic use. Any attempt to bring water from a nearby source, piped water, exceeds the existing budget that the district local government receives, so they cannot be served. You're right, Honorable. It's my appeal that those places in Uganda be mapped that have water stress, that boreholes cannot do, so that those villages, the ministry can take their water
so that those people can be served like other citizens too. Finally, Right Honorable, it has appeared an habit, it is now common practice that the ministries do not budget for items that are recurrent, like that have contractual obligations. I was not surprised to see the report of the chairman that there was money not budgeted for salaries. Salaries where there is a contractual obligation, you already know that people should be paid. There is no reason this cannot appear in the estimate. It cuts across in sectors, that salaries also projects that are not complete, multi-year projects. Under this Ministry of Water and Environment, there are projects that have remained stagnant. We do a halfway, we abandon. Next year, we do new projects. I think that we should learn to complete and start new projects. I submit.
Honorable Max Ochai.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. My colleague earlier on thanked you very, very much for agreeing to finance security in Karamoja. On my part, I want to thank the committee for prioritizing provision of resources for rural electrification. Tonight, Mr. Speaker, I'll retire a very happy man that I'm seeing light at the end of the tunnel, that the public facilities in my constituency, as well as the rural growth centers, will have light come next financial year. The report recommends provision of resources to ensure that electricity is distributed across the country. And this, to me, shows that Parliament is in total agreement with the executive, because the executive, in its prioritization, identified electricity as one of the ATMs, that is the growth drivers. Electricity, as we all know, provides a critical component in the delivery of services. And as such, as long as we recognize that and provide money for rural electrification, our growth opportunities will be enhanced. And so I concur with the recommendation and call upon colleagues that we support this report in totality. I thank you.
Honorable Bwire.
Right Honorable Speaker, in February this year, we had a conference in Jinja where NEMA and the Honorable Lieutenant General Kavuma presided over. He was the convener on behalf of Operation Wealth Creation. And the issue was about the wetlands, whereby all Basoga who are growing rice are being told to vacate the practice of growing rice. A directive was read to us verbatim, and the president argued that he's going to compensate people to vacate areas where they are growing rice. Right, Honorable Speaker, when the budget has been read to us, I've not seen any single item that has been allocated for compensation of people. Right, Honorable Speaker, as we speak now, 62% of the rural population in Busoga depending on rice growing. Now, if they are not compensated, yet they are meant to live, how are they going to survive? Can the minister try to clarify? Number two, in my district of Kaliru, already they have started sending away people from their land. And Right Honorable Speaker, I want to interest the minister. People are coming in a pretext of vacating from wetlands, but I think they are land grabbers. Because you cannot tell a person that please vacate land here. The rice cannot grow in an area where
Conclude.
Right, Honorable Speaker, where they grow maize, I don't think that place is a wetland. Note this very clearly. Where they grow maize, that is not a wetland. But they are demarcating up to where they can grow maize. So people are really on the run, they are not sleeping, they are not eating, they are not bathing. I don't know what we are going to do, how to protect people and the environment.
Thank you, Honorable Crow. Then Honorable Achen Docas.
I want to sincerely thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look around the House now, I am the only member of Parliament from Teso who is here. So I'm happy that who is a backbencher. So I'm happy for this. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of I'm particularly, I want to thank the committee for the effort that has been put in and the various cross-cutting recommendations that have been done. But I have on a very critical issue, that's on the component of water. I come from Katakwi, and it's on record that the northeastern part and the northern part of this country is so much water stressed.
So it has no water.
Totally. That is the issue. And the issue is that we have very right, Honorable Speaker. Right. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm referring to God supplied water. Right, Honorable Speaker, there are two categories of water. There's this water for consumption, domestic use. I come from Wusu County in Katak, where there are particular villages. Like you went to a village at the border area, like Amendera village in the parish of Okulak. There are several villages, even in Ongongoja sub-county, that you try to look for a place to drill a borehole. And they tell you there's a rock down. You can't drill a borehole. I'm happy with this recommendation that the ministry requires 1.5 trillion, but it's suggesting at least there should be a supply of 50 billion given to them. But it is saying that they are using several strategies. But I'll tell you right, Honorable Speaker, there's only one strategy and not so many which are deployed. Where you expect that you may not be able to find a borehole, you should have alternative strategy. They abandon the place. Then Katakwi still, and that area, we don't have national water and sewage corporation. They have over time told us that they are going to do a feasibility study on Lake Bizna. Partly the insecurity that we have in Karamoja and the neighboring areas because of water, we are water stressed. So our neighbors come looking for water. So we are wondering, we want an update from the ministry when they will be able to connect Katakwi also to national water.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Chen Docas.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me also thank the committee for the very good report. While we think about the effects of climate change and we are crying about the issue of water, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I think it would be good for us to also address our minds to the causes and mitigating the risk. I want to support the recommendation from the committee, especially on planting trees, and also urging all the MDAs to be able to include the component of tree planting in their subsequent plans. I think that is really key. As a country, we know that recently we've gone through erratic weather patterns as a result of climate change, even within the neighboring countries. For example,